Yeah, I'm not live on Facebook or Twitch. I don't know why I did that. And when to go to sleep up there. That Me Too spot. I just started noticing that on Discord. That's awesome. Hey, I'm just gonna put one plate out today. Right back. Already done. I'm a little late. Sorry, I'm a little late. That is Sweet Pea's box. She has a completely fresh box. All new litter. 2 different kinds of litter. A little chunky at the bottom, a little fine at the top. It'll all mix in eventually. Alright, look at her. Look at her up there. She's living the good life with her fresh box. The good life. Alright, the best litter. I think it's Pro. Boxy Pro. And this has a mixture of that and Respiratory Relief Dr. Elsie's. Both of which are the highest of the end of cat litters that you can get for clumping litter. The Boxy Pro even supposedly has probiotics in it. I don't know, man. Whatever. It does last for a while without getting too stinky, and it doesn't have scent added to it, which I like. So I go all out for the kitties, man. But it's mainly so that I can pet them more and not feel like I don't want to pet them because they smell like cat litter. That's mainly for me, but it's also mainly for them because then they get petted more. It's a win-win. But I tell you what, when I do change her litter, it does seem to feel like I have more cat dust on my hands when I pet her. It's like it's when it's fresh, a little bit dustier. I just feel like it absorbs the oil on my hands. Alright. Back, we're gonna have a little bowl ski in a minute. I got some new stuff on deck called Zenergy. Yeah, this is still the other one was better for sure. I got any more of this one left? I'm gonna get some more. Ooh, hoo, hoo. That one right there, though. That was holy moly was one. It's a pretty bottle, jar, but it's $5 more. I think I'm paying for the jar part. It's not bad. It's still not bad weed. Not my flavor profile I would have went for. Sauce. Oh, you like the sauce? Sauce can be good. Sauce can be extra terpy. It also can be extra harsh sometimes, done in the right portions. Like if there's too many terps, too much terps to the other stuff. It's at that fine balance, you know. There's too little terps, and it's like, hey man, where's all the flavor at? Like diamonds. All right, I'm going. That really had it turned off for some reason. X is down. Back up now. Let me know. Oh, X was down. Oh, X was down for everybody? Well, the stream just went down for a second. It was spinning. Back now. Can't believe all those streams that I didn't stream on X, man. What was I doing? Hundreds of streams. I should have been streaming on X. Oh gosh. 184 of them. Almost a year's worth of streams that I can't. Yep. Buggle. Alright, how you feeling? I guess I was admit to stream them on X. I'm starting late in the game. At least they're on YouTube. At least they're on YouTube. Trouble, Simon, jumping up and I also having trouble clicking. That's getting kind of fucking gross lately. Yeah. You have no idea what's coming. Oh, get off of me! Don't you rubbing your ass on my pants? Hey. Still not licking his ass. I put wetness on it. He should want to lick it now. Hey, we got a Twitch like, or a Twitter like. Man, I should give it on Twitter. All this time. That's breaking news at the moment. Well, breaking news, Simon had diarrhea all over his butt last night that I didn't know about until I picked him up and it got on me. and I had to clean his butt before going to sleep. So apparently, new food he gets now, making him have the flying shits. What the hell is this? Dude.
Have you got any understanding as to how many people are on each ship at this stage?
This is breaking news out of the North Sea.
I haven't been given any details about the numbers
a tanker
of people
and a cargo vessel have
who
collided.
Are aboard both of those
Holy
vessels
shit! It looks like we're at
combined.
war.
But we do know that there's been around 30 people who've been brought to shore using local vessels, a pilot vessel from ABP that's a local port operator, and also a crew transfer vessel used by the offshore wind turbine
How do they explode like that?
That operate out of Grimsby. So they've done an incredible job in turning their vessels into emergency vehicles out at sea. And I just want to say a big thank you to the Coast Guard as well, all of those from the East Coast who've gone out to help in this emergency situation, because it will be causing concern for people along the East Coast, in Grimsby and further afield, about the environmental impacts of this collision. I'm relieved to hear that so many people have been brought to shore and seem to not have very serious injuries, and I hope that that is the case for those remaining on board the vessels.
Indeed, we do, Melanie, and I'm glad you've taken us on to the environmental impact, because it is now being reported that the Stena Immaculate, which was the ship that was struck, was carrying jet fuel, and there has been a rupture of one of the cargo tanks.
Keep him out of my room all night last night.
Which I guess would have to have come after these two ships collided, is that this can now turn into quite a serious environmental disaster.
Well, absolutely. I mean, if it's fuel that has gone into the sea, there will need to be some form of clear-up operation. And I'm very keen to understand, and we'll be contacting Transport Ministers this afternoon to know who is in charge of the scene, who is going to be undertaking repairs, if that is possible, to get the vessels back into port. Of course, it's tidal in the Humber, so we have to wait for it to be a high tide to get large vessels back into port. But there will be some really serious concerns about what that will mean for local marine life and the environment more broadly.
Melanie, I presume that there are procedures in place for exactly this sort of thing. Will you be asking for extra resources to be sent to the area if, in fact, this is the beginning of
there's still poop on your butt.
Spill of fuel into the sea?
Well, I think we should take everything one step at a time and establish exactly how serious the situation is. But of course, if we don't have the necessary resources to be able to manage all of the different elements that are coming and evolving through the course of this situation, then yes, I will be asking for additional resources to support the efforts in securing the vessels, containing any fires that are on board, because I understand that there are still fires taking place, making sure that everybody who was on board and involved in the rescue is safe back on shore, but then also tackling anything to do with the environmental damage that may have occurred as a result of it.
Yeah, the statement from the shipping company Crowley, the Stena Immaculate is owned by, says that fuel was reported released, crew abandoned vessel following multiple explosions. That is coming from Crowley, as I say, who own the Stena Immaculate. Melanie, why don't you talk to us a little bit about the area and those ports, the Port of Grimsby and, of course, the Port of Hull as well, and just quite how busy they are in terms of shipping and how important those two ports are to the economy.
Absolutely. I mean, we've got on the Humber, we've got the Port of Hull, we've got Goole, Immingham and Grimsby. So there's 4 significant ports there. Immingham is the largest port by tonnage in the whole country. So that indicates just how much we have coming in and going out of that port. We have about 34,000 vessel crossings coming into the Humber every single year. And it's a whole mix of different things. Some of it is cargo, some of it is fuel, as we've seen in this situation, but also we have the remainder of some fishing vessels, some trawlers, and also the crew transfer vessels and the safety and environment vessels as well that are conducting marine environment surveys, and also the pilot boats that are just checking on general safety and security along the Humber.
Okay, Melanie On, who is the MP4.
Getting something done. You know, I say they don't have the cards. Nobody really has the cards. Russia doesn't have the cards. They don't have. What you have to do is you have to make a deal, and you have to stop the killing. It's a senseless war, and we're going to get it stopped.
You hesitated when Maria Bartiromo.
Where are we? Are we just about? We're just about ready to land.
Are you worried about a recession? Maria Bartiromo asked you, and you kind of hesitated.
I'll tell you what, of course you hesitate. Who knows? All I know is this. We're going to take in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, and we're going to become so rich, you're not going to know where to spend all that money. I'm telling you, you just watch. We're going to have jobs. We're going to have open factories. It's going to be great, and the plane is landing. And thank you for a lot of good questions, okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
What are the ships? United States ship? Why does JLR Investigates have the title as Ships Collide United States Mass Casualty Explosion Rescues Live? That's his title. He pisses me off, dude. What's America have to do? What the fuck is? Oh, okay. Oh, no, it is a U.S. oil tanker. Oh, he does have it. No. He does have it. No. Okay. I wish he'd have been a little more specific with his title instead of making me read the description. But Portuguese ship plows into U.S. oil tanker that supplies the Department of Defense? Is that actually what the fuck just happened? Well, if that's the case, then the title's still weird, but... Okay, JLR, you got something there. I have something there. Take back what I said. That's actually the case. Why isn't the rest of the news talking about that, though? Hours ago. Oh. Go. Oil tanker crash causes massive jet fuel inferno. Yeah, it is a U.S. registered oil tanker. What the fuck? Hey, this just got crazy. I thought it was just to India and UK or something. But Both the high speed of the collision and the footage of the aftermath are cause for great concern. Yeah. Portuguese. Portuguese registered merchant vessel described as linked to Israel. Not the same one, but I wonder. Oh, fucking bugs me when she does that. Sure she does it to like disrespect me, dude. She wouldn't run up Simon like that unless she was disrespecting him. Ontario's Doug Ford set to move forward on U.S. electricity tax despite Trump tariff pause. See, this is the kind of shit. This is this is live. They're about to talk about it. What kind of shit that's gonna kill your country, Canada? You wanna fuck with us? Hey, Canada, Brody, you need to talk to your people. They're being fucking stupid out there. Canada really acting like they're gonna do it on their own. Ontario Premier Doug Ford is set to move forward with a tax on electricity sent to several U.S. states as Canada's trade war escalates. Ford is expected to officially confirm the 25% tax on Monday, which will be enacted on Tuesday, even after the U.S. put temporary tariff reprieve in place on many products until April 2nd. The move is one Ford and his team have publicly weighed since before U.S. President Donald Trump was sworn in, threatening to escalate further and cut power to 1.5 million U.S. homes and businesses as the economic battle continues. That threat, first suggested in early December, comes after Trump followed through on his promises and slapped 25% tariffs on the vast majority of Canadian states, sparking a trade war between the neighboring countries. On Thursday, the White House confirmed tariffs on many Mexican and some Canadian goods would be paused until April 2nd. What are they doing? Brody, do they want us to put a fucking slap of 50% on them or what? We don't need Canadian goods the same as they need ours, dude. I don't see it. Thing is, I see us having the ability to ship our goods to other countries that might want it much easier than Canada can. For one, their navy is really small. So I'm also thinking their maritime ships, like the amount of ships they have for goods, probably also not nearly as many as we have. So if we want to sell it to another country, it's easier for us to do that than it is for Canada. I think so. Yeah, this is what we're looking at. That's what they're waiting on. We're going to talk about. I don't think so. I think where he lives, they wouldn't mind being American. Ford to expect up to 4.8 billion in struggling German business. Ford is bailing Germany out.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am honored to be here with Premier Ford as we take another step to tackle the uncertainty created by the threat of U.S. tariffs. By the on-again, off-again erratic shifts and changing goalposts of President Trump and his administration. Through it all, Premier Ford has been clear, I've done this before, guys, that Ontario will stand up and fight. And that includes taking our message directly to the American people, that we can be stronger together, that our economies are built on shared trade, investment, democratic values, and cooperation, that America directly benefits from Ontario's clean, reliable, and affordable electricity grid. For years, Ontario has exported power to the U.S., supporting jobs and businesses on both sides of the border. We've kept the lights on in American homes, in American factories and farms. But when we as Canadians are under attack, we will use every tool in our toolbox to fight back for the good of Ontario and Canada. And today we send that message, that Ontario workers can never be taken for granted, that if the United States chooses to target us, they will feel the pain and pressure too, and that is leadership. And that's why over the past days we have worked to implement Ontario's plan to follow through on our Premier's commitment to stand up for our country and to fight back against this unjust attack on Canada's economy and sovereignty. And with that, it is my honor now to turn it over to the Premier, Doug Ford. Thank you so much.
Well, good morning, everyone, and I just want to thank the Minister of Education, Minister Lecce, Minister of Energy. I couldn't let that slide after calling me the President for that introduction. And thank you all for joining us here this morning. I want to begin by congratulating Mark Carney on winning last night's leadership race for the Liberal Party of Canada. It was an overwhelming win, actually. In doing so, Mark Carney will be our next Prime Minister. As Premier, I look forward to a renewed federal leadership, as well as time when we all sit down and have a great discussion. And it's never been more important to build big things here in Ontario and across our country, including and especially the Ring of Fire. To do so, the federal government needs to get out of our way. They need to get behind these nation-building projects so we can build a more prosperous and secure future for Canada. I also want to thank Prime Minister Justin Trudeau for his many years of service to Canada. You know, we didn't always agree, but when it mattered, Prime Minister Trudeau was always willing to put party and ideology aside for the good of the country.
Was he?
For weeks now, we've been faced with so much uncertainty coming from President Trump. Each day brings new tariff threats. Now, President Trump is threatening tariffs on steel and aluminum. He's pointing his finger at dairy and lumber, shifting timelines, different excuses, chaos and confusion. It's hurting workers, it's hurting businesses, it's hurting investments, and it's hurting families on both sides of the border.
Here's the thing.
It needs to end. That's why
it's gonna hurt them much more, because fucking wood is not light. It's heavy, right? Wood's expensive to ship, right? So we are their most efficient, or most profitable country to sell wood to, because the shipping cost coming to us is at its lowest. They can ship it through rail. Shit, most of it's probably coming through rail though, and that's probably the cheapest way they can do it by sea. But like we're so close. Like, who else are they gonna sell their wood to, dude? They're gonna ship it all the way to all the way across the ocean to somebody now? Please.
I've been crystal clear. Until these tariffs are off the table, until the threat of tariffs is gone for good, Ontario will not relent. We will not back down. Pausing some tariffs, making last-minute exemptions, it won't cut it. We need to end the chaos once and for all. We need to sit down, work together, and land a fair deal. A deal that gives businesses the confidence to invest. A deal that gives workers the security they need and deserve. Until then, Ontario will keep up the fight. We will apply maximum pressure to maximize our leverage. That's why today we're moving forward with a 25% surcharge on electricity exports. For the 1.5 million American homes and businesses that Ontario powers, homes and businesses in Minnesota, Michigan, and New York. This surcharge will cost families and businesses in these states up to $400,000 each and every single day.
Dude, these motherfuckers are starting some shit that I don't think that they got the balls to finish. And Trump is going to take this shit to he's going to push it to the limit. You better believe it. I don't think they got what it takes, dude. We do. We are the most fucking resilient country in the world. We made it past the Great Depression, dude. Not only that, then we won a fucking war afterwards.
On an average, this will add around $100 per month
Canada?
to the
Not
bills
so
of
much.
hardworking Americans. Let me be clear. I will not hesitate to increase this charge. If necessary, if the United States escalates, I will not hesitate to shut the electricity off completely.
All right.
Believe me when I say I do not want to do this. I feel terrible for the American people because it's not the American people who started this trade war. It's one person who's responsible. That's President Trump. I'd rather be working together. I want to sell the U.S. more energy, more electricity, more critical minerals. I want to make.
I've read multiple times that this was in the works before President Trump was even elected. They're just putting it all on him. They wanted to do this before him, though. They can do it. They're just blaming it on him so that they can try to get some of these, so that the country, so our country will be like it's Trump's fault. They want everyone to point at Trump and be like, hey, what are you doing to us? But they already planned on this.
Canada and the United States, the richest, most successful, safest, most secure two countries on the planet. But as Premier, my number one job is to protect the people of Ontario and in hand protect the people of Canada.
The thing is, you stupid shit, if we didn't have this alliance, guess who would be more vulnerable? Canada or America? Who would be more vulnerable? Huh? Who has a stronger military if we break this alliance, you dumbass? What are you doing? We already got Alaska over there protecting us from Russia. So we don't need you as much as we would if we didn't have Alaska. If we didn't have Alaska, we need you like more so to like keep an eye on the strait over there, make sure they're not coming over. But we got Alaska now. Fuck are you?
I will do whatever it takes. I will fight like I've never fought before to protect Ontario. Friends, none of this makes sense. Costly tariffs against your closest friends and allies do not make sense. The U.S. markets have lost trillions in value. Companies are second-guessing investments into the American economy. American workers' jobs are at risk as we speak right now. Cost of hardworking.
The way I see the stock doing what it is, buy the rumor, sell the news, is what's happening with the stock market. The rumor was Donald Trump's going to get in all. It wasn't Biden economics that were getting the stock market to go up. It was people's belief that this is so bad. Trump's definitely going to go into office. Buy. He's in office. The news is out. Sell. That's what I see as this happened. But I mean, that's what the word is that you're supposed to do: buy the rumor, sell the news. The stock market can't just continually go up forever because Trump's in office.
American families will only go up. It doesn't have to be this way. We are stronger when we work together. I hope we can get back to working together, creating jobs, growing our economies, lowering costs for families in both countries. We don't get there by easing up. We will remain strong. We will be relentless. We will do whatever it takes to protect Ontario. Thank you, and may God bless the people of Ontario. Thank you.
We will now take questions from the media. Please come to the mic and state your name and outlet. Just a reminder, it's one question and one follow-up. First question.
Good morning, Premier. Mark McAllister from City News.
Hi, Mark.
Our understanding is that it's not always the case that Ontario is offering electricity at a particular rate where we're making money, and that sometimes, because of the extra energy that is being generated in this province, we're more or less giving it away to some of those U.S. states. So how does a surcharge actually work in those cases?
Well, before I pass it to Minister Lecce, we're over producers when it comes to energy. And in some cases, that's a good thing. We want to sell the U.S. more energy. We want to.
Exactly. So you're shooting yourself in the foot right now. You have an overabundance of electricity. Now you have nobody to sell it to, because we're probably going to buy less from you.
Sell more states energy, but even if Michigan or any of the 3 states, what happens when I understand, and again I'll pass it over to Minister Lecce, it may go to Michigan, and maybe that day they may not need it, they may need it too. If not, they'll resell it to, for example, Ohio, Pennsylvania. But it's going to affect many, many states, but I'll pass this over to Minister Lecce.
The thing is, what he's doing is like he's trying to start some shit. It wasn't smart. Like, we were good. We gave them a break, and he's trying to start some extra shit? Why? What are they doing? What is Canada fucking doing right now? Like, Americans aren't boycotting Canada goods, but shit like this is going to make them start. I'm already starting to do that. If I see something that's made in Canada at Costco, I'm not buying it. Mexico, I'm not buying it.
So we estimate that based on the 12,000 megawatt hours of power we sell the U.S. versus the 374 megawatt hours we import, we are 30 times a net exporter. They need our power. We have the supply and demand systems in place by our systems operator. We'll be okay in Ontario. This is about maximizing pressure on America and minimizing the impacts on Ontario. So when we sell them power on the spot market, as you mentioned, we're estimating $300,000 to $400,000 every single day of additional monies we're going to accrue in an account which the government is committing to putting back into the pockets of ratepayers to reduce bills for families and businesses. So if a state like Michigan flows our power through and sells it, as the Premier said, to Ohio, that means the impact of this surcharge is going to be reverberated right across America, not just in Ohio, not just in Michigan, rather, or New York or Minnesota, but now in all the states. They then try to resell and upsell our power. So this is going to have, the Premier says we sell power all the way down to the U.S. All of the states, all along the I-95, they can feel the pain too. And it's regrettable we're here, but we're prepared to do this. And as the Premier mentioned, we have the capacity to scale this up above 25% if necessary.
Another quick off-topic question for Premier Ford.
Sure.
You had mentioned in an interview with our colleagues in the U.S. on the weekend that you're planning on launching another marketing and advertising campaign in the U.S. in addition to what had already been done. Yes. Could you outline that, detail that for us, and how much more is that going to cost Ontario taxpayers?
Well, I call it information ads. We need to inform the American people. If they just hear one side of the story and they aren't hearing the other side, their opinions might change, but we want to make sure we send clear message down to the American people. They're our greatest allies in this fight against these tariffs. So we'll get a cost, we'll be transparent, but it'll be the best money we've ever spent, because if we don't spend it, it would cost us tens of billions of dollars to our economy.
Morning, Premier. Richard Southern, 680 News
Richard.
Radio. Good morning. Your threat to potentially cut off electricity altogether, would that be on April 1st if Trump went ahead with additional tariffs? What would it take to get there, sir?
Yeah, well, thanks for that question, Richard. Let's just see how this rolls out. You know, he changes his mind literally every single day. So I just wouldn't want to give you an exact date, but make no mistake about it, if he continues to attack our province, our country, taking jobs, families' paychecks, food off their table until they can't pay rent, I will do whatever it takes to maximize the pain against the American, and I hate saying the Americans because it's not them, against President Trump. You know, so many Americans I speak to and the elected officials and even the three governors I've talked to recently, you know, I start off with apologizing. We're in this position that we have to do this. And they fully...
It's the second fucking time this guy acts like he wants to inflict pain onto Americans. He doesn't just accidentally say that shit. Dude, they're actually going to start a fucking trade war. We didn't start this shit. They're going above and beyond to try to fuck with us at this point. And him saying that he wants to inflict pain onto America. When has Trump ever said anything like that about Canadians? He wants to inflict pain on Canada, on the Canadians. Never. He would never say some crazy shit like that. No, but this dude won't get brought up on blast for saying that, though, I bet. He won't make national news. But if Trump were to say that same thing about them, it would have made international news. I want to inflict pain on Canadian residents, citizens. International news. It would have been in Uganda. They'd have been talking. Did you hear?
I understand they do.
Where is our... Wait, what is that shit? The plumpy... What was that shit we found? Hold up. What was that stuff we came across last night that they're feeding the Africans? Hold up. A lot of people don't know what this stuff is, man. What is it? Plumpy something. What was it, y'all? Plumpy nut? Was it Plumpy nut? Over on. Plumpy nut. Yeah, Plumpy hyphen nut. Right? No, not hyphen, what is that thing called? Beep. Put it in front of S's. Plumpy nut. Plumpy nut. Okay.
Do not agree with President Trump. Republicans do not agree, at least the ones I speak to, do not agree with President Trump, but they're too scared to go out there and say it publicly. It's a shame. We have to put an end to this.
On today's surcharge, you know, it's all well and good in the winter when we are exporting energy, but do we not need to import energy in the summer? And if there's some retaliatory tariffs, if this stretches on, is there concern about what this could cost Ontario come the summer months, sir?
Well, we'll make sure we have enough energy for ourselves. That's number one priority. And we're going to continue expanding our energy capabilities here in Ontario.
Hi, Premier. Barbara with QP Briefing.
Hi, Barb.
So we did have an increase in the use of natural gas as a source of energy here in Ontario, and a big part of this natural gas do come from the States. So sort of following up on Richard's question here. So in doing what you're announcing today, in taxing the energy exports to the States, do we have a plan in case they respond to tariffs in the natural gas that comes to Ontario?
Well, I think you're talking about Line 5 that starts in Alberta, comes through the U.S. and up through Michigan. Again, that's Canadian oil. You know, I'm very confident we have enough natural gas, and we're going to build on that. Do you know who's to be blamed for not having gas? All the elected officials for the last 20 years. They need to look in the mirror and ask, why didn't we build Energy East pipelines? Why didn't we go put another pipeline west? Why aren't we going north? This is where the federal government, no matter who gets elected, needs to look at national infrastructure projects that we'll never have to rely on anyone again in the world. I said that during the pandemic about the N95 masks and other items, and now we're self-sufficient. We can build anything here in Canada, and let's not be so reliant on the United States for our crude oil going down to the U.S.
So now off the topic a little bit. So yesterday we had Mark Carney announced as the next prime minister, and you said as the premier you're looking forward to renewed leadership in the federal level. I'm wondering when do you expect to see an election?
Well, I'm guessing, and I'm only guessing. I hear anywhere from 10 to 15 days. They'll be going to the polls. I'm staying out of that election, but I do have some areas that we have to focus on. The Ring of Fire is a priority to keep us moving forward. We can't take 20 years and putting every assessment, every consultation in the world for 20 years and not get one shovel in the ground. So we need to make sure that any federal government, number one, gets out of our way, but also has funding towards that. The other big area that never went through legislation are the EV deals. We have one big one outstanding. We have our money up there, but it's Honda. You know, it's over a $15 billion deal, and the head person from Honda is flying in to make sure that whoever's in charge, the federal government, gets this deal done. It's a tax credit. I got to explain to the people. We're asking the federal government to give a tax credit, not a big chunk.
This is important because our top export to them, delivery trucks, cars, motor vehicle parts and accessories. Cars is the second most large export at 15.8 billion. What's interesting is it says we have a total export of 269 billion to them. Theirs is totally higher at 410. So they need us to buy their shit more than we need them to buy our shit. By almost, I don't know, double. And their top exports to us are crude petroleum, which we're ramping up our petroleum output, so we won't need as much of that from them. Cars at 35 billion. We can get more manufacturing here, then we won't need as many cars coming from Canada. And petroleum gas. So, boom, if we're producing more gas, we don't need gas from them. So that should be fixed with Trump's opening up the gas production here in the United States, oil production. Our exports to them, though, delivery trucks, cars, motor vehicles, parts, accessories. Maybe. But it's not that much. That's what's so weird about it. It shows 269 billion of exports, but our top exports, delivery trucks, only 15.8 billion. Cars, 15.8 billion. That's only 40 billion. Less than 40 billion. 32 billion. And then parts and accessories, 13.7 billion. So that's less than 100 billion. Where's the other like 170 billion at? How are those our top exporters to them, but there's like so many billions that I don't really understand the AI's numbers on that one. Be some missing stuff on the top, or we're just exporting so many small things to them that it equals way more than the large things. Weird. Canada is the US's largest export market. That's interesting. The US is Canada's largest trading. Why does it call Canada our trading partner, but it calls them our export market? Trade between the two countries accounts for a significant portion of both countries' total trade. Yeah, but theirs is double almost what ours is as far as export. So U.S. total goods trade with Canada were an estimated $760 billion in 2020. or U.S. goods exports to Canada, 350 billion. U.S. good imports from Canada totaled 412 billion. It does look like it creep up exports to them. That's down 5 billion for 2023. I don't know, numbers are different depending on where you look, apparently. AI is fucking wrong. In 2021, 17.5% of total U.S. exports were shipped to Canada, while 12.6% of total U.S. imports were delivered from Canada. So that's the problem. That's the issue that Trump's trying to fix, is the trade deficit. He's trying to say, hey, we're fucking selling you. You're selling us more than we're selling you. That needs to change. We need to be more even here. Buy more shit from us. So their answer to it, even though we're delaying the tariffs on them, is to increase the tariffs on our fucking energy, something that in the middle of wintertime? Yeah, we'll see how this shit plays out.
Of money. And it's a very simple philosophy. You don't give the tax credit, all of a sudden the 4,200 people from Honda get up and leave, multiply that by 5, there's only 20,000 jobs at risk for a tax credit. So I will be all over all the leaders about making sure they commit to the tax credits, because look what we're up against. We're against President Trump, but will do everything he possibly can to attract these businesses down there. He'll do everything he can to get permits quicker for mining until they can be self-sufficient. We need to make sure we compete, and we need to have a wartime effort per se. And not military wartime, but economic wartime efforts. We can't.
Canada keeps acting like we're at war with each other. Don't start no shit, won't be no shit.
Be dilly-dallying around, taking 10, 15, 20 years to get permits. And we need to give certainty to companies like Honda and any other company that wants to invest in here that they will have a tax credit.
Good morning, Premier. Fatima Syed with the Narwhal. On Friday, BC Premier Eby said he'll be working closely with Ontario and the federal government to develop a coordinated approach to...
So now these motherfuckers are following Trump's lead in giving outside companies tax credit for moving their little copycat ass bitch. But Canada sucks, dude. It's cold. There's like, it's not America. Your money is worth less than ours, and that doesn't seem to be changing anytime soon. What are y'all talking about, man? Company would much rather come here unless you're just like giving them free property or something. Come here, we'll let you free.
Energy export tariffs.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that coordinated approach looks like and what Ontario's role is?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Premier Eby. I think they see income, if I remember correctly, about $1 billion. But it's not just Premier Eby. It's Wab Kinew, Premier Kinew, which is an absolute champion in Manitoba. We also have to look at Premier Legault. I have a call into him before I walked in. And then anyone else. I think New Brunswick ships some energy, Newfoundland. There's a whole bunch of us that ship energy down to the U.S., and we have to maximize it. And then we have to remember the 4.3 million barrels of oil that's coming from Alberta.
Okay, so the way this works, I'm finally understanding Canada a little bit, is governors have a shit ton of fucking power. He's like pretty much a governor of Ontario. What I'm gathering. Ontario is like a state, kind of. Right? A little bit. Not really, but it could be considered like a Canadian state, the provinces. He's like in charge of that state, province. But he doesn't have to go through any, I guess because their government's not set up like ours, he doesn't have to go through Parliament or the federal government or he makes a decision like this. Like, it seems like their states or their parliaments, not the province, but their what is this called again? Where you said? Yeah, like their states, whatever it's called though. It starts with. They have more power than our governors have. Like a governor of Texas, you won't see making any kind of like. He might try, like he did with them buoys, but then the federal government could get involved and be like, hey, no, those buoys aren't allowed to be there. That's federal property. Like, we not have, like, does the parliament or the feds of Canada not have any say in what he does here? They can't be like, no, you're not just affecting your area, you're affecting all of Canada by doing this, because now Americans are going to see this as a threat and stop buying all Canadian goods possibly. Like, does he not have some sort of oversight that can tell him to knock it the fuck off? Like the Supreme Court, like we have? They could be like, hey, actually you can't do this. You're affecting all of Canada. You can stop it. They don't have that. I'm so much more interested in this stuff than I was when I was younger.
As Premier Smith said on her comments, I think over the last couple of days, she has the trump card. Well, message to Premier Smith, one day I think you might have to use that trump card and give approval for an export tax. Because you want to talk about a trump card, that will instantly change the game.
Export
instantly
tax.
When the Americans, and I know the Americans, all of a sudden their gas prices go up 90 to $1 a gallon, they will lose their minds.
What is he thinking? That we're going to lose our minds against Trump? It's not he doesn't think we're going to be like, fuck you, Canada. You didn't have to do that. He doesn't. Brody, you better talk to your boy, man. Where you at?
So we need to at least put that in the window, but I don't direct any of the premiers. I don't direct any of the provinces. It's Team Canada, and that's going to be strictly up to Premier Smith to make that decision or not.
And going back
the way I see this, there are more Canadians working in America than there are Americans working in Canada. So Canadians are going to be coming to work in New York, across the Rainbow Bridge or whatever the fuck, and they're not going to be liked nearly as much now. They're going to be browbeaten. They're going to be like, I hear you saying A lot. You Canadian? This is going to affect them way more than us, dude. There aren't nearly as many Americans working in Canada as there are Canadians working in America. We got more jobs. It's nice cold down here. All I saw on the other side of the fucking bridge when I went to Canada in Niagara Falls was a casino hotel, some restaurants, and ice everywhere. It was dead, dude. And this was years ago. It's probably way more dead nowadays during the wintertime. It looked like Star Wars, though. It was so cool how the water from the Niagara Falls froze on everything. The mist of it. Oh, man, it was gnarly. It looked like, you know those things that you put a quarter in and you can look through? Double. Those things look like they had beards of ice down off of them. Canadian bacon. I haven't seen that. It's like John Candy's last movie. I was so sad John Candy was dead. I didn't watch it.
Previous colleague's question, you mentioned that energy will be a priority and you want to reduce dependency on U.S. energy. The plans Ontario has proposed so far, that your government has proposed so far, are pretty time consuming. Building nuclear facilities is going to take a long time. How do you plan to increase those efforts in the wake of all of this?
Well, I'll hand it to Minister Lecce because he could probably condense it a lot quicker than I could, but we have a very, very strong plan, and I understand what you're saying, but it's not just nuclear, it's a multiple of different areas of energy, but I'll hand it over to Minister Lecce.
The first priority the Premier instructed me to do as Minister is to make sure we increase generation. So we launched the largest competitive energy procurement in Canadian history, 7,500 megawatts of power. And that is the first step we enacted. The second is we've expanded hydroelectric fleets in the north and likewise in eastern Ontario, $2 billion investment to expand and really generate net new power. So we're using an all-the-above approach, leveraging every resource available to the government to ensure we have ample, affordable, clean power for the people of Ontario. And for the medium term, yes, we're looking at building net new nuclear, not just refurbishments that are being done on time and on budget at Darlington or at Pickering, part of our intention there, but we're looking at a net new generator in Port Hope, up to 10,000 megawatts of clean power. Together, this will secure energy future, make sure we are not just sufficient for Ontario and Canada, but we can export.
Using the buzzword clean in front of power is a little annoying too. Clean power, it makes it sound so, the laser beam, power and everything, so clean. Fucking nuclear plant blows up and eradicates the whole fucking city. Like, you know what I mean? There's no such thing as fucking clean power, really. It's all fucking dangerous. Maybe it's not coal being burned, but it's the buzzword they use nowadays constantly. Every time they talk about power, they call it clean. It's all clean now. We're not fucking India, dude. You know? We're not sitting here burning crude oil in a vat to boil our soup.
More power, as the Premier's vision has, as he's communicated to the people of Ontario. We actually want to sell more of it to the U.S.
Get it?
And change the approach of how we sell it so we can really monetize, maximize the revenues back to Ontario so we could reinvest it in our people and our business.
Hi, Jeff Gray, Globe and Mail. Just wanted to address the question I think that somebody coming to this cold would ask, which would be, how can, in this titanic struggle involving billions and billions of dollars and President Trump and everything else, how could 400 grand a day make any difference at all?
Oh, it makes a big difference. You should see the uproar about the alcohol. And, you know, you take, they're called kitchen table issues, and this really will affect citizens and or residents, I should say, in Minnesota.
Check it out. Any fucking good whiskey, bourbon that Canada was getting, I can guarantee you the bourbon hunters here are happy as fuck that Canada's not getting it anymore, because you know what? Some of that shit like Blanton's, E.H. Taylor, so many of the other what moniker are they under? They're all under Buffalo Trace. Anyway, you know the ones. All of those, if they're going to be more readily available, bourbon hunters are definitely not like, oh man, fuck, my bourbon's not worth as much as it used to be. It's not worth 100 now. It's only worth 60. Well, I can get it for, like, hell no, they're going to be happy. They don't want you having our whiskey. I know I didn't when I was drinking.
New York and Michigan. And it's the same as taking our alcohol off the shelves. You know, with the bourbon, it really caught the attention of the governor and also the senator, Mitch McConnell. I want to thank him. He's the only Republican. One other Republican from Wisconsin spoke out very, very harshly against the president's tariffs.
Yeah, Mitch McConnell is Kentucky, right? Or is he? I can't remember. But really, it boils down to the people, though. The people. Yeah, the brewery or the distillery might be like, shit. Our shit's not worth as much now because we lost a market. Those people are a small percentage of the users, of the drinkers. Very extremely. So most of the people that drink bourbon are stoked about it. Most of them, like I'm talking about 99% of them are like, fuck yeah, dude, Canada can't get it anymore. Awesome. That's good. It's not like they're going to make less now. I mean, they could, but why would they do that? They could just sell more here.
So we win them over one at a time, and these kitchen table issues are absolutely
Bourbon
massive.
hunters are going to be stocking up.
And they need Canada, and we need them. So let's sit down and negotiate a fair deal.
He's so
that's
silly,
all we're
dude.
asking for.
Believe
Because
the bullshit, like regular Jack Daniels, we don't
lack
care
of
about.
investment in both countries. The threat of closing down assembly lines on April the 2nd on both countries, it affects people. And we're so integrated when it comes to the supply chain, not just in the auto, but in every sector there is. So we're better off when we work together. And again, you know, we aren't the problem. China's the problem.
The funny thing is, America doesn't even really buy Canadian whiskey, really. I mean, I have some rare ones only because they're super rare. Canada couldn't even get them. That's the only reason I have those, though. I tried one and I was like, oh, hell no, this isn't worth it. So I just got to save these as long as I can. They're worth like $1,000 each or something. But, yeah, man. Do you think, what do you buy that's made in Canada? Buy anything? You know for sure? It's car parts. Maybe the gas you're using possibly is Canadian. Could be.
When we see, for instance, steel, he's threatening steel and aluminum. We know steel from China goes into Mexico. Mexico might tweak it and then all of a sudden throw a Made in Mexico sticker on it and get shipped up. That's unacceptable. We need to make sure every project we use is Canadian steel. And preferably Ontario steel, but I know there's other steel producers in Canada. Either way, the $30 billion of procurement that we have, that's not including the $222 billion of infrastructure that we are doing over the next 10 years. So there's a lot of products coming up from the U.S. that has to stop immediately.
Oh, interesting. Canada does rank 6th globally for iron ore reserves with 6 billion tons, with a major production area in Quebec, right where he's at, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Nunavut. Sounds native. All right.
And a question maybe for both of you, just if you could clarify why just 7 days ago your energy minister said that you needed legislation to do this, but now you found a way to do it with the minister's directive and the regulation. Thank you.
Well, we talked to the OPS, the deputy minister, and Michelle DeManuel, and there's always a way to work around it, and they found it. So I want to thank them and for coming up with that. And we just need a regulation now. So good work to our ministries.
John McGrath, TVO. The nuclear reactor that we're building at Darlington, the small modular reactor, is an American design. It's going to be dependent on American technical expertise and American fuel. Given
okay, just to give an idea, we are ranked 9th globally in America. Iron ore reserves, 31,000 million tons. 31,000 million tons. Why is it worded like that? 31,000 million. So they do have more iron ore than we do. So they should be using their own iron. Why wouldn't they? Makes sense.
Thank them and for coming up with that. And we just need a regulation now. So good work to our ministries.
John McGrath, TVO. The nuclear reactor that we're building at Darlington, the small modular reactor, is an American design. It's going to be dependent on American technical expertise and American fuel. Given the current context, are we discussing abandoning that design for a Canadian-made?
You should definitely abandon that shit for a Canadian-made. Let's see how that shit turns out. You see, them gears are turning. Do we trust our design?
Reactor.
You're talking about General Electric and Hitachi. We're working in conjunction with them, with OPG. And this is a technology every governor and every senator and congresspeople wants to come up and take a look at our technology. That's the difference. We open our arms up, we open our doors up and say, come and take a look at what we're doing. We're leading the G7 on the small modular reactors anywhere in the entire world. And that's just gonna benefit us. So we look forward to continuing moving forward on the 4 small modular reactors, and we're going to continue building on that and sell it to the entire world. I know Minister Lecce, who was over in Poland and a few other countries, really selling our energy. We're leaders when it comes to nuclear energy around the world. But I'm going to hand it over to Minister Lecce again, and you can tell them about your trip over in Poland
Milk
and other
in
areas
Spanish.
that they're quite interested.
Okay, his last name is Milk.
So keep in mind, our commitment with GE Hitachi is not just to build these in Ontario, but to ensure we leverage and maximize the Canadian and Ontario supply chain. And we'll be unveiling more in the days ahead about what that could look like. But expect a very high percentage of Ontario businesses to build out those SMRs. And we're proud to leverage that. And as the Premier mentioned, we're actually selling this tech not just into Europe, but even Tennessee Valley Authority, the largest public utility in America, is partnering with OPG, with Ontario. Like, we're leading in the G7, and the world is turning to Ontario to build out these small modular reactors so we can expand clean power. Both in America and Europe and well beyond. So this is a huge value add for Canada. We're going to create thousands of jobs here at home. And we're really looking forward to seeing the first come in service in the G7 at Darlington around 2030-31.
Similar question about Bruce Site C. Are you going to instruct Bruce Power to narrow its plans to ensure that they use a can-do design, or would they be allowed, for example, to pick a Westinghouse or an American reactor?
For the refurbishment of Bruce, of course, they have can-do reactors. So over 90% of the supply chain is already leveraging Canadian. In fact, I believe it's close to 94% of every refurbishment uses Ontario and Canadian-made products supported by Canadian and Ontario skilled workers. So we have an incredible story to tell about making sure the supply chain is used, jobs.
Canada's really trying to make themselves look like they're on top of the fucking world or some shit just because they're our top hat. You know what I'm saying? What going on right now? What is Canadians like? What have Canadians done to be like, fuck, man, Canada? What do we do without them?
A benefit here in Ontario, and the money stays right here in the province of Ontario.
What we do without Canada?
Hi there, Lorenda Reddicock with CBC News.
Sorry,
is there
Canada.
a chance that these U.S. states find someone else to supply their electricity? Is that a possibility?
I guess anything's a possibility, but they wouldn't be buying it off us if they could buy it off a U.S. state. We have to also build up our storage capacity, and we're working along with other provinces, be it Manitoba, which I always say Premier Canoe is an absolute champion, so is Premier Legault, and we're all working as Team Canada. So we're going to continue increasing our energy because we're going to need it. We're going to need it here in Ontario and to our neighbors. But wouldn't it be great if we get through this and we can sell more energy, more critical minerals to our U.S. friends and allies down there to make the AMCAN fortress even stronger? So that's what we're looking forward to working with our colleagues in the provinces and in the U.S. states. We have to get through this tariff threat.
You talked about the tariff threats that are to come, dairy, lumber, aluminum. I know this is primarily federal, but what are you looking at going forward that you can do on a provincial level?
Well, communicate. And if you ask the average American, do you know that you only produce 16% of the aluminum in the U.S. that you need? They wouldn't know that. Do they know that 50% of high-grade nickel that they use for their military and aerospace and other manufacturing comes from Ontario? They wouldn't know that either. So we have to be out there just hammering the message over and over and over again until they can put maximum pressure on their local congressperson, their senator, or their governor to voice their opinion.
Good morning. So we've been told that it may be impossible for Ontario to cut off electricity supply to the U.S. Could you explain to us what it would take to get it done?
Again, we just have to reduce the amount of energy we're outputting right now, and it wouldn't be nuclear because if you turn
out, man, dude. We got Indonesia, got shit tons of nickel, Australia, Brazil, Russia, New Caledonia, the Philippines, China. Canada's 8th. The United States is 9th, actually, by a lot less than what Canada has, though, to be fair. A lot less. So, but I mean, it's not like they're the only ones with some nickel, man. They might be willing to do us a deal. And if you Going to aluminum, I'm sure it's the same way, man. I ain't the only ones with 4, bro.
Turn down a nuclear reactor, it could take 6 months, but hydro, we could slow that down. And yes, it is possible. We've done our due diligence and made sure, is it possible? And the answer is yes, we can do it.
Premier, will you release the full budget sometime this spring with the full economic and fiscal updates and projections that we normally get in a budget?
Yes, we'll have a full budget coming forward. I believe we're going to be going back in the House. I think it's April 14th, I believe. And we'll present that budget and we'll move forward. It's going to be a very good budget. It will focus on the people of Ontario, taking care of them, protecting them, making sure.
Fucking butt, bro. By far does Canada have the largest bauxite reserves worldwide, like by double what Australia has, and they're second. Vietnam, Indonesia, Brazil, Jamaica, China, India, Russia, Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia. Are we even on the list? Turkey, United States, there we go. Way down there. So, they do have us on aluminum. Something. Start using carbon fiber or some shit, bro.
That we have sufficient funds through new revenues that we see, as simple as the $400,000 a day, which is a big chunk of money that will be going back to ratepayers and business owners, as Minister Lecce said. But it's going to be focused on protecting Ontario and protecting Ontario jobs and communities and businesses.
That's Canada? That's Guinea. Guinea. Second. Okay, wait a second. Why is there list though for like bauxite reserves? Canada isn't even on it. I thought they were on top of it. Guinea, Australia, Vietnam. Like, where is Canada? Why is it on the countries with the largest bauxite reserves? That's where aluminum comes from. Cool. If you've never seen it, it's little orbs in the rock. Yeah, you see the circles. That's the actual aluminum out of the rock. Trippy bauxite. Oh, why is it Canada on the list though? They have so much. And it does not have any bauxite ore reserves, while the United States has a small amounts of bauxite ore. I don't get it. And I'm putting aluminum ore as my search. So, while Canada is a major producer of aluminum, it doesn't mine bauxite ore. Primary source aluminum production. What? How does it get the ore? So, we're paying for them to process the ore, is what's going on, apparently. We have the ore. Do we send it to them to process? What's going on? The world's 4th largest primary aluminum producer, and they don't even have bauxite. Why? Production. Aluminum is not found as proof of notes. Extraction from bauxite ore, which is comprised of. In Canada, there are 10 primary aluminum smelters. So they have a ton of smelters, 9 of them being in Quebec. Wow, does that affect their air pollution? It is important to note that Canada does not mine bauxite domestically, relying instead of imported bauxite to support its aluminum production. Okay, so that's something to note. That's something to keep note of. We're not actually buying the bauxite from Canada, actually. It's not like they have all the cards here. They don't have the ore and have their smelters all in one shebang. No, they just smelt it. They get the ore and they smelt it. So they're smelters. They built some factories and they smelt it. They're making it seem like they're the owners of the ore. That's a bigger deal. Fuck you, Canada.
This budget's going to be all about.
Hey, good morning, Premier Colin DeMello from Global News. Last week, the Ontario Chamber of Commerce said that up to 6% of businesses that they represent are thinking about leaving and perhaps relocating to the United States. We don't know if they're big or small. I'm wondering if you are aware of any business, big or small, that is looking at relocating to the United States as a result of this current tariff climate.
Well, I've heard the same comments, Colin, when 70% of someone's business or 80% someone's business is being tariffed, and they have a concern. But I feel if we can get these tariff deal off the table, or these tariffs off the table, I should say, and get a deal, a USMCA deal, and sit down and negotiate it, the Americans need us as much as we need them. I sat down with a bunch of auto part manufacturers, and they're big companies that have plants in the U.S. and in Canada. And their number one comment is, even if companies had to go to the U.S., they don't have the workforce to fill the jobs. Their number one complaint when I sat around the table with them, their existing plants in the U.S., you can't even compare them to their Canadian facilities or Ontario facilities in particular. We, production's a lot higher up here. We outproduce them. We have a better workforce. And they were saying a lot of times they don't even show up to work, and they can't get people. I remember one story saying they have 300 people they employ in a town of 3,000. So it really affects that community or that county. So they don't have the workforce to fill the jobs right now.
If there is a business that employs a large number of people in Ontario, as an example, that was thinking about moving to the United States, is the Ontario government willing to give them any kind of incentive financially to ensure that they stay here, similar to what maybe Honda or Stellantis or any others have received?
Yeah, great question, Colin. We'll put every option on the table to protect the jobs here in Ontario, because there's reciprocal jobs that come from those jobs. The auto sector is 6 to 1, 7 to 1. Other areas might be 4 or 5 to 1. And we'll do whatever it takes to protect the people of Ontario and their jobs. I said before, during the election, I won't spare any expense to make sure that we take care of the people of Ontario and the businesses here, as we did during the pandemic.
Hi, Premier. Rob Ferguson, Toronto Star. I just wanted to go back at something that
Bitcoin's
was asked
under
earlier,
80K.
which interests me for years. It's in the summer, especially if we get a hot, humid summer, which we haven't really had for the last 2 years. But were we to get one this year, and we're importing power from the States, I didn't hear a definitive answer on what's going to stop us from this electricity surcharge backfiring on us if states impose that. So can you or Minister Lecce address that, please?
Sure, I'm confident that we'll have enough electricity even on the hottest days, but without getting into the weeds, I'll pass it over to Minister Lecce.
So we sell 12,000 megawatts per hour of power into the U.S. market. We bring in 374 megawatt hours. We are a 31-time net exporter. So we are well positioned to impose this. We have sufficient, in fact, we have very strong supply and demand capability in Ontario. Remember, we have the capacity, including with natural gas and other levers, to dial up if we ever need more power, peak power. We have the ability. We do this every day in the summer or the coldest days of winter, or whenever there are high demand on the grid. So we have the infrastructure. It's why the all-the-above approach is critical to maintaining reliability. So the IESO is fully confident in their capacity to keep the lights on for Ontarians, and we're going to keep selling and keep producing the power for Ontario first. And as I mentioned, we're not just hoping for the best, we're leveling up. The largest public competitive procurement, expansion of hydroelectric, expansion of refurbishment of our nuclear fleet, Pickering, Darlington, and the consideration of Bruce C, net new, and the largest generator. All this, short-term, long-term, positions us well to be a net energy powerhouse. And the vision, frankly, once we can get through this madness with President Trump, is to sign long-term deals, make large amounts of revenue for Ontarians, and put this critical commodity to good work, good use for the people of Ontario. Right now, we think there's a lot more opportunity left on the table under the old system we inherited, which is why we're committed to changing it and improving it.
All right. When you just stay up there for a sec. So when you mentioned that that high ratio that we have, that we export way more than we import.
Yes.
So, but couldn't there be periods of time where we are still importing? Like that's not a constant ratio. It does change from time to time. So isn't there the prospect that we could get burned at certain times?
No, because we actually signed an agreement with Quebec on winter-summer energy exchanges, which allow us that we produce more power during one season, they produce less. We already have a connection and a commitment from Quebec. We sell them power, they sell us power on a need basis in winter, summers based on our peaks. We have backup generation capability, which few provinces have. I mean, look, some have argued to get rid of our backup generators, like natural gas. If we did that, we wouldn't be in the basis on the hottest day of the summer, pre-Trump, to fire up that insurance policy and keep the lights on for all of our businesses and families. We're well positioned to do this. We've thought ahead, and the Premier has enacted the largest storage investment in Canadian history, 3,000 megawatts of power to store power so that we could use it when we need it, including on those hot days of summer or cold winter days.
All right, thank you.
Hello, I'm with a Swiss television. Question for Premier Ford. What about the long-term consequences? Are you worried that it might be the beginning of the end of a long friendship between your two countries?
No, I don't think we're there yet. I talked to a tremendous amount of Americans. They totally disagree with what President Trump is doing. Staunch Republican Trump supporters totally disagreeing with President Trump on this policy. So I think we have a strong relationship. It goes back over 200 years. We have, 900,000 Americans living here full-time, 800,000 Canadians living down there. We visit millions and millions of visits back and forth across the border. So I believe this is going to continue on being a strong relationship because it's not the people, it's the president.
What could you say to persuade Donald Trump?
I would say, one of his measuring sticks are the markets. The markets have dropped trillions of dollars. He has to understand. He's a smart guy. He may like him or dislike him, but make no mistake, he understands the markets. And Secretary Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce, understands the markets. And they also understand when the big three auto executives come in and say you're going to shut down assembly plants on both sides of the border in 5 to 7 days. That's the supply. And he also understands when the other sectors were so integrated, the supply chain, when they come back and say you just can't all of a sudden flick on a switch and create an auto plant overnight. It just doesn't work that way. So the more we explain the supply chain, and the more other people explain the supply chain to him, he has to understand. Even lumber. This lumber war's been going on, for the last 20 years. But the cost of homes are going to go up because they need our lumber. They need our aluminum. Just imagine if all of a sudden we shut down the lumber, shut down the aluminum, the steel, the oil, the uranium from Saskatchewan, the potash, the nickel. It'd be a disaster down in the U.S. It'd be an absolute disaster. He is trying to push us into a recession. That's how bad this is going to get. All because of one person. Everything was hunky-dory before. Everything seemed to be moving forward. Markets are up. Everything's going pretty good. Jobs are being created on both sides of the border.
At its best.
He gets in. Market slides, threats of assembly plants going down, manufacturing going down, people are going to lose their jobs, inflation's happening all over the place. Because why? Because one person, President Trump? I'll tell you, the American people did not vote for this. And they have to think this out now. So put maximum pressure on your president, and I encourage the senators, governors, and congresspeople to do the exact same thing, because there's one way this is going to go. If he goes full steam at it, it's going right downhill for both countries.
This will be the last reporter.
Good day, Premier Minister.
You're gonna go
Premier,
first,
last week
buddy.
you said that you were directing the deputy ministers to go through their ministries to see if there were other contracts, Starlink aside, with U.S. companies that could be canceled. So I'm wondering if any progress has been made on that front. Are any more contracts going to be canceled, and what is the value of those contracts?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I've directed the Secretary of Cabinet, which will direct the deputy ministers, along with our ministers, to use a fine-tooth comb on any contracts that we have. Some are already underway that were signed last year, but as soon as they lapse, we need to start focusing on Ontario-made products, and if we don't make them here, then we look across the country. And we don't make them across the country, I get it, you know, like there's some things we just can't get. But we do have 51 countries that we have tariff-free agreements with. Let's start diversifying our trade. We've been doing that, but we need to amp it up twice as much now.
Okay, thanks. And during the election campaign, you made a number of promises for the city of Ottawa. Voters there didn't exactly embrace those promises. Yeah. Your party didn't win a seat there. So I'm just wondering if your government will still go ahead with things like uploading the Ottawa LRT and the other promises you made for that city.
Yeah, you know, we did win a seat. We won one seat, lost a couple, but you know, we're going to sit down, I believe, and once we commit something to move forward, but isn't that a disappointment? My goodness, you show all the love, you build the second largest hospital in the country, you build you're uploading like a few $1 billion, taking the burden off them. We're uploading the highways and giving them additional money. Not sure what they were thinking, but I'm a man of my word, and we're going to move forward on it, and hopefully the people of Ottawa will appreciate the hard work that we're going to put in and that we've put in for years supporting Ottawa.
Thank you. This concludes today's press conference.
Yeah, these tow truck drivers, a message to you, it has to come to an end. You're putting the community in danger, flying bullets around. We're going to catch you, you're going to go to jail, and you're going to jail for a long time. You know, this is out of control right now. There's a lot of great, hard-working tow truck drivers that work their backs off. They want to bring a paycheck home. They want to, you know, pay rent or pay a mortgage. Guys, get your head around this. You start shooting, you talk about, in tow truck words, the heat coming down. The heat's just turned up 1,000 degrees on each and every one of you. I will spend anything I can to put an end to this, make sure we give the resources to the OPP and regional police to bring you guys down and bring you down quickly. And it's not all tow truck drivers. They're good, hardworking people, these tow truck drivers. There's a few bad apples, but those apples we're going to catch, and they're going into the slammer. So it has to stop immediately. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you.
Canada, same Canada. Look at this rock. A wife's cousin is an engineer on a ship doing research on the Mariana Drift. This sample was pulled from the depths. Is it? They think that it's peridite. What I thought was interesting, this one.
It's peridotite, rock comprised mostly of olivine, from the base of the oceanic crust. May be partially serpentized, altered to serpentine, and contains clasts of basaltic material, black pieces. Olivine is the dominant mineral for mantle rocks, meaning that the bulk of the Earth's mantle is green, like this.
That interesting? I interject with random little tidbits of knowledge here. Then there's the kitties. I would have never thought the mantle was green. That green rock makes up the outermost layer. Green rock. Bow, 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 bow. There was a major tornado in Florida, apparently. Breaking news. Seminole County.
Lived in Florida their whole lives. One woman said she's been here 25 years, lived through hurricanes, never heard her.
You see one house with some significant roof damage, and then the other house on the top right part there completely pulled apart. I mean, think about the winds that had to generate for that to happen. Whether it was a wood block, a wood frame home versus a concrete structure, that has, you know, some telltale sign there, of course, in what it can withstand.
Damn.
But imagine being the neighbor and hearing your neighbor's house completely ripped apart. Imagine being in that home as your walls are failing. Not even just your roof, but the walls are failing. And, you know, I can tell you firsthand, as this was going through this location, I was just a few miles up the road at the Sanford Airport where there were leaves and pieces of paper raining down with the rain.
Well, that was that dude's mortgage
incredible.
paperwork.
So yes, this morning we had essentially a supercell, much like what you'll see in Oklahoma and Arkansas during tornado season. It started in Sumter County. I was watching it on Coffee Talk this morning about 8:15, and I kept saying to the storm, like, don't you do it, don't you do it, and it kind of got feistier and feistier, and by about 8:30 in Sumter County, there was a tornado warning issued. And then, of course, we know it essentially moved all the way across. We had tornado warning after tornado warning until it moved off the shoreline there in Volusia County. There are a lot of cars lined up just outside of the main damage route. Certainly, I'm expecting these to be homeowners that may not have been home. There's going to be some responders. I see a front end loader already trying to clear the roads out, because even if your house was not touched, you still need to be able to come and go. And that's going to be, you know, second priority after everybody's checked in on to make sure that they're safe. Then we want to clear the roads, make sure that there's no down power lines, and you know, travel along
any of the other
Market
houses
Woods.
hit?
You can kind of just by looking down, travel is very slow going,
That's
but
the
it is
only
allowed
house
to go
in the
through.
neighborhood. Wait, why does this house have a blue? Oh, wait, no.
I'm curious, look at that, just as we're looking at another house there. I don't think we've seen this one with
That
that
one too.
significant roof damage there. Eric, I'm curious, as you worked your way from Executive Airport in Orlando, which is where I assume you were, where you started this flight and you ended up here. Did you by any chance notice any traffic lights out? Is there any issues on the roads? I think a lot of people,
that they have.
you know, are at work and they may be watching our coverage on their phones or computers, wondering, am I safe to
These
go
people got
home?
driveways
Maybe the kids
bigger
later on
than
today. Did
where
you
I
notice
live.
any traffic issues out there?
You know, the good news is we were traveling through some spots, of course, that had gotten some pretty good winds. We saw a tree down a little west of here on a neighborhood. But no, it did not look like there were any major traffic issues. And it wasn't until we got right here that we started to see some
that was sweet
backups.
too.
And it's not even that it's the traffic lights. It's more just the emergency responders doing what they have to do, making sure to block these roads off. There's fire trucks that are blocking some of the roads here, because certainly there are trees down. Inherently, I see some bucket trucks probably trying to do some work on the power lines. There's a line of high voltage lines that kind of go right through here. They do not seem to have been impacted. Of course, there is some decent slack in there so that they can tolerate some of the gustier winds. But it's at least here, it's a fairly localized thing. Markham Woods is traveling through, but there's a definite backup, as maybe there's some looky-loos as opposed to just traveling right through here. But I would say if you don't live in this area, just as Alan had said, and just as the sheriff had said, you don't want to be here. you don't want to be getting in the way of these responders that are trying to make sure everybody's safe. The American Red Cross folks that are trying to make sure everybody has a roof to sleep under tonight, that they have food. Certainly, if this is your home, right, and you look at this house, looks like for the most part relatively unscathed, but you go one house over and it's a little more damage. All of these families are impacted by this to one way, shape, or form. Even if it's just your sense of security. Mother Nature came through on a whim. It was a very well-warned storm, and your first warning weather team had been talking about it for days. But that's one thing.
That's
it's
a big
another
difference
thing to
in
have
their
the
house
safety
now.
of your home, the
They used to have
security
a
of your
massive
bedroom.
tree now.
Kind of touched in one way, shape, or form. And I look at that one or two homes that are so significantly damaged.
Change their
These
life.
people are going to have a rough road ahead emotionally.
That's a
Forget
huge
the
tree
actual
too,
building.
man.
You're talking about everything that you hold so dear. Your pictures, your mementos, thrown around.
I wonder if that'll
it's
reduce
just
their property
something
value, not
so
having
tragic.
the tree.
And so these people are going to have a lot of work to do. And then you add to the fact that the community is responding. I see so many, whether it's fire and ambulance or bucket trucks, whether it's just folks trying to cut down trees so that people can travel to and from their homes. There's such a beautiful community response. And as Mr. Rogers always said, right, look for the helpers. They're out there. We're a couple of hours after the tornado came through here, and already there are so many helpers that are doing what they can. I see
he was more of a helper himself.
Kind of an emergency response vehicle, Seminole County response vehicle, like a command center being set up. They're going to make sure that anyone that was touched by this storm in a negative way has what they need for the short term, and then of course the long-term roadmap goes through as well.
Always see the very best of Central Florida after events like this. We've seen it time and time again over the years, and it's wonderful to see again. Neighbors helping neighbors, people offering these families a place to stay if they need it. And really, we're talking just a
30 minutes lapse from the storm system. The people,
fortunately, they were under the stairs, and God must have saved them, because they're, like I said, you'll see it eventually when they open the streets, but their house is
back open. We also just spoke to another
trees
this afternoon. Again, you can see the live images from Chopper 2.
And we do, and we have no injury
there, and we tried to give people the warning yesterday, letting people the storm was rolling through east of Orlando, and a secondary line to clean up. So the Storm Prediction Center.
Oh, you got to get a hotter chick for your news lady.
But I am expecting most of that rainfall to clear out by 2 o'clock. By 6, 7 o'clock tonight, I'm not concerned about any rainfall.
They switched it up for us.
Through hurricanes, never heard or seen anything like what she experienced.
In July of 2018, he was actually in New Smyrna
That
Beach.
and a minority.
His car got twisted up. This light rain has started to come down, but you can see him actually cutting up the tree, and then he's got some workers here with him as well.
Now you decide to fucking trim your nasty ass looking tree.
And haul them off. So this is just some of the work that's ongoing here in this part.
It got blasted, it hit a car.
Yeah. Talk about how quickly y'all got. I mean, I saw y'all, but he says that he was driving.
And so they're all good. Now I want to show you.
Talking about when I know I'm jumping ahead here, everybody, but I keep thinking about kids watching school in some of these areas that have been most impacted.
Plaza. Oh. Take a BLM Plaza from us.
Google just opened its first retail store in Southern California.
Rich Jamiro takes us inside to show us what makes this location so unique.
Apple has over 500 retail stores worldwide, but Google is taking a more selective approach, opening physical stores in key locations. Now their 6th location is officially open in the LA area. A new place to search for on Google, the company's 6th retail location, now in Santa Monica.
We've always wanted to have another way for our customers to engage with our products.
The store is at the 3rd Street Promenade, also home to an Apple store. It's warm and inviting with a help desk front and center.
It's the first thing you see when you walk in, so we're hoping that that is part of why you come to the store. I think our team really, they are truly experts. And I'm so excited for them to be able to show customers what the magic of our device is.
You can walk in for help or set an appointment. Of course, Pixel phones are the primary sell here. There are also wearables, plus Nest smart home devices and accessories like cases and watch bands. And if you want to geek out on Google gear, they've got you covered there too.
I think one thing we really pride ourselves on is just being helpful. And sometimes that help comes best from a person.
The store can perform simple repairs on site, like screen replacements. They can also swap out devices. There's free Wi-Fi and places to sit, plus artwork that hides a secret.
So this piece is sort of about movement and how we see things.
Be sure to look at it from the front and sides.
It changes color as you move around it.
Google inviting Pixel superfans to the grand opening.
All the colors are included.
I mean, head to toe. I've got the watch, I've got the phone, I've got the buds. I live it, breathe it.
What do you think the advantage of Pixel is?
I would say that it's by far the smartest smartphone that you can buy.
And these other phones where it kind of required a little more setup to get the good picture, but the Pixel camera is just easy, and I can take good pictures of my kids, and so I really appreciate that.
So the store is our way to just get closer to our customer and to provide them a real experience that's more intimate.
Samsung.
Google already has store locations in Mountain View, California, near their headquarters, also New York City, Boston, Chicago, and up next is Austin. I'm Rich DeMuro. That's Rich on Tech.
Okay. The hidden camera found in SoCal criminal trend. Apparently I cut my finger this morning, didn't realize it. Awesome. This guy talked.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Wait.
En installant le conseiller économique Justin Trudeau, a 4th term mondial, ce sont des libéraux de imprimés de la sociale, distraire les. Si Mark Carney a donné son siège social aux États-Unis pour ses propres si donner un qui va mettre entre problèmes. Il faut brave. Thank you very much for coming, everyone. Now in English. The Liberal establishment has installed Justin Trudeau's economic advisor as the next Liberal leader to trick Canadians into giving Liberals a 4th term in power. But he's just like Justin, and he's more of the same. We have the same Liberal MPs, the same Liberal advisors, the same Liberal promises, who will produce the same Liberal results. Doubling housing costs, doubling the debt, doubling lineups at food banks, enriching the global elites at the expense of the working class, and making our economy more helpless and reliant on the Americans than ever before. Now, Mark Carney is trying to hide from his record over the last 5 years of advising Trudeau in favor of raising carbon taxes, money printing inflation, and blocking resource projects, all while he moved his company headquarters and jobs to the United States. You know, it's ironic. Mr. Carney is trying to distract from his many scandals and conflicts of interest, as well as his disastrous record as Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, by talking about Trump. He's the guy that sold out to Trump. 6 days after Donald Trump threatened Canada with tariffs to steal our jobs, Mark Carney announced to Brookfield shareholders that he would move his headquarters from Canada to New York. And when you asked him about it, he lied to your face. We got it in writing, and we proved it. He sold out Canada. He put his profit ahead of our people, and he did exactly what Donald Trump wanted. Never before have we had a Prime Minister so conflicted and compromised, and yet so little scrutinized. Just like when he supported carbon taxes in Canada while investing in American coal. He opposed Canadian pipelines while his company bought Middle East pipelines. He has millions of dollars of financial interests that run against Canada's national interests. He gets rich making Canadians poor. You can be sure about one thing. Donald Trump's going to have a briefing on his desk of all of Mark Carney's American investments. And he is going to leverage all of Carney's profit motive against the interest of the Canadian people. And we know Carney will sell out Canada for his personal profit. He's already done it. He's systematically done it his entire time as a corporate insider. Giving the Liberals a 4th term will not change any of that. Carney puts himself first. Conservatives will put Canada first. Putting Canada first means cutting bureaucracy and taxes. It means passing a big, beautiful, bring-it-home tax cut, lowering tax rates on work, investment, energy, and home building. It means axing the carbon tax for real, for good, for everyone, forever. It means repealing the Liberal No New Pipelines Law C-69, and instead granting rapid permission to our companies to build more pipelines, more natural gas exports, more data centers, mines, and other natural resources to bring home powerful paychecks and production to our people. We need an east-west pipeline, and we need to say it in both French and English. Nous avons besoin d'une pipeline d'un océan de l'ouest à l'est. Dans les deux langues officielles, il faut le dire sans équivoque. Pour briser notre dépendance sur les Américains. We need to break our dependence on the Americans by building east-west pipelines. We need more interprovincial trade. We need to unleash our free enterprise system to reverse the helplessness that the Liberals have caused over the last 10 years of tax and keep it in the ground extremism. More than anything, we need to bring back the Canadian promise. In a country where we trade with each other, we produce our own resources, we build homes for our people, we protect our weak and vulnerable while standing up to the Americans abroad. The Canadian promise is that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything. That hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful home, on a safe street, protected by solid borders and brave troops under a proud flag. Canada. Let's bring it home.
Mr. Poilievre, what economic and diplomatic experience do you have to go up against Donald Trump?
Oh, quite a lot, actually. So I was the Minister of Jobs and Housing in the Harper government, during which time housing cost half as much as it does today. I helped Mr. Harper cut the GST, cut income tax, cut business tax, and balance the budget. Over my time in Parliament, I've been scrutinizing and studying the books on the Public Accounts Committee, the Operations Committee, the Finance Committee. And if you want any proof that my economic ideas are the best, the Liberals are all trying to pretend that they're copying them right before the election. All the big economic questions of the last 5 years, Mark Carney has been wrong and exactly wrong, and I have been right. I said 5 years ago the money printing would cause inflation. He said deflation was on the horizon. I turned out to be right. I said the carbon tax would drive up food prices, and it did. Drove them up 37% faster in Canada than in the United States of America. I was the first parliamentarian to predict that we would have the inflation crisis, while Carney, Freeland, Trudeau, and others were saying that we would not. I was the first one to be, along with my Conservative colleagues, fighting for pipelines. Pipelines now everyone claims that they support after opposing them for the last 10 years. So if Mr. Carney is so smart on economics, how is it that he was so wrong for so long on all of the economic issues? One thing I don't have experience with is taking jobs out of Canada, moving them to the United States, selling out our resource workers to support Middle Eastern resource workers. That's not the kind of experience that I have, but that's not the kind of experience that we want.
Despite what you're saying, recent polls are showing that more Canadians trust Mark Carney to deal with Donald Trump rather than you. Why do you think your message is not cutting through and getting through to Canadians?
Canadians have a choice in the next election. Do they want to give the Liberals a fourth term in power after they drove up housing costs, food prices, and taxes, blocked resource projects, and made us more reliant on Trump's America? Or do they want Canada First Conservatives who will axe taxes, build homes, unleash production of our resources, and bring home paychecks, production, and sovereignty to our country?
Mr. Poilievre, what instructions have you given your caucus members and your candidates about wearing MAGA merchandise or using MAGA slogans?
Well, my instruction is that we should put Canada first. We want to put our country first, stand up for our country against both American aggression, but also against the destructive Liberal policies that have made us helpless and reliant on the U.S. I have also made it clear to my members of Parliament that we should favor bringing jobs back to Canada, not move them to the United States of America as Mark Carney did when he had the chance.
Do you still think we're going to have a carbon tax election, considering Mark Carney says he's going to scrap the consumer one?
We are going to have a carbon tax election because Mark Carney has proposed to add another industrial carbon tax on top of the existing one. In days, Donald Trump could impose tariffs on Canadian steel. At the same time as Mark Carney says that he wants a new carbon tax on Canadian steel. By the way, it's not me that says his tax would apply to steel, it's him. In an interview he gave to CTV in Atlanta, Canada a month ago, he claimed that taxing steel was a great idea because people, he says, don't use steel anymore. Well, this building would come crashing down without steel. Automobiles would be impossible to make without steel. Our civilization is, the bones of our civilization is steel. And Mark Carney wants to bring in a big industrial carbon tax on our steel workers at exactly the same time as Trump plans to tariff our steel. The combination of Trump's tariffs and carbon tax, Carney's tax, would destroy our steel sector and threaten our national security.
Cette taxe carbone dont vous parlez, la portion industrielle qui existe déjà, allez-vous la garder? C'est pas clair.
C'est pas clair qu'il veut. Ce qui est clair, il veut ajouter une deuxième taxe industrielle sur le carbone. C'est pas juste la première qui est déjà en place, c'est une deuxième taxe. Et aussi, il faut souligner qu'il a dit, si je peux me permettre de répondre à la question, il a dit que c'est une deuxième taxe qui va lever des milliards de dollars pour financer un système de crédit extrêmement compliqué. Et en fin de compte, ça va appliquer aussi au Québec, la taxe qu'il propose, parce qu'il a besoin de le faire de façon nationale, il doit expliquer comment nos travailleurs vont compétitionner contre les Américains avec une deuxième taxe carbone sur nos industries à travers le Canada. En ce qui concerne notre programme pour les élections, vous allez le voir après que l'élection est déclenchée.
Last question. What do you think about Doug?
Ask Mr. Harper about Mr. Carney saying that Mr. Harper offered him the post of finance minister.
Mr. Harper confirmed to me that Mark Carney has taken credit for things he has not done, and that if I could, he said that Mr. Carney he was astonished really at how Mark Carney took credit for things he never did. And at the same time, we know this is a pattern for Mr. Carney. He claimed that he helped Paul Martin balance the budget in 1998. Well, Mark Carney wasn't even in the country or working for the government at that time. He didn't join the government as a bureaucrat until 2004. So this is a consistent pattern of Mark Carney lying to the Canadian people. You know what I find interesting about Mark Carney? He doesn't want to take responsibility for the things he actually did, like advising Trudeau for the last 5 years, but he wants to take credit for things he did not do, like managing Canada's financial policies under the Harper government.
I just want to clarify, because Mr. Harper is not, okay.
Boy in the house. Vacation. Vacation's over. Bummer, man. Had a good time. Safe travels. Sorry, I'm just looking at medication for Simon right now. Before, I used to make sure that his medication was in 5% each other, like each dosage was 5% from the other at the most. I've started doing 10%, being okay with the 10% difference. Wasting too many pills, trying to get 5%. Oh, they're still touring, crazy. Don't you have time to listen? Fine. Whatever. Their song was our graduation song for high school. Like so many graduation songs for high school. They're hard times of our lives. Like that. There's not much known about this drug for cats. Is not really for cats or dogs. It's fairly the half-life is much longer in cats.
Our investment in that country can go on indefinitely.
This interaction between protesters and Vice President J.D. Vance.
Do you think Russia can be diplomatic?
A voice straight from hell pesters J.D. Vance with a question.
Diplomatic?
J.D. is continuing to pay the price for not being very nice to Luke Skywalker, Frodo Baggins, and Tony Stark rolled into one, Volodymyr Zelensky.
It was here on Woodburn Avenue where Vice President J.D. Vance was walking his 3-year-old daughter.
When protesters started to follow and shout at them, scaring his young daughter, Vance says he decided to then talk to the protesters, hoping that a conversation that would leave him and his child alone. It was a mostly respectful conversation, but he does not believe any political protest should involve chasing a 3-year-old.
Watch as J.D. keeps his cool around these shrieking leftists.
What do you think it's up to these radios to decide what they want to do?
Well, again, their support, their ability to continue fighting is heavily dependent on the Americans.
Right, so you're yanking for people are dying.
If I stress dying, maybe J.D. will understand me.
We think it's in the best interest of our country, frankly, in the best interest of the Ukrainians to stop. No one has articulated a strategy.
Selling him out? I'm very angry, and you're selling him out.
Absolutely.
Respect, ma'am, I disagree. I think what we're doing is we're actually forcing a diplomatic settlement. If you talk to Joe Biden,
What about the Revolutionary War? We all know if these people were alive back then, they'd be out protesting on behalf of the king.
You're forcing settlement. We're forcing both the Russians and the Ukrainians.
Russia won't settle.
If you're wondering why these people care so much about a country they've probably never been to while their own country spins perilously around the toilet bowl, we must remember this heat map. It explains so much. Please refer to my earlier video for a lesson if you don't recognize this.
You call Trump America's Hitler. What's changed?
Ma'am, now that's a different question. I'm happy. Would you like me to talk about how I've changed my view on Donald Trump from 10 years ago? Because I talked about it a lot during the campaign, and then the American people voted and made me the president of the United States.
He is so good at this. They try so hard to corner him, and they just can't do it.
You've got no integrity. Of integrity in our viewers. Not having any integrity. That's what I expect my kids.
It must be nice to go through life and see that everybody who disagrees with you has no integrity. I have more respect for you. But ma'am, look at my 3-year-old daughter now, and I told you, I talked to you for 5 minutes, and now I did not agree to have my 3-year-old to have people run around and yell at her. And I did talk to you, and I had said, if I talk to you for a few minutes, will you leave my 3-year-old daughter alone? And you said yes. So I'd like you guys to respect that. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
He's pushing his daughter around like that, though. Dangerous. Putting your kid in danger if you're just walking around willy-nilly around some town with her.
ABC's Jay O'Brien. And the government is set to run out of funding on Friday unless lawmakers can reach a deal. House Republicans released their plan to avert a shutdown, but it looks like they'll have to get it passed without any Democratic support before it heads to the Senate. Let's bring in ABC's Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill. Jay, what's in this latest plan, and does it have enough support to pass the full Congress?
Yeah, Speaker Johnson and House Democrats unveiling it over the weekend. This plan extends government funding through the end of the fiscal year into September. But really, one of the most notable things about this is that Speaker Mike Johnson, if he goes forward with this plan, which there is no other option right now, and it goes on the floor for a vote as early as tomorrow, which is what we expect, is going to have to do something here that he's never had to do before, which is avert a government shutdown largely without the help of Democrats. Now, Republicans have had to, or tried to go it alone to avert shutdowns before. They have never been successful because they've never gotten the hardliners in their own party to vote for any temporary government funding measure because they have ideological opposition, those hardliners do, to any kind of temporary extension of government funding. They don't think it's how the government should be funded. So in December, the last time there was a temporary government funding measure, and in September, the time before that, more Democrats voted for the temporary extension of government funding than Republicans did. But now Democrats are saying they have issue with this plan that Mike Johnson has put forward. It doesn't do enough in their view to protect things like Medicaid. Some Democrats have said to me plainly that it's not their government, in their view, to keep open because they have such opposition to what the Trump administration and what Republicans in Congress are doing. So it looks like Mike Johnson is going to have to keep his House Republican conference together in large part to vote for this and can't bank on many Democratic votes. He's got the support here of President Trump to do this. President Trump posted over the weekend that he wants, quote, no dissent from House Republicans here. And we aren't hearing the same level of House Republican opposition we've heard in the past to temporary government funding measures. So things look good for the speaker, but still he's going to have to pull off something here, most likely, Diane, that he hasn't had to before.
Jay, what if they don't reach a deal by Friday?
Well, it has sweeping impacts, of course, across the government. If there is no temporary government funding move by Friday, it would impact the pay of the 3 million or so government workers. Some would work without pay who are in critical jobs like TSA, air traffic control, et cetera. Others would just not be paid and not show up to work. Again, a cascading impact. Troops would go without pay, et cetera. But there isn't a significant appetite up here on Capitol Hill for a government shutdown, Diane, even amongst the hardline Republicans that I talked to. So there is a sense that if Mike Johnson is able to pull this off and able to keep House Republicans together, that if it gets kicked over to the Senate, even if there are some Senate Democrats who have significant opposition to this as well, as House Democrats do, that it will jam the Senate, add additional pressure onto the Senate, and they will have to act in some way, shape, or form to try to avert a shutdown, because, again, there is little appetite up here on Capitol Hill for one.
All right, Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill, thank you.
Yeah.
There is no longer a doubt. The CIA and the FBI rigged 2016 and 2020. Don't be afraid to say it. It's a fact. This agency serves no good purpose anymore. The agency needs to be disbanded. Fire everyone involved in this stuff. Everyone, no excuses. Disband the entity. It is the only way at this point.
Folks, let me just tell you, if you are experiencing imposter syndrome out there, the man you just heard was Dan Bongino. He has spent years criticizing the FBI. He's been spreading far-right conspiracy theories, and he's soon going to be the number 2 at that very same agency. One could argue, I would, he's unqualified. You put that imposter syndrome in your pocket, because look at Dan Bongino. This is all after, though. He's not going to go to the FBI until after he winds down his right-wing podcast that is ending next week. And unlike every other deputy director that came before him in the agency's history, Bongino will be the first to have never worked a day at the FBI. Joining me now is someone that actually knows something about the FBI is Frank Flaguzzi. He's MSNBC's senior national security analyst, and he's a former FBI official. Frank, I don't even know what to say.
I hear the frustration in your voice, and I can tell you it's being echoed throughout much of the FBI community, certainly my own thoughts. Look, it's sad that what I'm about to say, which is that his lack of qualifications professionally is the least of my concerns. What is my chief concern is that we now have with him 2 conspiracy theorist leading the FBI. He has repeatedly claimed that the FBI planned and executed the insurrection on January 6th, as you just played, that indeed they rigged the presidential election, on and on. Oh, how about this? That the FBI knows who planted the pipe bombs the night of January 5th before the insurrection, but won't tell us. So I'm eager for his podcast to wrap up so he can get into office and divulge who it was that planted those pipe bombs. Here's the problem. He hates the FBI. He openly disdains it. He's called for it to be dismantled. And he doesn't clearly understand the role the FBI plays in keeping us safe from terrorists and spies and organized crime. He does not seem to get that. He spent 2 years as a cop. He did 12 years as a Secret Service agent and then left mid-career, which is relatively rare. And now he's got to lead the organization that he disdains. That's not a recipe for good leadership, and I wish him the best. I want him to succeed. I spent 25 years there. I know what the FBI does every day, even as we speak, Simone. There's a surveillance team somewhere in the United States looking at a potential terrorist who may or may not be executing a terror attack right now that they're going to prevent. He's going to get briefed on that week one, on all of the threats to the country. And when he says things like, you know, they need to go work drugs. Yeah, the FBI does work drugs on a transnational organized crime level, but the top priorities of the FBI are countering terrorism, countering foreign spies, countering cyber attacks, civil rights, corruption. None of that's getting mentioned by him or Kash Patel, which worries me because it seems to me they just think the FBI should be out there working street crime. They don't get it.
You know, Frank, I am glad that you made the point that it's not just that he hasn't, the reason he's unqualified, if you will, isn't just because he hasn't worked at the FBI before, even though the past two FBI deputy directors have had I think they came to the role with more than 35 years combined experience in the agency. And you just made some of these points there, but you also wrote about this on MSNBC.com, that there are many reasons why Bongino is the wrong pick to help lead the FBI. But, you know, you understand what it is, Frank. Therefore, he's the pick. He's not going anywhere, and that is why you wish him well. I am concerned, though, about the conspiracy theories. It's one thing when you are saying something on a podcast, but it's an entirely another thing when you have the intel and the information, when you know what is true and what is, in fact, a lie, a conspiracy theory, yet you continue to spout the things anyway. I am not optimistic that Bongino is all of a sudden going to have a change of heart once he sees the intel. But what are folks within the FBI hoping for? Do they think that just the sheer magnitude of the job will have some effect on him?
Well, I hate to say this, but what they think is the sheer magnitude of the job is going to weigh too heavily on him, that he's not ready for this. What he's about to do is run the day-to-day operations of the FBI. What will be on his desk and briefed to him 2-3 times a day are the most high-profile, most complex, most dangerous cases the FBI is working around the world, and they're not certain, based on his track record, what he has already told us, who he told us he is, that he can get this and do it right and not fake it. You know what his response was to this? On his podcast, he said, I know people are unsure, you know, because I'm this guy that yells and rants on a podcast, but I'm telling you, I've got all kinds of different skill sets. You could be a Little League coach and a teacher at the same time. You could be a parent and something else at the same time. He doesn't get it. Those are different skill sets, but they're not about who you are as a person and your values. If who you are is someone who believes lies and doesn't value facts and evidence, you're not fit to run an FBI that is all about facts and evidence.
Well, the Department of Homeland Security is using polygraphs on employees to determine who might be leaking information about immigration operations, according to 4 sources familiar with the practice.
The DHS officials are upset that ICE arrest numbers have been lower than expected, and they're blaming it on leaks to the media revealing where they plan to carry out operations.
NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen's been following this. He joins us with the latest. John, good morning. So what exactly do we know about this issue and how these polygraphs are being carried out?
Hey, good morning, guys. As my kids would say, no cap on the lie detectors. They are being employed right now by DHS broadly to try to stop leakers. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem has said that they are going to prosecute people who have been found to leak. Of course, the science behind polygraphs is not exactly settled. There are U.S. security agencies that employ polygraphs from time to time, including the Secret Service. But this is absolutely creating a chilling effect beyond, sort of beyond the immigration raids and beyond the ICE agency itself, but farther throughout DHS. I spoke to somebody who's worked there for a long time this last week who said, that they're going to go dark now. They're not going to talk to reporters at all anymore because it's just not worth it, even though they were not talking about immigration issues.
John, a couple questions here. First, does HHS have an official response to some of this reporting? And then also just give us some historical perspective here. Have we seen tests like this carried out in the past?
Yeah, so the response of DHS officials is yes. We've seen that from Secretary Noem. We've seen it from her spokesperson, Tricia McLaughlin. Basically, they have said they can and will use these polygraphs to figure out who's leaking information. There's every agency has its own rules, has its own laws, but there is a history of this within the U.S. government. It's not something new. It doesn't tend to be, about leaks to reporters always. There are other reasons to use polygraphs within an agency to determine who's telling the truth or who's lying about various things when there are, for instance, internal investigations.
John, I know at this point, is this right, that 2 employees have been accused so far of leaking information? What do we know about their situations?
So that's what Secretary Noem has said. I'm not up on exactly who these people are, or what they're accused of leaking, and what the evidence of that is. So might have to wait a little bit longer to find out just the specifics of that.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app, or follow us on social media.
Kitties. A kitty story here.
Room at the Motel 6 just off of Northeast 14th Street in Des Moines, where officers seized 52 cats and a dog and arrested their owners.
The investigation started on January 3rd. Des Moines police were called out to Unit 221 at the Motel 6, where they found 9 dead cats in, quote, various stages of decomposition, owned by Melissa Leverich and her son, Damon Chaplin.
The first thing that hits you is the odor in the room.
During that visit, they also impounded 32 cats they say were living in extremely poor conditions, including flea infestations. Pictures filed as exhibits in a petition show the living conditions. Cats everywhere you look. Officers allowed them to keep 5 cats and a dog that was also living in the motel room, as long as Leverich and Chaplin got the animals proper veterinarian care.
And when we went back, we found that she'd actually acquired more cats.
During a follow-up about a week later, officers found there were now 20 additional cats living in the room. At that time, all the cats and dogs were surrendered by Leverich and Chaplin and taken to the ARL. Court documents show this is the second time Leverich has faced legal trouble for harboring excessive animals. In 2023, she was issued a city code violation for possessing 36 cats in the same motel room.
We understand when we investigate these cases that there is, a odd compassion that the people think they're sharing for these animals by bringing them in out of the elements, but it just gets to that point where it gets away from them and it gets too far out there for them to handle.
Both Leverich and Chaplin are being held at the Polk County Jail, each of them on a $4,000 cash bond. In Des Moines, Bo Bowman, KCCI 8 News.
That's going to be the dude with the snow kitty cam soon. Cats are going to be eating each other. So many of them.
Video of an Indianapolis arrest by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is going viral, with many saying ICE agents went too far. Agents forcibly removed 2 Honduran men from their van during a traffic stop. But it's not clear what probable cause led to the stop or the arrest. News 8's Raina Rebel breaks down the video, which some community members say illustrates that the escalating crackdown on undocumented immigrants is happening in Indiana. Raina.
Yes, Tim. Well, this viral video shows ICE agents getting into a tense confrontation with 2 men on February 28th. Their loved ones say they were just on the way to work around 9 in the morning when they were pulled over at the intersection of 29th and I-65.
Police, open the door. Yeah, okay. Open the door.
This is the moment ICE agents confront 2 Honduran nationals in their car. The agent in the plaid shirt grips the passenger's wrist and aims a weapon at him. The frightened driver records the scene, pleading in Spanish to know why they've been pulled over. The agents don't answer and just keep demanding they open the door.
As if these motherfuckers don't know why they're getting pulled over. You know what I mean? No, this is what they're being trained to do by fucking Democrats to make the lives of agents harder, dude. They tell them, ask when you're being pulled over, ask to speak to a lawyer, and tell them don't give him any information.
Tensions rise as officers from ATF and Homeland Security arrive. That's when the passenger is forcefully removed from the van and pinned to the ground. The footage was posted by a friend of one of the men. She says she was shocked at the immediate use of excessive force.
The men
get out of the car.
They didn't read him their rights. They kept asking what they did.
You don't have to get read your rights to be detained, lady.
Aren't telling him anything. They were saying bad, not so great words in Spanish to these men when they were asking like what they did, and they were trying to comply. I mean, if anything, they should have.
They were trying to comply by not getting out of the van when he asked them to get out. That's how they were trying to comply. I see.
They said, hey,
they had to get multiple different agencies there trying to get them out of the fucking van. They still didn't come out, but they were trying to comply.
Over for such and such. This is what we need you to do. And none of these men had weapons. Like, I don't understand why they would have.
How do they know what the fuck they have in the goddamn van? They didn't even have weapons. They should have known they didn't have any weapons on them. Duh. Why would they? They do less crime because they're migrants. Of course they don't have weapons.
Weapons drawn on these people.
Public records show that neither man faces criminal charges from the traffic stop. I spoke with the passenger's wife who says her husband entered the U.S. on a possibly expired work permit and does not know why he was targeted. She is hoping for a safe return as he is the main provider for their family and supports treatment for their handicapped 3-year-old daughter.
It's been well known that in Indiana, the ICE agency for our location is severely understaffed. So raids have not been happening, but we also haven't heard really much action other than them picking up people with detainers at the jails. And that's kind of the rhetoric that's been being pushed at the state house as well when we're hearing these bills, controversial bills. And now we're seeing this type of behavior, and I feel like it's going to cause more panic. Because it's clearly more than what they've stated that they're doing.
Both men were booked into the Marion County Jail and later transferred to an immigration holding facility.
But we want to try to stay as calm as possible and lean into those connections and community resources that we have to, if there are any questions at all.
Now, as of Sunday night, the driver remains at that facility, but the passenger was moved to Illinois, then to a processing facility in Louisiana. His wife expects they will be deported to Honduras as soon as Monday. I'm Raina Revel for Wish TV, wishtv.com, or follow us on Facebook for updates.
The trip.
A student activist at New York's Columbia University has been arrested by federal immigration agents, and Canada will soon swear in a new prime minister. Good morning, I'm Corva Coleman from
paid for by the
News.
federal
Here
government.
are today's top stories. A student activist who helped lead pro-Palestinian student protests at Columbia University in New York has been arrested by federal immigration agents. A lawyer for Mahmoud Khalid said he was taken away and his location has not been disclosed. Khalid is a legal permanent resident of the U.S. but was told his green card is being revoked. NPR's Adrian Florido reports this is in line with a vow from President Trump.
In late January, President Trump signed an executive order that he said would be used to go after students who participated in his words, the pro-jihadist protests. It directed federal agencies to work toward deporting international students who participated. The order cited federal law that allows deporting foreign nationals who express support for terrorism. Students have always rejected the claim that their protests were pro-terrorist or that they supported Hamas's 2023 attack on Israel. They say the protests were for peace in Gaza.
NPR's Adrian Florido reporting. House Republicans are shoring up support for a stopgap government funding bill. It's backed by President Trump. The measure largely keeps the government funded by using last year's budget numbers. House Democrats say they will oppose it. NPR's Susan Davis says Congress only has until the end of the week to pass spending legislation or the government will partially shut down.
The House is expected to vote on Tuesday, and if they can't pass a bill, the shutdown becomes exponentially more likely by Friday. If they can pass that hurdle, a handful of Democrats are still going to be necessary to get it through the Senate. At least one of those Democrats, Pennsylvania's John Fetterman, has indicated he'll be on board. It's unclear if others will be. And Trump is already trying to put the blame on Democrats if there is a shutdown. But I think that's going to be a bit of a hard sell when it's his party that controls all the levers here and have also made clear that Democrats didn't have a seat at the table.
NPR's Susan Davis reporting. President Trump says the reciprocal tariffs he plans to impose next month might just be the beginning. NPR's Tamara Keith reports the president says there could be some pain ahead for the U.S. economy.
Trump made the comments in a sit-down interview on the Fox News program Sunday Morning Futures with Maria Bartiromo.
Are you expecting a recession this year?
I hate to predict things like that. There is a period of transition because what we're doing is very big. We're bringing wealth back to America. That's a big thing. And there are always periods of, it takes a little time.
He dismissed concerns raised by business leaders that the on-again, off-again tariffs in recent weeks have created uncertainty, saying that's just a talking point. Tamara Keith, NPR News.
The Trump administration's cost-cutting effort is looking at shedding hundreds of federal government buildings. That could include selling them or canceling leases. NPR's Stephen Fowler says this will affect taxpayers.
Almost all of these buildings are actually outside of D.C., and a lot of them provide public services. I mean, think about how many people need to interact with the IRS and Social Security. There are more than 100 buildings on this list from those two agencies. There's also disparate impact on rural areas like the Farm Service Agency and Forest Service within the Agriculture Department, and Interior Department bureaus like the National Parks and the Fish and Wildlife Service.
NPR's Stephen Fowler reporting. Canada will soon swear in a new prime minister. Mark Carney won the race to lead Canada's governing Liberal Party yesterday. Under Canada's parliamentary system, Carney will take over from outgoing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, also a Liberal. But Carney is expected to soon call national elections. In a speech to fellow party members, he identified a threat to Canada's prosperity.
Donald Trump, as we know, has put, as the Prime Minister just said, unjustified tariffs on what we build, on what we sell, on how we make a living. He's attacking Canadian families, workers, and businesses, and we cannot let him succeed.
President Trump imposed 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico last week. Then he gave U.S. automakers a one-month reprieve. The following day, he then suspended most of the tariffs on Canada and Mexico. He kept tariffs of 20% in place on China. The Chinese government hit back today with 10 to 15% tariffs on imports of U.S. agricultural goods. President Trump is predicting, quote, some very big things this week in Saudi Arabia. NPR's Tamara Keith reports that's where U.S. diplomats will meet with Ukrainian officials to discuss a possible end to the war with Russia.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is leading the U.S. delegation. Trump, speaking on Air Force One, said he's looking for signs that Ukraine is ready for peace.
I think everybody wants to see it get done. We're going to make a lot of progress, I believe, this week.
Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, but in recent weeks, Trump has blamed Ukraine for the war and feuded with the country's president in the Oval Office with cameras rolling.
You know, I say they don't have the cards. Nobody really has the cards. Russia doesn't have the cards. They don't have. What you have to do is you have to make a deal, and you have to stop the killing.
European leaders have rallied around Ukraine. Tamara Keith, NPR News.
Thousands of people rallied in Selma, Alabama this weekend for the 60th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. On that day, peaceful protesters marched for the right to vote and were beaten by state troopers. Troy Public Radio's Emily Mosier reports that yesterday, activists reenacted the peaceful march.
What do we want? Voting rights. When do we want them? Now!
On that first Bloody Sunday in 1965, black protesters marched for the right to vote. 6 decades later, participants are continuing the tradition. Here's Rose Smith from Atlanta.
My ancestors were here before me. They paved the way for me to be here. And I hear them crying from the grave. You belong here.
This weekend, marchers criticized President Donald Trump's recent ban on DEI programs. So did Representative Shamari Figures.
We got to stick together because say whatever you want to about the Republicans and Donald Trump, you cannot call them not unified.
The day concluded with a benefit concert for the National Voting Rights Museum. For
You're still alive.
News, I'm Emily Mosier in Selma, Alabama.
I'm Corva Coleman, NPR News. A student activist at New York's Columbia University.
I think the easiest way we can kind of just ask this is, do Americans like the way that Trump's handling his job and compare it to how they felt about Joe Biden? So this is the net approval rating. You look at Joe Biden back in 2024, he was 22 points underwater. Holy cow. You look at Donald Trump, it's just a different planet entirely. I mean, the gulf between these two is wider than the Gulf of America or Mexico, depending on which side of the aisle you stand on. He's at +2. So look, at this particular point, Americans are giving Donald Trump the benefit of the doubt. He's doing considerably better than Joe Biden was doing on the handling of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And so on this simple question, I think Americans are saying, okay, Donald Trump's doing all right on this.
What about specifically on how they feel about bringing the war to an end?
Yeah, okay. So, you know, look, questions on this can be quite complicated, but I think this kind of gets at sort of where the American trend line is. Americans on the Russia-Ukraine war want a quicker end of the war, but Russia keeps its captured land. Look at this, 50%. Bare majority coming in here. Support Ukraine's right to fight, even if it means a longer war. That's at 48. This is very, very close. But the trend line on this question is so important because that want a quick end of the war. Look at this. You go back to August of 2022, it was at 31%. Now we're at 50%. I mean, that is a rocket ship upwards in terms of the Americans who want a quick end to the war, even if it means Russia keeps the captured Ukraine land. Americans are moving closer and closer to wanting a compromise, even if it means that Ukraine doesn't really get what it set out to want, at least at the beginning of this war.
CNN been made to actually report the news? They're still talking about this.
Well, breaking right now, the Trump DHS is launching a new self-deportation app for illegal immigrants, giving those in the U.S. illegally an incentive to cooperate. And Bill Melugin is live in L.A. with more. Hi, Bill.
Dana, good morning to you. So this is pretty remarkable. The Trump administration has taken that controversial CBP-1 cell phone app for migrants that the Biden administration was using, and they've repurposed it into a self-deportation app that is officially launching today. And we're getting an exclusive first look at it. Take a look. The app is now called CBP Home. It allows illegal aliens in the U.S. to register to self-deport. They fill out biographical information, including their countries of citizenship, which country they plan to return to, their alien registration numbers, their contact information, and it allows them to upload photos of.
What sucks about this is just like that lady that Nick was interviewing yesterday. She wants to go back home. She's like, yeah, I'm gonna go back to Venezuela whenever I get done doing what I'm doing here. Like, this is just a lot of them wanted to come here for vacation and just to go back home, and they're getting it all for free now. Pretty wild. Some of them are getting exactly what they want.
Themselves to confirm their identity. All of it is then submitted to CBP and they leave the country. Now you might be asking yourself, well, why would an illegal immigrant want to self-deport? Well, DHS says if they leave now, they will have the opportunity to return to the U.S. legally in the future and chase the American dream. But if they don't leave, they will be found, arrested, detained, and deported with a permanent ban on entry into the United States. In a statement to Fox News, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem said in part, quote, the Biden administration exploited the CBP-1 app to allow more than 1 million aliens to illegally enter the United States. With the launching of the CBP Home app, we are restoring integrity to our immigration system. If they don't self-deport, we will find them, deport them, and they will never return. The Biden administration's use of the CBP-1 app allowed more than 40,000 migrants to come into the U.S. at a port of entry every single month. That totaled nearly 1 million migrants by the end of his presidency. President Trump terminated that app immediately upon taking office, leading to scenes like this, showing migrants dismayed at the border on the day of his inauguration as they learned their CBP-1 appointments were canceled and were never coming back. And DHS tells me that any migrants who had that CBP-1 app on their phone will see it automatically update to this new self-deportation app starting today. And DHS can also use the data from the prior CBP-1 registrations to track migrants for removal. So in a nutshell, Dana, Trump just took Biden's program, which was bringing migrants in, and has now totally repurposed it to get them out. We'll send it back to you.
And I started hearing some radio ads that were mirroring some of the ads from the new secretary on cable. Now they're now on radio, and they're going to be in those countries as well and targeting them so that they know not to come or to go ahead and get themselves out of the country. Thank you, Bill.
Yep.
Everybody gets to see that it was the president that could have changed it all along. Fucking Mayorkas. I don't know. We can't do anything about it. Okay, we gotta fix the legislation. Can't do anything about it. My hands are tied. Gotta let them in. We gotta process them. Idiot. My God. And be the whole world, dude. If America votes for a Democrat on the next election for president, they've forgotten that quickly. That'd be crazy, won't it? Time it'll be different. Couldn't say the word good by itself on YouTube. Wow. Okay, there. All right. I tried too, wouldn't let me. Yep. Can't say the word good on YouTube. Pomegranate juice.
Hi,
Pomegranate
Hi,
juice.
sweetie pie. What you doing? Hi.
Extra oxidating.
Hi.
Antioxidant.
Here. Separate. Hey, if you want me to mop, I don't want to mop it. You want me to mop?
It tastes like wine.
How about that? Is the mop already ready?
Oh.
Okay, are you
Oh,
using
you
white
can't have
mop
it.
or the spin mop? Okay. So everything. All right, yep, I'll do that. All right,
I was a good boy. I had 3 eggs, oatmeal, cucumbers, peppers, and pomegranate juice. I was a good boy.
Okay, here. Here you go. What, Connie? Hold on. Hold on.
We got our Citrical Plus here. Boom! The horse pills.
I'll clean it up.
You know, everyone should actually take calcium and vitamin D every day. Calcium is one of those things, man. It's kind of hard to get 100% daily value of it without supplementing. I don't know how people do it, actually. You have to eat so much eggshells or whatever.
Hold on, Connie. What? Hold on. Hold on,
You have to eat so much cheese that you'd be a lard ass.
Hold on. Gotta clean something up and then I'll pick you up. Hi.
I have to take it for osteoporosis, but like most people actually take it.
What do you want? What do you want? Okay, hi guys.
If milk and cheese wasn't fortified with extra calcium, I hardly need it. How much? I know they put vitamin D in it. It helps to absorb the calcium that's in the milk. How much calcium is put in it? How much? Many Americans, particularly children, adolescents, and women, don't get enough calcium in their diets alone, and many are not meeting the recommended daily dose. Do you take calcium specifically, though? Recommended daily intake is 1,000 to 1,200 milligrams a day. It's actually a pretty large amount. I have to take 4 of those pills a day. The recommended daily dose of calcium. This was a study done in 2024. As the study provides a national representative estimate of the calcium intake level and its sources among the U.S. population aged 2 years or older over a 20-year period, 1999 to 2018. A large portion of the U.S. population has insufficient calcium intake. The trends in more recent years were more concerning. Overall, more than 40% of the U.S. population do not meet the calcium requirements from diet alone. The study done in that was in 2015. U.S. Department of Agriculture. Calcium is designed a nutrient public health concern. In 2015 and 2020 dietary guidelines for Americans because it's underconsumed by certain subpopulations because of importance in health. Calcium status must be assessed throughout the dietary surveys because cholesterol is highly regulated. Dietary surveys show that many Americans are not meeting the dietary requirements, especially older children, adolescents, and women. Overall, more than 40% of the U.S. population do not meet the calcium requirements from diet alone. Accounting for intake from all sources, including calcium, multi-nutrient supplements, calcium-containing supplements were taken by 26% of the population. Total usual calcium intakes for female adolescents 19, older women over 60, still below the age specific. We also had a higher calcium density.
There's no way that that timer on that washer is right.
Vitamin D is even worse.
It just went out, didn't it?
High prevalence of vitamin D inadequacy in the population. 81% of children and adolescents aged 2 to 18 and 95% of adults not meeting year 24.
Well, yeah, finally clicked. Yeah. But it's been saying a minute.
Wow.
I'm like,
95% of adults aren't meeting their vitamin D.
But it eventually does spin out. Did you do the lint trap too?
Yep.
Yep.
I don't know if that's right or
My
not.
stepdaughter, that's what she always says. Yep. Yep.
I like that one commercial where that guy is, I think it's, I don't know if it's a car commercial or something. The guy is talking to his two daughters at the counter or the island. Yeah. And he's
vitamin D's in it too.
Bro, and this and that. He uses all their
language.
Yeah, and it's driving them bananas. It's hilarious.
Also underconsumed.
All right, it must be out of them now.
Potassium
I'll be right
underconsumed.
back.
Vitamin A.
Remind them guys, I gotta check their calming thing that you plug in.
All vitamins. We're all
Because when they run out, you want to return them.
American farmers are facing new retaliatory tariffs on many products they send to China. The measures beginning Monday include an extra 15% duty on chicken, wheat, corn, and cotton, as well as 10% on items including beef and
I'll just call it doo-doo.
The Chinese government announced the tariffs last week, shortly after President Trump raised tariffs on Chinese products for the second time since he took office in January. Trump indicated tariffs are needed on imports from China to allow the U.S. to rebuild its industrial sector and generate tax revenue for the federal budget. Some American farmers say they're worried escalating trade tensions could make it harder to sell their products abroad. Beijing says that goods that had already been shipped before Monday and imported by April 12th would not be subject to the new tariffs. Because crops like soybeans, wheat, and corn typically travel by sea, which means that China's customs officials will actually collect few tariffs until shipments arrive in China after leaving the U.S. on Monday or later. Meanwhile, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's newly chosen successor, Mark Carney, is standing by Canada's retaliation against the U.S. President Donald Trump says tariffs on some Canadian and Mexican goods scheduled for April 2nd, quote, could go up. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick says duties on steel and aluminum imports are set to start Wednesday. He acknowledges some prices might rise in the U.S., but Trump says any pain would be short term. For Straight Arrow News, I'm Kara Rucker. For all your latest news headlines, download the Straight Arrow News.
Most people don't have much to worry about with their bones. Women do. And have more to worry about. I do because I'm already below baseline. Like severely. Should be working out more to get my bone density up. That 1,200 or 1,000? Women are supposed to get a little bit more. Women are supposed to get 1,200. I get the full 1,200. I get the women's dose. I don't even take multivitamins. All I take is a calcium. I say Citrical Plus. I buy myself. I could get free vitamins from the VA. Like, if I wanted, I could get free calcium, free vitamin D. But I prefer to have Citrical because it's calcium citrate versus calcium carbonate. It's a bigger pill, but it's more bioavailable, so it's easier for the body to turn it into bone than the calcium carbonate. But you gotta take more of it. A bigger pill for it to, and it also causes less stomach upset and, I don't know, symptoms. I mainly get it in hopes that the bone will absorb it easier. Like, I know the VA is probably not going to give me the top of the line vitamin, calcium carbonate. Plus, my bone density scans kept coming back kind of bad, calcium carbonate, so I decided to buy my own calcium vitamin D. Is it a multivitamin? Has it? Here's y'all. We got the antibiotics Zitergy, $50 eighth. I usually cost you $45. Yeah, $50 eighth. Minus 10% veterans discount. Plus 30% tax. How much does eighth cost? Not bad. It's not bad weed. Doesn't taste like I'm smoking on a fucking twig like that Jack Hare did. Apparently Jack Hare is supposed to taste like that though. Woody is one of the tasty notes I read for it. Woody. So if I ever see Woody again on a tasty note profile for weed, I'm definitely not getting it. Sorry. I don't want to smoke incense sticks. Ever. Any weed that has a woody taste profile should just be discontinued. So this is him dismantling BLM. Where are all the protesters at? Where's Antifa at out there screaming out Black Lives Matter? Black Lives, why aren't they throwing shit at them, screaming Black Lives Matter? They would have been 4 years ago for sure. Bro, these construction workers would have had to have like bulletproof vests on 4 years ago. They're trying to take this down. Oh, they're actually like taking some shit down though. Why are they having to do all this? They had just made it something else? The stanchion? Oh, there they are. There is a BLMer. Which one's? It's a fucking old white lady. What is going on in the world? Minute Maid sign. What a fucking weirdo, dude. By herself. Yo, you might be part of the problem, lady, if there's no one even there with you. Dumbass. Dude, if you don't stop doing that, I'm gonna fuck you up, dude. And you're gonna miss one of them jumps in a minute. Test me out. I will fucking get you before you make it. You're gonna regret that jump. It's... falling into my shirt, that's the problem. I don't climb up the chair like that anyway. I just don't get why they had to waste all this money and manpower to take. Well, could they have just painted over it? And make this some other thing where people could hang out? Could have just made it. I guess it would always have had that BLM. You gotta start over. Yeah. There are many black people on the crew. Oh yeah, there is. Well, there's a black safety officer watching it have it too. I wonder what they think about it. It'd be nice to know what they think about it. The black dudes that are taking it apart. I don't care what the white people think. Neither here nor there. I don't care if they want it or no. I do care. I wonder what the black people think about it. If they think that it's like an injustice to them. Oh, there are probably people talking about it. TikTok or some shit. Hold up.
The big letters leading straight to the White House. This place came to be in 2020. In 2025, it could all go away.
Wow, I don't even have words.
Oh, that's bad news. They need to keep that.
I think we have a lot of other issues in this country to worry about.
We all matter. No race, no colors, or nothing. We all matter. So if you take that away, you're taking away a whole memory of everybody that lived for this.
Andrew Clyde, a congressman from
This
Georgia, a couple
motherfucker
days ago,
acting like we fought the Civil War over BLM Square or some shit. Meanwhile, they're actually taking down Confederate soldiers in parks. Yeah, you got all the people that died. All the George Floyds that died for this.
legislation essentially giving D.C.
Floyd, I'm sorry.
an ultimatum. Rename this plaza as Liberty Plaza. Take all the signs down. Take anything that says Black Lives Matter Plaza down, in person or online, or we withhold federal funding from the city of Washington, D.C. So Mayor Bowser came out, issued a statement saying, we have long considered Black Lives Matter Plaza's evolution, and the plaza will be part of D.C.'s America 250 mural project, where we will invite students and artists to create new murals across all 8 wards.
Yeah. That's always going to be a black student, though, probably. I was going to make sure a black student has that part, that one, so everybody knows that that's the black person's artwork. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, she is a black mayor, so I can see her wanting that. I mean, because if I were a white mayor in a predominantly white town like DC is not, but if it were, you know what I mean, maybe I'd want to flex my shit a little bit too and be like, yeah, we got it, we still got a white area, that's the white artist area, motherfuckers, you know that guy over there is white. Because what do you think they're, look at DC demographics. Here, I'll show you, because you're probably ignorant of the fact. More than likely are ignorant of the facts because you're fucking just a regular American, you know. Around here, boy. Look at these fucking numbers here, boy. Looking at 40.9% black or African American in Washington, D.C. Definitely disproportionately represented compared to the rest of the United States. Not make up 40% of our country. Contrary to popular belief, white people make up 37% of DC, 38%. So them feeling the need to flex their blackness in a predominantly black city with a black mayor would just be fucking weird. So yeah, maybe she did need to back down a little bit on that one. By the way, it looks like black people have been leaving DC for some reason. 9% change, 2010 to 2020. Look at them in 2000, though, 60%. They've had a straight hiatus, or where is it where they all leave, man? 20% of them have left in 20 years or 25 years. Wow. Like, not 20%, no. More than 20% of them have left. 20% of the population of them, though. Man. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Where are they going? Where are all the black people going? 340,000 to 282. But the white population went up in DC by a fucking ton. 20 years. Over 100,000. Almost doubled the white population in DC. Huh. Well, interesting. Looks to me like they need to get all Rashard Johnson out there. Get them to start playing some chess.
Yo, we losing. We're losing.
Checkers, we should be playing chess. I do, I'm sorry.
Let's just run at him. Let's just run at him. Let's run at him.
Had to me out, didn't you?
We got crowbars. We got crowbars.
That's a different night, though.
Who the fuck pays for this? Do I talk to the police department? How does this work?
Talk to George Soros. He's the one that started all of this bullshit. George Soros.
Crowbar night was the same night as the human beings chick. She's trying to scream about how they were human beings. They were treating them like they were animals. You just pooped though? What'd you do? Get Gosh, he was scared of being up there.
Dear Santa, I wanna. I'll get the Funyun. It was.
Let's break this down step by step.
Winner! We just won.
Good. Early. I can absolutely always sing fun to rhyme. Just not right now. But thanks for asking me. And it's fun to sing a saucy.
Zigazoo, the world's largest social network for
Halloween is coming. But are you ready for it? Halloween is coming.
That one dude watched, I guess, and he recorded what he's watching.
Want the same mods for free? Let's go. A psycho scene. Like in the shower.
What the fuck is this guy, though?
Disco.
Watches this guy? Retarded guy watches this guy. You're gonna inside look at what a special needs person
super popular squish
to
effect
watch.
lately?
Here's a little secret, you probably already knew it. Something from me to you.
What the fuck is this, though?
I'm gonna keep on doing my shit till I'm 102. Fanny the octopus is having fishy fish.
I could have been doing this all this time, man. Can you imagine? I'd be a superstar by now.
Fanny the octopus.
Oh, dude.
Looks more like a cracker.
I missed the train.
kind of diplomacy. JD, you are speaking about. What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
You are in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
I am telling you, you will feeling good.
You're gambling with World War III. During the war, everybody has problems, even you. But you have nice ocean. You don't. You're gambling country, trying to save.
What song? Sorry. Why is this news again?
Since 2023, Nasrallah, also known as the Houthis,
how many times is this gonna be news?
International commercial vessels and U.S. service members in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden, while sparing Chinese-flagged ships. Houthi attacks have severely harmed economies the world over and contributed to global inflation by forcing cargo ships to take a more circuitous and expensive route around Africa. The State Department has designated the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization, which identifies them as a threat to U.S. interests, including our personnel in the Middle East, the safety of our closest regional partners, and the stability of global maritime trade. This designation demonstrates America's ironclad commitment to eliminate the Houthis' capabilities and operations and end their attacks in the Red Sea.
Look at Rusty though, dude. I don't like it. Yo, bro, fucking Taylor must have voted for Harris. That's all I gotta say, because that dude, Taylor Berry, hasn't been by since the election. Not one time. Apparently him and a bunch of his shipmates actually wanted Harris to win. Seems like. Kind of blown away, dude. Maybe he's dating a black chick. Something weird, man.
Welcome back to CBS News 24/7. So it's just in its early stages, but the Department of Justice is investigating major U.S. egg producers. The allegation is price fixing. The probe comes as bird flu continues to wipe out flocks, and as you see at the grocery store, maybe even at the restaurant, egg prices are soaring to record highs. So let's talk about it. Let's go to CBS News Department of Justice reporter Jake Rosen. Good to see you, Jake, on a Monday. So what led the DOJ to now going after major egg producers?
Well, that's right. After a memo by Farm Action, which is a farm advocacy group, they had submitted a similar complaint to the Biden administration in 2023 and re-upped that complaint to the Trump administration recently, basically accusing the egg industry and avian industry of price gouging. And now, obviously, back in 2023, the situation with bird flu was not nearly where it is today, but it's certainly noteworthy that while the Trump administration says that they're doing a lot on actually, the price of groceries, this is one potential way for them to potentially bring them down if they find any real and noteworthy and credible allegations to go after. Now, it should be noted that, this is very broad in terms of actually what we know right now. A source with knowledge familiar in the Justice Department said that they launched it because of this request to look into at least one specific major egg supplier across the U.S. We'll see if that really gets expanded or really it's just a response to a complaint by an outside group, like it appears like what we have.
All right, so let's pivot to a new order from a judge regarding 17 federal watchdogs. They were recently fired. What's the latest on that?
Well, that's right. A number of these watchdogs, again, agency head watchdogs, so think about the Justice Department, think about Health and Human Services. Early in the Trump administration, a number of them were fired over the weekend. I believe it was in the first week of the Trump administration. They have sued to keep their jobs, but so far, the case has not actually gotten in front of a judge for a substantive argument. An argument got pushed back from that was supposed to be tomorrow to the end of March. So for now, the Trump administration will be able to keep these people out of their jobs. They were ordered to be fired by the White House, specifically firing these people who are usually seen as independent agency heads, and you saw it last night on 60 Minutes and last week with Hampton Dellinger, that special counsel, who basically was in ethics broadly, an ethics and whistleblower watchdog, who was fired, sued to keep his job, had some initial success in the early rounds of court arguments, got his job back, and then was struck down, and late Thursday into Friday dropped his legal case, saying that basically by the time the Supreme Court ruled on it, the Trump administration would be able to put someone else in these jobs, and basically his return would be mute, which I think is really what the worry would be for any of these independent agency heads.
Okay, so there's also been an update on President Trump's executive order that bans transgender military members. What do we know about that?
Oh, what? Oh.
Yeah, there's going to be another hearing tomorrow in that case. A judge a couple of weeks ago put in a temporary restraining order which barred the military from implementing its guidance on a trans military service member ban. An attorney for the government in court in that hearing said it was not a full-out ban. However, a judge made the government and the Pentagon produce the actual document that they're going to go off of, not just that Trump executive order, and really in a number of different ways, over about 15 to 20 pages, it laid out why trans service members would either be selectively removed from serving in the military or would be basically put on the sidelines for as they challenge their potential case. Those in the military who are transitioning still would be cut off from their access to gender affirming care. So really the government is trying to put all of that into place. A judge will hear that argument tomorrow, and we'll see what comes out of that.
We know you'll have it. CBS News Department of Justice reporter Jake Rosen, nice to have you with us.
Well, you'll have
today.
it.
Have a good one.
Have it, I know you'll have it. Ow! Don't hurt it. Too rough.
Is because we want your quite limited. Most of the say enjoy the town because it is your, and she just made kind of an offhanded. City of Austin has done a pretty interesting job too. Country with lead, it's incredibly.
Oh, motherfucker.
Hey guys, my name is Madi and welcome back to Madi Speaks. Unfortunately, we have come back here today to discuss the same thing again, and that is cultural appropriation. I thought we were over that, okay? I thought we've just done justice to that particular topic with some of my previous videos, but it turns out that this problem would never really go away. Now, a few days ago, I came across this disturbing video on Twitter. It shows a black woman harassing a white woman because this white woman is wearing braids in her own hair. In that video, she appears to have lost her mind and couldn't handle the fact that a white woman is wearing braids. But there seems to be a plot twist.
Fucking $30 worth of mandarins over it. I had to go to the little small grocery store around the corner to get some eggs, which there were only 11 in my cart, and I found out later, by the way. Anybody that missed that one, that was weird. I've had windows cracked before. I'm used to not looking because the ones at Costco are clear. You can see through the thing. You don't have to open it. You can see through all 24 of them. You can see them. But I didn't look, and yeah. Costco is completely out. And my store even has a limit of like one or two things of them. They were out of all of them. They didn't even have like the big packs of like 36 or whatever it is, 48 or whatever it is. The big old thick thing. They didn't have any eggs, not even egg whites in a carton. And that's like the third or fourth time that I've went and they didn't have any eggs. I don't know when they normally run out, but they should have a sign in the parking lot that lets you know whether or not they have fucking eggs or not, actually. That'd be cool. Because then I wouldn't park sometimes. Or just a sign to let you know from the parking lot if they're completely out of anything that's a staple. Whether it be bottled water, toilet paper, eggs. Whatever else do we come up with shortages of? They could happen. Meat products, anything. Anything that's a staple. Sugar. All of a sudden there's added sugar. Put that up on the board. You know what I mean? That could be a thing. And that'd be pretty cool. Because they're so rarely out of a staple product that it would be nice to just like have that, you know, like at least like, because parking Costco kind of sucks, and then not finding out that they're out of eggs until you're in the very back of the fucking store when you're specifically going there in hopes that they have some eggs because you just ran out. It's like, oh, really? Well, at least I get the water, you know. At least I want to get this. If I would have known from the parking lot, I'd have probably just skipped Costco for the day or two and just picked up like the necessity somewhere else real fast until I can like know for sure when I go in I can get everything I want. Sure, there would be a little bit of latency in when they ran out because they wouldn't know how many people have them in their carts unless there's somebody like there knowing, like they know, oh, we wouldn't run out of eggs every day around this time. We'll have somebody at the cooler, and once the last one is picked up out of the cooler, you flip the switch, boom, it's out there on the parking lot. Everybody knows there aren't any eggs at that moment. They're all in someone's cart at least, so there's probably not any point in coming in for them because you're going to have to really hunt them down, barter somebody for them. Hey man, what you want for those eggs? And that's not really worth it. So yeah, they could make this happen. It'd be pretty sweet too. Be right above the entrance. If they were ever out of something, they would just have it right there. We're out of pop. Oh, out of that. Okay. And they already have an employee that's watching it anyway because they fill in the void instantly. When something runs out, it's like they got somebody there waiting just to fill in the gap with something so it doesn't look like they have any shelf space. Weird. Like where there used to be eggs, there's all of a sudden a bunch of other shit there. They just move it over so there's not a hole. And then there's signs that say no eggs. Or limit 2 eggs, and then there's signs that say no eggs underneath that. So they definitely watch it anyway. It would just be having the sign out there. But they probably have people who know that as long as you get them in the store, they're probably going to buy something. So you just got to get them in. Doesn't matter if you're out of the eggs. Doesn't matter. Customer prefer to know. It matters if it sells product to get. Never going to implement that sign.
In this video, okay? First, I'm gonna play this video, then we're gonna come back and have our own conversation. But before we do that, though, please consider subscribing to this channel.
They love to use their fucking customers as the recycling. They're free fucking box throwawayers. Those boxes are like 4 inches thick, bro, on the edges. The things you could use those to build a house. Some of them. Boxes are so thick and hard to break down. You end up taking 2 of those boxes home, you end up filling up half your outdoor trash container, actually. With just boxness. Total boxness. You gotta get a hammer out to break some of those boxes down. Anybody know what I'm talking about, dude? I swear they use their customers as their trash receptacles in boxes. Like people... Cool and all. Maybe they live in an apartment complex and they can just throw that big ass. They probably don't even break it down, dude. I bet their apartment complex loves that shit. These big ass boxes, they just probably throw them into the dumpster hole. I can imagine. It takes up like a third of the dumpster. LED sign. Yeah, but it would reduce sales though. That's why they put the damn eggs on damn near in the back of the store. You know what I mean? The water, the paper towels, the toilet paper, everything's in the very back. That you would like. The meat is in the very back. All the necessities are in the back. All the shit that's like, okay, the bread is closer to the front, but most of what's closer to the front is snacks. snacks, junk food, potato chips, condiments, stuff to add to meals. You gotta go all the way to the back to get to the stuff to the cooler that's like fresh produce. Anything fresh is in the back. Anything on a cooler, you gotta go all the way back. And the water and the paper. So it's like they know that if they can get you to walk back there just to see if there's some eggs, they're gonna sell you some other shit for sure. Because you've already went through all that. You're already back there. Might as well. Got this big ass cart. Dude, their carts are like monster trucks compared to regular cars. Carts. They're massive. When I'm not with a cart, I feel like I'm a fucking Olympic sprinter. I can do anything. Dude, if you ever walk through Costco without a cart, it's so like free. You feel like a butterfly, and they're just like heavy, big old cows walking around.
If you've not already, like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider supporting the channel if you choose in any way you can. Now, let's take a look at this video so we'll come back and have our own conversation.
That shit is ugly as f***. We wear that shit. It's braids. Take that shit out now. Are you being for real? Take that shit out now. Okay, what's your problem? Take that shit out now. We're dressed in the store. But take that shit out now. Bro, what the fuck? Take that shit out. Braids. That shit ugly as fuck. That shit is ugly though. Like, look at your fucking hair. It doesn't look bad. That's ugly. Please stop following us.
Yeah, so when I first came across this video, it was posted on this app by a third party. So I decided to dig a little deeper. Then I came across the original video on this other app. Now, the plot twist is that I think that this video was planned. It was staged. It was fake. Okay, the white lady in the video goes by the name Natalie XS Reynolds, and she has a massive following on the Tik app. Okay, almost 1 million followers, and she built her platform on rage bait videos around braids and hairstyles. Okay, now if you look at this particular video, first thing you would notice is that the camera is very close to the two women, meaning that the women are aware and the camera is ready for the fake show. Now, the black woman is also trying so hard not to look at the camera. She even looks like she's about to burst out laughing right here if you look at it properly. Believe me, this whole thing was staged. That is at least what I think, merely looking at the video. Now, this white man colluded with this black woman to make this video, and also with the hope of going viral. Now, that is my best guess. Natalie have been rage farming for quite some time. I'm telling you this. I mean, these are some of the videos on her page.
Everyone's telling me I'm not allowed to have braids, so today we're gonna get the public's thoughts. Do you think it's okay for me to wear braids? I'm sorry? Do you think it's okay for me to wear braids? This is a diss track to everyone hating on my braids. Everybody hating on me for my braids.
Oh, Mr. O'Connell, there's a school rule that says nobody's allowed to wear hats in class, and I don't think anybody should be an exception to that rule, do you?
No, Lana. Mia, I'm sorry, but hats are against the dress code. Mia?
Yeah, all these videos, all of them talking about hair, talking about braids. She's rage baiting, and there is even more than 100 of these videos you're looking at right here. Now, with the way many black women are so upset with some white women for wearing braids, this particular woman decided to capitalize on the rage and make money off of it. Okay, she knows that if she goes and gets some braids done on her own hair, she's gonna have a lot of people coming for her, criticizing her, thereby generating lots and lots of comments on her posts, getting her traffic, which in turn translates to a lot of money. So she's making money off of these rage-based videos. Now, what do I think of this woman? What do I have to say about this woman? Well, I think she's a horrible person. I think she should be disgusted with herself for going out of her way to rage bait. Now, of course, there is nothing wrong with a white person wearing braids in their own hair. Every single human being on earth has the right to wear whatever they choose on their own body. Cultures are meant to be shared, okay? I mean, that's how we got this beautiful civilized world we live in today. Every single one of us have benefited from someone else's culture in one way or the other, and that is an indisputable fact. Now, this is why we black people, especially black women, should stop being children and crybabies anytime we see white people wearing braids. It is actually insulting and hilarious to know that full-grown women can have full-blown meltdown simply because a white woman is wearing braids in her own hair. Natalie Reynolds was able to pull this shameful stunt because she knew that there are many black women who are going to fall for it. She knew that she was going to get the outrage that she was farming for. And you know what? That reflects more on our own pettiness as black people than on her hateful behavior as a white person. Because this whole thing is just like me, a black woman, wearing blonde wig or any color wig for that matter, bleaching my skin and stepping out of my house, expecting to get outrage from white people or from Asians or from whichever light-skinned, long, straight-haired race, okay? That would never happen in 1,000 years. If my pattern of content creation is having a social media account where I show up in wigs, bleached skin, drinking tea, and singing country music. Now remember, I have no cultural claim to any of the things I listed or I mentioned, but if that is what I choose as a content creator, no one would ever notice that I'm looking for outrage, okay? I would just be another human being on the internet who is creating content. No one would ever take offense or even take notice. And if they do, it wouldn't be for outrage. Rather, it might be for my exceptional talent in country music or for my skills in drinking tea, okay? But if I'm hoping to go viral for sparking outrage because of my wigs and bleached skin, then believe me, no one is ever gonna know that I exist. I'm not gonna go viral because the originators of these cultures I'm trying to appropriate have already made it clear that we can all partake in them as long as we want to, okay? They understand that without sharing aspects of our culture, some humans might still be living in caves today and wearing sackcloths or even going about naked. If we black people start understanding this same concept, then believe me, we would stop feeling insulted by people like Natalie Reynolds. As a black woman who is crashing out because an obvious rage baiter like Natalie Reynolds is clearly trying to get a reaction out of you, she's trying to bait you, and she's out here trying to humiliate you. Now, what would be your response when she says something like, oh, look at Jerry, or look at Jasmine Crockett, or look at Oprah Winfrey, or look at Michelle Obama,
you should start doing
or look at Naomi Campbell, or look at all these millions of black women. They're all wearing people's hair on their hair. They wear Asian people's hair on their hair. They wear Indian people's hair on their hair. They wear white people's hair on their hair. Why can they and I can't? Or she says, oh, look at this black woman. She goes to places like Philippines or Vietnam or India or even China, and she literally cuts off little children's hair from their scalp and then sells the hair to other Africans to wear in their own hair. Okay? What is going to be your response as a black woman when she, an obviously horrible person, asks you these kind of questions? Since you want to be a crybaby, you want to cry, oh, don't wear our hair in your head. What are you going to say when she says these kind of things to you?
Sell my beer.
Hey, beautiful guys. We're here today in a raw dono factory. As you can see, we have this young teenager girl, and my name is Jainato. I'm sorry I'm going to cut your hair, but this is what we do for living.
My beard word.
So I just wanted to show you guys how we get the baby teen hair. It's gotten from a real Vietnamese hair, and we're just going to do the cutting. So I had to take permission from them to do the cutting because I want to prove to you guys that we sell raw dono, and that's raw dono. We are in the factory and we will take you around. So we'll start the process.
Raw.
All right.
I like mine cooked.
Okay, hold on. I think I have to do that.
Got the right scissors.
Oh my gosh! We're made it! Finally, we have a single donor raw baby teen hair. I'm so happy. Thank you for letting me cut your hair. Thank you so much. I love you. Okay.
So guys, I'm sorry I couldn't finish the video the other day because I had a little problem, so I had to continue what I was talking about yesterday today. Now, these women go to places like China, Philippines, Vietnam, and all these places, and then they literally cut hair from people's hair over there, and then they come back and then they fashion it and then they sell it as hair to other black women, and then these other black women now wear these people's hair on their own head. Now, which is the greater problem? A white woman mimicking a hairstyle by using her own natural hair growing out of her own scalp, or somebody, maybe a black woman, literally taking another woman's hair and wearing it on top of hers. I repeat, everybody can wear braids, okay? You're welcome to wearing anything you like on your head. If you're white and you rock braids in an African country, everyone would love you for it. We will even give you gifts and free stuff because we appreciate the fact that you love our culture enough to want to partake in it. I remember growing up and my mom buying me many Indian attires. I used to own many Indian saris, different types. I used to have this one and I used to have this one. In fact, my nightgown was a beautiful red kimono like this one. Many local tailors in Nigeria would sew you any style of your choice. And mind you, we are not even Indians and neither are we Japanese people. There are many horrible people like Natalie Reynolds, okay, who would want to taunt you for refusing to grow up and understanding that we are all sharing things from each other. Now, you only empower them as a black woman if you keep on insisting on nonsensical ideas like white women wearing braids is cultural appropriation. It is high time we all grow up, both the Natalies and the black queens of this world. But as always, guys, these are my opinions, these are my thoughts, but feel free to share yours in the comment section below, but do so respectfully. Also, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel. Like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buying me a coffee if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope to catch you on the next one. For now, peace.
Dude. That's a good look. Stoned as shit. Hey, oh, she got stoned like instantly as she ended. Oh, that's what she looks like after smoking a blunt. Years ago. Triple D. X was under a massive cyber
This
attack.
just in, John, if you're having issues on X today, perhaps you are at home. I certainly have been today. Apparently there is an outage, and Elon Musk now says that a foreign actor might be responsible for this. This is what he wrote. He says there still is a massive cyber attack against X. We get attacked every day, but this was done with a lot of resources, either a large coordinated group and or a country is involved. So some serious allegations there from the owner of X. Musk will be on Fox Business later on this afternoon with Larry Kudlow, hopefully with an update on what is happening there.
Well, that explains why my Twitter or my X wasn't working very well earlier today.
I'm still live on it. Maybe I'm the guy.
The LAPD under scrutiny this morning after a complaint was filed accusing officers of making racist and other derogatory comments about their colleagues. The alleged remarks secretly recorded. KTLA's Annie Rose Ramos live in our newsroom with the details. Annie Rose, good morning.
Hey, Frank, good morning to you. Yeah, all of this according to an explosive LA Times investigation reporting a Los Angeles police officer working in the department's recruitment office recorded dozens and dozens of conversations for the better part of a year. These recordings revealing cops spewing racist, sexist, and homophobic comments. Now, all of this according to a complaint filed with the LAPD and reviewed by the LA Times, detailing roughly 90 recordings made inside the recruiting division, portraying officers and supervisors voicing open discrimination against potential recruits and colleagues based on race, sex, and sexual orientation. These are the same officers tasked with deciding who can join the LAPD. Now, in one conversation, take a look at this. A Latina LAPD officer offered this advice on how to fight African Americans, saying, quote, "You hit black people in the liver. I heard they got weak livers," according to the complaint filed January 5th with the LAPD's Professional Standards Bureau and the Inspector General's office. The same officer allegedly describing a Latina janitor to her colleagues as, quote, wetback. But the complaint is accusing a Sergeant Denny Jong, of leading the prejudicial banter. In one conversation with subordinates about Dodgers baseball legend Fernando Valenzuela's death from septic shock, saying, quote, "I know why he died. He ate too many tacos." The complaint also claiming officers reportedly referred to black people as monkeys. The complaining officer, a Latino with 10 years on the job, initially made his written accusations anonymously, but now is handing over dozens of hours of recordings that took place between March and October of last year. When news of this complaint broke, Chief Jim McDonnell at the LAPD removed a lieutenant, a sergeant, and 4 officers from the unit, saying he was deeply disappointed by these reports. Now, a scandal in the LAPD's recruiting office couldn't come at a worse time. The LAPD is struggling to recruit new officers, with more than 100 cops expected to leave the force by next year, dropping the department to the lowest amount of officers it's seen in roughly 30 years. We at KTLA have reached out to the LAPD and the mayor's office about this case. We're waiting to hear back from both.
You just don't want to get up. She's like determined to not get off my lap. Alright, I gotta get her food. I gotta get out. Fight him, bitch. LA County State Prisons up security after violence surge. You guys hear her meowing the whole time? I'll spectate a little bit. Hungry. Crazy. Okay, Mama's having a little appetizer. Little rear end appetizer. Can hear her. Quite the announcer that it's food time. I've got fresh food out there too. Hopefully it's not giving him diarrhea though. Arrogant police officer pulls a black FBI agent and regrets it.
Phone down. Open the window for me all the way, please. Put the phone down. Put the phone down. Can you do me a favor? Open all the windows. What? Open all the windows.
Why do you want me to open all the windows?
I need you to open all the windows for me right now. Anybody else in this vehicle?
Oh, there's nobody else in the vehicle. You can let me know.
Okay. I'm recording. All right. You know why I'm pulling you over right now?
Yeah, why?
Okay, I'm pulling you over because I saw you. I was driving behind you. I don't know if you noticed. You were swerving. You didn't indicate your turn signal. Okay, you can record all you want. I mean, I don't know what you're doing there. What you're looking up? You're looking up. You little weirdo.
Listen, making sure.
Do me a favor. Open up all the windows. Blah blah. Let's go.
I'll open up all the windows for you.
Sir. Why are you making this difficult?
So tell me again why you.
You want me to make your life difficult? Because I love making people's lives difficult.
Really?
There you go. I just did that. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. Okay. So now, license, registration, proof of insurance. Can you get off your phone?
Listen,
your little TikTok thing?
Listen, can you tell me why you put me on?
I just did. Are you deaf?
Matter of fact, can you call your supervisor?
Are you deaf?
Can you call your supervisor?
Oh, there's no supervisor.
There's no supervisor?
No, there is no supervisor. I'm the most senior officer on the road right now.
Oh, listen.
So,
I'll tell you what
I would be said supervisor.
I'm going to let you listen to my music.
Okay, so that's how we're going to play. All right, step out of the vehicle for me. Step out of the vehicle for me.
Listen.
Okay, put the phone down.
Listen.
Hold on. Actually, you know what? Do you have any weapons on? Do you have anything you're not supposed to have on you in the car?
Listen.
Do you have anything you're not supposed to have on you in the car? You're gonna make this. You're gonna make this difficult.
Can I step out the vehicle?
Can you just answer the question first?
I'll step out the
Keep
vehicle
your hands
for you.
on the wheel.
I'll step out the
Listen
vehicle
to me.
for you.
Follow my directions, and this can go very easy.
Listen, sir.
Listen,
Do you want me to get out the car or you don't?
I want you to follow my directions like you just did, like a good boy.
I'm
All right?
I'll follow your directions.
Okay.
Now, did you want
Do
me to
you
get out
have
the car or
any
you don't?
weapons or anything you shouldn't have in a vehicle or on your person at this moment?
No.
No.
Nope.
Okay. Do you have a firearm on you? Do you have a license to carry a firearm if you do?
Are we in Florida? Even if I
Sir,
did have a license, you
answer
don't
my
even
question.
need
What is this back
to
and
have what
forth?
you're talking about.
Get out of the vehicle. Okay.
All right, listen.
Hands over here.
I got a gun
Hands over
right here on my side.
Okay, put your hands up then.
I got a gun on my side.
Okay.
Can you do me a favor?
226, I'm gonna have it totally mailed.
Listen,
No,
look at my shirt.
Rush
Listen,
that back up.
while you're searching me,
Spread your feet out.
While you searching
Put your feet
me,
out.
sir.
Put your feet out.
While you searching me,
Where's the
could
gun?
you please?
Where's the gun?
On my
Where's the
right,
gun?
right hand.
Okay.
On my right hand.
For my safety and your safety, we're gonna do this today, okay?
Hey, make sure when you do that, while you're searching me,
you got big muscles, all right.
My gun is right on my chest.
Oh, wow. Oh, on your chest, huh? So we're lying today. Are you a gangbanger? Is that what you're doing here? You're selling drugs?
It's me?
No. Okay. Don't
I'm
move.
sitting in the parking lot.
Don't move. You have a license to carry this?
We're in Florida, right?
Do you have a
I sure enough do.
Okay.
You know what?
It's called a, hey buddy.
It's around my neck.
It's called a concealed carry permit.
Listen, my license is around my neck.
Oh.
I carry it around my neck.
Okay. Well, first let's see what else you got. See you're lying.
Crazy, dude.
Hey, didn't I spread your feet apart? Spread your feet apart, huh? Fucking scared. Oh, shit.
This is what we're doing?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Now listen, can you make sure you get my
what is this?
Can you make sure you get my license to carry? My license to carry is on my chest.
Is this fake? You know, a lot of people like to act like they're cops.
Federal agent.
Oh, right. Where's the ID? Let's check the ID. Do me a favor.
Federal agent.
Okay.
So now my badge don't even make a
Lean
difference.
against the car. Lean against the car. Lean against the car. So you're a cop. So why wouldn't you tell me?
It seemed like you fraudulently pulled me over.
You been drinking today?
Drinking? Sir, we don't drink.
I smell alcohol emanating from the vehicle.
Actually, we're doing an investigation on...
Okay.
And just what? You just happened to pass.
216, status of that back up.
You just happened to pass. Okay. When your sergeant gets here and he realizes what's going on right now...
What's going on is that I stopped.
The badge don't make a difference.
Where's the? Okay, so I found your ID.
Because here I have a cop who's doing some things that's wrong. Tell me why, as a police officer. Tell me why another police officer in handcuffs. Over a swerve.
You didn't identify yourself as a police officer. You were swerving. You didn't indicate your turn signal.
Once again, sir, you didn't call your sergeant here neither.
There's no sergeant.
The things that we supposed to do here, right?
Okay. All right, let me get these off of you, buddy. I don't know why you're being like this. I don't know why you're being like this.
I don't know what y'all got going on here.
What y'all got going on?
I'll tell you what.
You know, you
we as agents, we're gonna figure it out. You know, we don't like city cops. You know that, right?
Okay, yeah, we don't like federal cops either.
Agents don't like city cops.
We don't
consider ourselves cops.
What are you, a pencil pusher? Come on. Listen, you could have just. I pulled you over. You could have just identified yourself as police officer, and this would have been done.
Do it so we
would have said. Of course it was.
When I showed you my badge and you grabbed my badge, you still didn't believe it was real.
Because people impersonate officers all the time.
Okay.
Do they not?
When I see your sergeant, I'll make sure. When I see your sergeant, we'll make sure.
Well, we don't have to go that far, okay?
No, we won't. We'll go farther than that.
Oh, okay.
We'll make sure we talk to them. We'll make sure we do a lot of things on this. And I'm pretty sure you probably have other offenses against you. But you have a nice day. And I continue to have a mind.
Listen.
I appreciate you, sir.
Listen.
Sir, I appreciate you.
You have a good day.
Thank you much.
See, you cancel that back up.
Back up on the way and everything. Damn. Seriously, the cop comments every arrest and citation this officer ever did should be reviewed. Oh, we got a new EWU.
You're the one who called? I didn't call. Huh? I didn't call nobody.
On February 11th, 2024,
For you,
authorities
Brody.
from the Las Cruces, New Mexico
For
Police
you,
Department
Brody.
receive a call about a suspicious person loitering outside a local business. As Officer Jonah Hernandez responds to the 911 call, he has no idea that he is about to put his life on the line.
Damn.
The following report is based on official police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now. This intense scene began with an unassuming 911 call into the Las Cruces Police Department.
How can I help you?
Yes, ma'am. I have a concern here. My husband and I own a business property, and at the moment it's vacant. Okay. But we've been having a lot of trouble with homeless people. In the past, they have broken windows, and, I've reported and everything. But now, yesterday, my husband told the guy that he could not stay there, We're not there right now, but a friend of ours that just passed by says that he's back. Is there any way that I can have one of the officers that may be riding by there confront him?
Sure.
It'll help.
Sure. Do you know what they're wearing?
A black hoodie.
Okay. They're headed that way now, so they should call soon.
Before the officer arrives, someone matching the description of the suspect is seen by passerby starting a fire on the private property. He's spotted again mere moments before all hell breaks loose, practicing his karate kicks. The person filming these clips will soon play a critical role in what unfolds next.
Bro's doing like karate or something.
Shadowboxing?
35-year-old Jonah Hernandez is the officer en route, with no idea about the imminent danger he's about to walk into.
Central 97. How's it going, boss? You been staying here for a while? What's up? This is your place? So you're the one who called? What's that? You're the one who called?
I didn't call.
Huh?
I didn't call nobody.
Shit!
Without warning, the suspect charges Jonah, stabbing at him with a knife. Though he attempts to flee, Jonah is knocked down and struck multiple times. The suspect can be heard saying, "The f are you? You're not even real." Nearby witnesses see the attack and act quickly.
Officer, hey, where are you bleeding? Sir, officer, hey,
The man attempting to aid Jonah is Isaiah Astorga. He filmed the suspect just before Jonah arrived. Immediately, the call goes out that a police officer has been injured, and authorities in the surrounding area rush to the scene.
We have several callers calling in stating Amador and Valley that the officer was possibly stabbed in the neck and the male suspect is down.
Isaiah desperately tries to keep pressure on Jonah's wounds, explaining what happened as help begins to arrive.
Yeah, I shot him like 3 or 4 times. He's stabbed in the neck really bad.
Where's the radio?
Bystander shot him. Crazy.
No.
Stay by Crystal BD.
No, he's bleeding really bad. He was stabbed in the neck.
Brother, please stay with us, man.
Hey,
The guy.
stay with us, man.
I've got pressure. Put him on the side. Put him on the side.
He's got lots of issues on the side.
Put him on the side, man. He's choking in the blood.
I'm trying. It's right where my arm is already.
All right, ready? Let go.
And his back of the head, it's like sliced open.
Stay right here, Jonah, all right? Jonah!
Officer Hernandez will stay by Jonah's side for the entirety of this ordeal. While Officer Hernandez begins life-saving measures, other officers flood the area.
Where's the guy at? Put him on the side, man.
This is my boyfriend's gun that he used to shoot him.
Hey,
Get him close. 911 Central, we have a male down, and we need fire expedited.
Within the chaos, one of the bystanders, Isaiah's girlfriend Araceli, makes a horrific realization. She knows the suspect.
Just stay where we're at. Step back. Step back. Step back. Step back. Step back.
I'm right here, all right?
Hey, go shut those sirens off.
Araceli has just recognized the suspect as 29-year-old Armando A.J. Silva, her cousin. More and more officers continue arriving, each trying to find a way to help.
AJ got a little stupid. He didn't just want to die by cop, he wanted to take somebody out with him.
He has an injury to the back of his head. What else? When you guys stab him to the throat? They're in this one. Jonah, the front one. Jonah. This one.
I don't know what he's doing.
We can't use that. We can't use that on the. What do you need? Give me some quick cloth. Hey, get some gauze, pressure bandage. We're gonna wrap it underneath his. I got this right here. Okay, hold pressure here. I got pressure here. I got this. He has a laceration to the back of his head. He's bleeding from his mouth. Come on, Jonah, I'm right here, dude. Jonah. It's okay, man. Hey, Jonah. Hey, start wrapping around his neck. Hold pressure on the back of the wound, too. This one right here? Okay. Let's flip him this way. Come on, Jonah. Come on, Jonah. Jonah, wake up, dude. Dude. Oh, Jonah. Dude, you have a pulse? Jonah. Look at Jonah.
Emergency services arrive and take over for the officers attempting to save Jonah's life.
Come on, Jonah. Let them work, bro. Let them work. Hey, get us the dirt. Come on. I'm good, bro. You good? I'm good.
While this is happening, other EMTs begin administering aid to Armando.
He's shot in the head, too. I don't know, man.
He's shot in the chest. He's still breathing, or was a second ago. He's got a very faint pulse. You got his arm? That's as far as I got so far. I'm just trying to get his clothes off here.
Hey, he's going to Mountain View. Let's get an escort up there if we can, brother.
Escorted?
Yeah.
I'll roll with you guys. Yeah, I'm in here.
Get him on the monitor.
Okay.
You guys have trauma shares?
Ah!
Hey, no, we're not closed.
Hold on.
We're not ready.
I'm going left. We're going. Lucas is in.
Where was he shot?
He was not shot. It looks like it was a laceration. He has a neck. He does have a laceration in the back of his head. We don't know if he's shot or not.
This question about Jonah's injuries would be addressed later. For now, while Jonah is rushed to the hospital, officers left at the horrific scene begin speaking with Isaiah Astorga, attempting to understand how things could have gone so wrong so fast.
Yeah, what's going on, bro? No. I wasn't involved. I just came over here and talked. What's your name, man? Isaiah Astorga.
How is it so see-through?
Yeah, we'll get you some in a bit. What'd you see, bro?
Isaiah explains his friend owns the property, and so when he saw someone loitering in the parking lot, he notified them. This led to the initial 911 call. He then waited nearby for police to arrive and took the clips of Armando setting a fire and practicing karate kicks. He watched as Jonah approached Armando.
I saw the man, AJ, coming up to him, and I saw what looked like a brawl. I didn't see the knife or anything. He says that's his cousin. It looked like that. So I come running out with my gun because.
So that gun that the officer had's yours?
It's a SIG, wherever it is. I don't know what it is. But so as I was getting closer, I saw him profusely bleeding. Just the officer? Red everywhere.
While Isaiah shares his story, the EMTs with Jonah continue life-saving measures in the back of the ambulance.
Marlon, send me Jonah's wife's phone number right now, please. Just, I don't have to explain, just do it, please.
We have multiple male, multiple lacerations to a neck, LCPD officer, we have a traumatic event. We got nothing right now, we're just guiding us.
Come on, Jonah, I'm right here, bud.
He was yelling on the way for him to stop, and he came running at me, so I shot him twice.
This may be the chaos of the event blurring his memory, but Isaiah fired a total of 4 times. The fate of each bullet would soon be in question. After showing the officer where he was standing when the altercation took place, Isaiah continued.
He came at me, and I saw this guy just bleeding out. I've never seen blood like that. And so I fired at him again. He fell down. I actually ran back and forth because I didn't know what to do, because I didn't know whether to keep checking on him.
The officer, okay.
So I went to the officer and I saw the big gash in his neck, so I kept pressure.
Finally, Jonah's ambulance arrives at the hospital. While the hospital staff race to save Jonah's life, they give an update about his attacker.
So the other victim has probably like a gunshot wound or something to the forehead, so it's probably going to be a DOA on arrival.
Armando Silva died shortly after arriving at the hospital. According to police reports, he'd been shot in the head. Jonah's fate, however, remained unclear. After receiving a call updating them about Jonah's condition, those still at the scene are left to speculate about what may have happened.
So it looked like 99 had a hole in the back of his head. It looked like it.
No.
Yeah, that's what he just told me.
What?
That's what it looked like.
You got shot too?
They don't know yet, though. They don't know. But it wasn't the suspect that shot him.
Oh no.
Who shot him? They think that the guy who was rendering aid accidentally shot him because he had his own gun. There's 2 guns over there.
These officers aren't the only ones to wonder if Jonah had accidentally been shot during the altercation.
He looked like he was shot in the back of the head, bro.
Who?
Jonah.
News of an officer being injured has spread, and soon calls are coming into 911, including a call from one of Jonah's family members.
Hi, my name is Carmen, and my brother received a phone call that his son had been killed. He's a police officer with your department, and we're trying to find him to see where he's at so my brother can go see him. My nephew's name is Jonah Hernandez.
Okay, I'll have an officer give you a phone call.
While Jonah's family struggles to locate him, things take a turn for the worse in the emergency room.
Pulse check.
Is there a stub on the neck?
Yeah, $7. All right.
Oh, it goes through?
Well, I don't know if it goes through, but there's no one around.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, you already pronounced?
According to police reports, Armando had stabbed Jonah with a large kitchen knife.
I don't know.
Weird how they could smile in there.
Wife and child are in triage, Dr. Buckland.
Officer Hernandez, who stayed with Jonah since the moment he arrived at the scene, now must come to terms with the loss of his friend.
Was it not a gunshot wound?
The tragic news of Jonah's death is quickly shared among officers. While still at the scene, Araceli, Armando's cousin, expressed her condolences.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know why my cousin would have done this.
Isaiah ended up being taken to the hospital due to blood exposure, but was ultimately determined to be okay. The question was, would he be charged for Armando's death? To try and make sense of this tragedy, Armando's father spoke with police the day after the incident.
Did you ever get diagnosed mentally, like by a doctor or anything? What did you get diagnosed with? Do you remember?
Schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia.
I feel like I failed as a father.
An autopsy determined that Jonah Hernandez had sustained 14 sharp force injuries. Despite speculation that he'd also been shot, there was no sign of any gunshot wounds. He was killed by stab wounds to the head and neck. Ultimately, the district attorney determined that Isaiah Astorga was justified in shooting Armando and would not be charged.
Justified for that beard, though. I'm going to shave that thing off for another 10 years. Damn, dude. It can happen. Knife. Crazy. We forget how dangerous knives are. Everybody's so concerned about guns.
The past 4 years saw an exponential growth in the flow of irregular migration through the lawless Darien Gap. Today, those numbers have dwindled to almost nothing. There's a twist to the story, however. Closing the U.S. border made many migrants look for work elsewhere, or even decide to return to their home countries.
About 100 per day, sometimes 50. It depends on the flow of people. More than 1,000 people have already passed through here in less than a month.
The Kuna people inhabit a string of islands called the San Blas, right here on the Caribbean shore of Panama. And normally this spot in Carti, where I'm standing, only sees tourists that are going out there to visit those islands. But now these boats are carrying a different cargo. It's a lot more profitable, but it's also a lot more dangerous.
Pasamos la selva.
When we walked through the jungle, they robbed us in the Darien. From there, we made our way to Mexico.
Given that deadly trek, nobody's willing to return by that route. leaving hundreds stranded in Panama with no easy way home. Migrants who spent everything to reach the U.S. are now struggling to afford passage back by boat. Just months ago, as these same migrants headed north, they were met by a network of aid groups that provided food, water, shelter, and even money, much of it funded by U.S. taxpayers. Now, as they head back, those organizations are nowhere to be found, and many migrants have nothing left.
Pull the hair out.
When Trump came in, CBP-1 was gone, and the chances of getting in became almost impossible. So we decided to turn back. Of course, there are migrants who clearly don't have enough money to travel to Colombia or Nicocli, but they get outside help. Family members in the United States, Colombia, Venezuela.
While some depend on friends and family to send them money for the trip home, the same cartels that made millions smuggling migrants north are now profiting off their return. Another problem facing the migrants here is friction with local indigenous tribes.
We're asking everyone to stay calm while we coordinate to find a way to get you all where you are going, because this route is now closed.
Most of these migrants from Venezuela have been stuck here for about 3 days because there's a disagreement between the different factions of the Kuna people where they're leaving to go to Colombia. And so the immigration officials from Panama have just showed up with people from Senafront, their border police, to give a briefing to them and explain to them what is going to have to happen. And what they're saying is they're going to be taking everybody from this place and transporting them to Colón, where they'll have a much longer boat ride ahead of them. Even for those who can pay, the journey is just as dangerous. Recently, an overloaded boat capsized off Panama's coast, killing an 8-year-old Venezuelan child. Despite the risks, migrants say they have no choice.
In November, we started returning. When we saw that we were not going to be able to cross into the U.S., we decided it was better to just go back.
These Venezuelans still hope for a better life, but now they must look for it elsewhere. For many, the journey home is filled with hardship and regret as they reckon with the cost of their failed attempt.
Did these fucking people really think that our country was just going to put up with this shit forever? Like, yeah, this is cool. We like getting fucked in the ass. Do they really think that? Why would they think that? They're not doing it in their country. Why would they think we're that stupid?
And as long as there's money to be made, there are those who will continue to exploit their desperation on both sides of the border. From Panama, I'm Chuck Holton for CBN
we were just
News.
Gonna keep on letting that shit go on forever. Or they thought that the election could get rigged again for them. Oh, for sure, yeah. The NGOs are probably even telling them that it was going to continue because, I mean, they really thought that they had the lead the whole time. They were thinking that we could see the numbers at their rallies, that they were paying people to come to their rallies, and they still weren't selling out. Like that one in Vegas, they were giving people a meal voucher or some shit. Meanwhile, the Trump rallies, people are lined up around the block the day before, not getting paid anything to be there. Uh-oh, Wendy Williams is having issues. Taken by ambulance from assisted living to a hospital. Missy, what are you doing? Time is up there, though. Come here. Come here. Do now. Oh. Oh. No.
BRPD detectives uncovered that the location reported initially was not accurate, and that the alleged incident, in fact, occurred at a warehouse located at 3412 Woodcrest Drive. And Caleb Wilson died as the direct result of a hazing incident where he was punched in the chest multiple times while pledging to Omega Psi Phi fraternity. Through further investigation, BRPD detectives developed several suspects involved in the incident. This is still an active and ongoing investigation, so additional warrants and persons involved cannot be ruled out at this time.
Damn, so somebody just got arrested for punching, hazing someone. They died. He's going to be in prison for years now. Doctors declare Pope Francis no longer in imminent danger. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, Mr. Pope, man.
Hey guys, you might know me by one of my famous nicknames, Apartheid Clyde, Sissy Space X, and World's Biggest Asshole, but I'm just a little Elon.
And like, what am I, Pops? Chopped liver?
No, you are not chopped liver little baby X, but this commercial is not about you.
Boring.
I am the guy who brought you Tesla, SpaceX, and I bought Twitter and turned it into the flaming pile of shit known as X.
This guy has 5,000 subs and this has 51,000 watches. I don't know. Laughing. Tried it doing looking all skinny as shit. Why is trying to look so skinny? On all that Pepe piss. That Pepe boy. Hey. Kitty, kitty. Hey, kitty. Oh, no, you can't go. I'm gonna break that thing one day. Oh my god, it's just gonna crack one day, dude. I'm not looking forward to it. I don't know if it's meant for all that weight.
Turned out to an attack during a high school track and field relay race. One runner hit another in the head with a baton. Janae Norman here with the story. Good morning, Janae.
Hey, George, this is a crazy video that you have to see. It's unimaginable, unsportsmanlike conduct on the track. This morning, a high school track star is still recovering nearly a week after being hit on the head by another runner during a race.
Junior Kaylin Tucker was running the second leg of the 4x200 relay in the Virginia State High School League Championships when the shocking incident happened.
That's when she hit me with the baton.
Watch again as you see the two sprinters running side by side as they round the corner with Kaylin on the outside, Kaylin's mother cheering her on. Just as Kaylin is passing the other runner, the athlete swings her baton, striking Kaylin.
I just felt a bang on my head and then I fell off the track immediately.
Kaylin dropping her baton and reaching for her head.
The whole
Why didn't she run faster though?
I just jumped up out of the bleachers immediately and ran to her on the main floor.
The 16-year-old was later diagnosed with a concussion. The family says neither the athlete who struck Kaylin nor the other team's coaches checked on Kaylin or reached out afterwards.
To see that they kept running and she not stop and check on my daughter, that was the part where I was like, it couldn't have been an accident.
The other runner who attends IC North Norcom High School has not been named. Kaylin's parents say Norcom's athletic director and the girl's father apologized in a phone call, but they're still waiting for the opposing athlete and her coaches to reach out.
We definitely want the coaches
just flailing,
and a personal apology from the actual athlete as well, because it's only, it's only right.
The Virginia High School League saying in a statement, "We thoroughly review every instance like this," adding, "The VHSL membership has always made it a priority to provide student athletes with a safe environment for competition."
Meanwhile, Kaylin's parents say that they're still waiting to see what disciplinary actions will be taken against the other athlete before deciding their next steps. In the meantime, guys, because Kaylin's been recovering for a week, they're hoping that she can finally return to school today.
Oh,
Pitch has been out. We're clear.
Yeah, exactly. But glad she's okay.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Battle fight. The baby giraffe. At the Denver Zoo. Gotta walk now. Weird animals. Things they got on their heads in front of their ears. Just do a bite in his ear? Or was he didn't like it? Hurt him. Looks like close up. New baby giraffe born at Denver Zoo. Seeing how Mama can just like roam around and not topple over. Be able to walk around in that sand without falling over. daughters. Probably another mama's. Real. We gotta get down to this. It fucking looks like an alien right there. I just didn't like that. Legs all bent up. Like seahorses. Legs. They call them sea giraffes. Dude, it's knocked out. It's gonna break its neck in a second. No! Wild. Doesn't want to put its neck down for some reason. They not sleep with their neck down? Oh really? How? Want to sleep like this? Had to put it out of its misery or what? Can they fix it? Can't fix that shit. Man, that's sad. Oh. J.D. Vance says illegal immigrants are driving up housing prices. I believe it. Especially California. Wow, Israel actually did shut off the power to Gaza, impacting drinking water in the area. Well, even MSNBC is admitting that America is leaning towards Russia.
Top U.S. and Ukrainian representatives are arriving in Saudi Arabia for
34 minutes
high-stakes
ago.
talks, the first since that infamous Oval Office blow-up between President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky. In the days since that clash, the U.S. has paused military aid and intelligence sharing with Ukraine, and Russia has ramped up its attacks. We have exclusive new reporting on what it's going to take for Trump to change his mind and restart that flow of aid and intel. NBC's Keir Simmons is live in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. NBC's Courtney Kube is at the Pentagon, and Mark Polymeropoulos is an MSNBC national security and intelligence analyst, non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, and former chief of operations in Europe and Eurasia. Welcome to all. So, Keir, what do we know about the agenda for these meetings?
Well, we know a limited amount, honestly. Right now, President Zelensky is here in Jeddah. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is here. There are meetings with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who is here in Jeddah. Whether Marco Rubio will see President Zelensky, you'd think they would. Clearly, Zelensky is the head of state, and Marco Rubio is the chief diplomat. So they might not traditionally see each other, but in the context of being with the Crown Prince, you can imagine how that might come about. What I do think is that it's unlikely we're going to hear very much about what is said, which it's going to be quite a contrast, isn't it, between what happened in the Oval Office with President Zelensky and President Trump. And perhaps you might say it's better that way. They can be straightforward and honest without it kind of exploding on camera. Tomorrow, the Ukrainian delegation and the US delegation, led by the Secretary of State, will meet. And look, I think it's going to be relatively fraught. I'm sure it will be very diplomatic, but it's difficult because effectively there is a distance between the Ukrainian position and the Russian position. The two sides haven't fully set out their positions, certainly not the Russians in particular, but we can see that there's clearly a difference, and with the Americans too. So just an example of that, it appears that President Trump has agreed with the idea of European NATO allies putting peacekeeping troops on the ground in Ukraine. The Russians, through their foreign minister, have said they're absolutely opposed to that, even if it's not under the under a NATO umbrella. So there's a lot to be done. The big question, I think, for the Ukrainians is whether they can demonstrate that they do want to move towards a ceasefire. That's what the Trump administration is insisting that it wants to see, and whether they can get through these talks without them breaking down. Because if there is a problem here in Jeddah, then inevitably I would say that's going to lead to more pressure on Ukraine, on President Zelensky.
Keir Simmons, thank you so much for that. So, Courtney, the possibility of some troops, peacekeeping troops aside, you have other reporting on Trump's demands for Zelensky if he's going to restart aid and intel sharing with Ukraine. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so we found out that it's not just the critical minerals deal that President Trump is interested in order to restart that critical flow of weapons and equipment and intelligence sharing with Ukraine that was paused as of last week, Chris. In fact, beyond the minerals deal, he's also looking for a change in overall attitude from President Volodymyr Zelensky, according to two officials familiar with President Trump's thinking on this. And he expects that President Zelensky will also change and make some concessions when it comes to ending this war and when it comes to some sort of a peace deal. And that could, Chris, even include giving up some land. Now, in addition to that, President Trump has also told his top aides, some of his closest aides, that he is looking for some sort of movement towards elections in Ukraine as a part of this. Maybe not necessarily Zelensky stepping down immediately, but some movement towards some sort of elections. Of course, that would be extremely difficult given the combat situation, the active war that's going on in Ukraine right now. But those are the conditions that President Trump has told his aides he wants before they will restore the weapons and the intelligence. And as far as the intelligence goes, Chris, we have also learned that, in fact, the U.S. is still sharing defensive information with Ukraine. So what that looks like is the U.S. believes that they still have a need to alert, or a right, Ukraine has a right of self-defense. The U.S. is providing information about, hey, look, it looks like Russia is preparing to attack, but they aren't providing the targeting information so Ukraine can hit back at Russia or even strike at Russia in advance. Of course, the U.S. has been providing targeting information as well as signals intelligence and other intelligence to Ukraine for the last 3+ years, Chris.
So, Mark, I'm starting to compile this list. Donald Trump wants a change in attitude. He wants elections. He's ruled out NATO membership for Ukraine. He says it's impossible for Kyiv to reclaim all the territory that Russia took. So give us your assessment of both these demands, but also where that sort of starts things off as we look into these negotiations.
Well, Chris, just look at the venue where we're meeting. It's in Saudi Arabia. So there's been a 10-year alliance we've had with the Ukrainians. There's been a lot of bilateral meetings in Washington and Kyiv. They're supposed to be, we're supposed to be allies. Why in the world are we meeting in a neutral third party? And the answer is because we've switched. We're now neutral at best and perhaps even tilting towards Moscow. And so I think just even the venue itself is very telling. But one of the things that I think people should really understand is the amount of trust that's been lost. When the U.S. pulled back on both military, sharing military equipment or provision of it, and then, of course, intelligence information, with the events that happened in Kursk over the last several days, Ukrainians died. And the Ukrainians know this. And so I think it's going to take a lot to kind of regain that level of trust between the two sides. Perhaps they're going to force Zelensky to sign some sort of performative, theatrical, raw minerals deal. But ultimately, what I think actually is going to happen is because the Trump administration does not want to provide any security guarantees, the Ukrainians are going to be looking now to buy time, but looking to Europe to provide that. And so I know that there was just mention of European, troops on the ground. That's where really this has to go if there's any chance of a peace settlement.
You mentioned venues, so, look, I have to ask you, in the last couple of years, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has gone from essentially being a pariah to playing a central role in global diplomacy. So what does he bring to the table in these talks to end the war between Ukraine and Russia? Does he have any real role in all of this?
Well, in some sense, he's trusted by multiple sides. The Trump administration, of course, has had a very close relationship with the Saudis, with Mohammed bin Salman. We call him MBS. The Ukrainians as well are close to him. And of course, the Russians have had longstanding relationships. So in theory, it's not a bad place to meet if, for example, you're trying to act as a mediator. But again, why are we meeting with the Ukrainians, our ally, in a neutral venue? I think that's something that is pretty telling.
And Courtney, in this very uncertain world, you have some exclusive new reporting on some potential staffing cuts at the Pentagon. Tell us about it.
Yeah, as part of these ongoing efforts to make cuts in the Pentagon and across the Department of Defense, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is expected to announce at some point soon a new initiative that would include cutting as many as 10% of the general officer and flag officer billet. So basically what that means is to be a general or an admiral, you have to have a job that you're assigned to. They are now looking at cutting between 8 and 10%, so up to 10% of those jobs, those billets, which would mean that those generals and those admirals in those jobs would, in many cases, would probably retire, but there wouldn't be that pipeline for the younger officers to move up to. So now, right now, the law says that the military can have as many as 857 total generals and admirals. That's 1-star up to 5-star, frankly, but at this point we only have 4-star. But total generals and admirals across the entire United States military, this would be cutting upwards of 10% of those, Chris.
Courtney Cubie
this
and Mark
bitch wants us to have
Moropoulos, thank you
5-star
both.
generals. Only in times of war. More executive orders are being signed. Maybe. Uh-oh. There are protesters.
Palestine will be free. And from the sea to the river. Palestine will live forever. New York City, you will see.
Live. Can't do anything about it.
Palestine will be free. And New York City, you will learn. Refugees will return. And up with liberation. Down with occupation. Up with liberation. Down with occupation. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Open up the prison doors. 5, 6, 7, racist state.
He's about to get deported back to Gaza, isn't he?
1, 2, 3, 4. Occupation no more.
Where was he from originally?
5, 6, 7, 8. Israel is a racist state.
Israel is a racist state.
Say it loud and say it clear.
Say it loud and say it clear.
Liberation is near.
Liberation is near.
Say it loud and say it clear.
Say it loud and say it clear.
Liberation is near.
Liberation is near.
And what do we want?
Palestinian.
When do we want it?
He's a
What do we want? When do
permanent
we want
resident.
It? If we don't get it. If we don't get it. If we don't get it. If Mahmoud doesn't get it. If our students don't get it. If Palestine doesn't get it.
He's a recent graduate student of Columbia too, so pretty much now he's gonna get deported with a free education. Go make missiles or whatever the fuck.
Shut it down! Shut it down!
I don't know what his major is. He's in Louisiana right now. He's not even in New York. Says he was moved to detention, Louisiana.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Israel bombs, USA pays! Israel bombs, USA pays! How many kids did you kill today? From the belly of the beast! Hands off the Middle East!
He has a green card.
From the belly of the beast!
I can take that away.
We want justice, we want peace!
We want justice, we want peace.
Justice is our demand!
Justice is our demand.
He's not a citizen yet. He's screwed up.
Stolen land!
Peace on stolen land.
Justice is our demand!
Justice is our demand.
Don't do fucking tyrannical shit. You're not a citizen yet. You don't have that right.
We want justice, you say how?
We want justice, you say how?
I stop our campus
You don't have the right.
We want
That dude's
justice,
gonna
you
get kicked
say
out of the
how?
country.
We want justice, you say how?
Hands off our students now!
Hands off our students now.
And we want justice, you say how?
We want justice, you say how?
Release Mahmoud Khalil now!
Release Mahmoud Khalil now.
Release Mahmoud Khalil now!
Release Mahmoud Khalil now.
Hands
All
off
women.
our students now!
Hands off our students now.
Ice off our campus now!
Ice off our campus now.
Hands off our students
that we
now!
can all agree that that would be an improvement over a continuing resolution. I thank you and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Ms. Fishbach for her time for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, I'd like to thank Mr. Cole and Mr. Lauro for being here. And I appreciate you putting together, Mr. Cole, the continuing resolution, the bill that we have in front of us. And I just wanted to ask a couple of things, because I know there's a lot of rhetoric, a lot of kind of accusations from the other sides of things that are going on in this bill that, we talk about, they talk about zeroing out the toxic exposure fund. But my understanding, and you can true or false, on page 72, they're fully committed to supporting our veterans, and as a matter of fact, it includes a $6 billion increase in the toxic exposure fund. Is that?
That's correct, we will deal with the needs for 26 in the 26 bill. So all the needs currently are fully funded, and matter of fact, we use $6 billion from the toxic exposure fund to do that. And again, we're committed to continue to meet those obligations. The appropriate place for that would be in the 26 bill for 26. So certainly nothing in this bill cuts anything that veterans are receiving today.
Perfect. And what about maybe some of the accusations that we're cutting police and the community-oriented policing, the COPS program is, it maintains its consistent level, is my understanding?
Correct. The only thing that really gets cut here are congressional projects, quite frankly. Those are eliminated. We don't normally do them in CRs. There's some confusion. Some people were wondering if we zeroed out stuff from 24. We did not. We just, if you put it in the 24 bill, in the 25 bill, if you don't take it out, you'd build like 2 bridges, the same places. That's it. And matter of fact, we took some of that money and used that for defense to pay for a pay raise. It's not. It's basically about the same amount of money. Put a little bit extra money for housing to hopefully avoid anybody being, because we all know that's an inflationary bill. We put extra money on the border, where we've had, frankly, a lot of success in this administration. But overall, the bill spends about $7 billion less than the 24 bills. But again, those are all congressional projects. They're not substantive cuts in important programs.
Well, and I just wanted to counteract some of the rhetoric that comes from the other side, because they're extreme, talking about cutting police officers, not taking care of veterans, and in reality, what you said about this bill is it helps rein in runaway inflation, but we are still investing in critical areas, and it helps us. It gives us the opportunity to work on those priorities with the administration and look at those critical areas, and gives us some opportunity to really work in a meaningful way to get rid of the waste, the bloat, the fraud that's going on. And so I was just with my final question, maybe you could talk about some of those priorities that were included in this bill.
Well, absolutely. And again, to be fair, the statement of the Democratic leadership against the bill was issued before the bill was actually available, unpublished. So I think the minds have been made up regardless of what's in the bill. And I think that's probably the reason for some of the overheated rhetoric that we saw out of Democratic leadership. The reality is here, again, we take care of business. These are, the anomalies we have, very few people that I'm aware of are complaining about. We promised in last year's bill we'd give military people a pay raise. They're getting that pay raise. We know we've had great success on the border with the change in president. It takes a little bit more money when you're finally removing people from the country that need to be removed. We put extra money in for WIC at the administration's request, about $500 million. That brings us up to about 7.6, if I remember correctly. So we certainly do some things that are good in this bill. Would we be better off with a negotiated bipartisan product? Sure, but we didn't get there, and that wasn't our fault. I don't blame my friends on the other side either. We were negotiating. My friend, the ranking member, was absolutely right about that. But you get to the point where if you don't get this done now, then we'll go through a shutdown. And frankly, if you try to do it in bits and pieces, you'll trigger a 1% across the board cut. It's better to build the safety net, if you will, all the way to the end of the fiscal year and get us out of this cycle of having to vote for CRs every 2 to 4 weeks. Congress does have other things to do. It's got a lot on its plate this year, obviously, with the reconciliation package. You have other items that you're considering here that are pretty important, like being able to extend the time that we can prosecute people for fraud. None of those things happen if we don't get out of this sort of, knee-jerk every few week consideration. So this one slightly lowers overall spending, takes care of everything, has reasonable anomalies in there. For instance, last year's bill funded the inauguration. Well, why would we leave funding the inauguration in this year's bill? There's a lot of changes like that you just have to make, or you'd be literally flushing money down the toilet.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cole, and I appreciate, and I'm just going to say it again. We fund the toxic exposure
no
for
inauguration.
The veterans,
where would the money
women,
go?
Infants, and children. That's additional money, and the COPS grants, and so those are the things. I appreciate that you put together a solid bill,
Somebody just take it home with them?
And that we'll have the opportunity
we're not using
to
this
work on the full budget as we go into it. Mr. Cole.
One point, just because, again, there's obvious confusion here. Look, if numbers come down because you take out congressional add-ons, that's not programmatic funding. That's not actually year-to-year funding. That's for a specific project, and we just don't normally do those. Appropriate thing to do. So some things that look like they're cuts is just money being backed out for congressional projects that otherwise would have been there. That's it. It doesn't affect the baseline operation of the
Lou here wants
particular
to say
agency in
something.
question.
And Mr. Cole, I appreciate that explanation because we know that you have put together a strong bill and that you know what you're doing. And so you are cutting things that shouldn't be cut. So thank you. And
Dude, every time I get done with a meal, pretty much,
back now,
I
recognize
gotta
the
take the
ranking
plate
member
to
of
the
the Rules
kitchen
Committee,
because she's like,
Mr.
"Oh, you're done."
McGovern,
Well,
for his
don't mind if I do.
time questioning, and note that the gentlelady used about 6 minutes and 45 seconds.
Do we have time limits now in this committee?
Well, what we're trying to do is the chairwoman has indicated that she's trying to get folks a lot closer to the 5 minutes. Those are my instructions.
That goes against the longstanding tradition in this committee, and so and when I was and I recall, and I'll save this when the gentlelady gets here, but when I remember presiding over a Rules Committee hearing where she went on for over an hour, and many members on the other side go on for quite some time. And I'd rather stick needles in my eyeballs than have to listen to them. But nonetheless, this is a place where debate is preserved, right? That's what makes this committee unique. And so I want to say right now that I object to any move to try to stifle debate in this committee.
Gentleman's objection is noted.
Okay, all right. And let me just say to the gentleman who just spoke.
All right, as expected, a lot of back and forth right now between Democrats and Republicans as they try to work out this CR to try to push the government budget to September 30th instead of a government shutdown on Friday. We'll be keeping an eye on that for you here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we are going to be talking with Fox Business on, oh boy, it was the meltdown of Monday. We'll have all the details coming up next here on Live Now from Fox.
You bite me. Oh. Ah. Trying to bite me hard. She was actually thinking she was biting me super hard.
Cause it feels like he's me. Ice balls filled with lightning, too big to like heaven's keys.
Is there more thoughts in his face? Does he shoot lots of honey? Twice on Easter Sunday, what's his favorite?
We're going to fight back, and we are going to win.
Tomorrow, the next travel ban will be announced, again listing several Muslim countries alongside Cuba and Venezuela. Are we going to stand by idly and let it happen? Fuck no. So it is very important for us to be out here on the streets, to be in solidarity with each other, to show that we stand against what's happening. But it's even more important what happens when we go back home.
I see.
When we go back to our schools, we need a lot more people to be organized. We need a lot more people to be out here. We need to go back and organize in our schools, organize in our apartment buildings, organize in our neighborhoods, organize in our martial arts clubs, in our bowling leagues, in our knitting club. We need millions and millions of people to be active and engaged, because fascists don't listen to reason.
Fascists aren't into
don't
fashion.
listen to morality.
Get your nitties out,
Fascists
ladies.
don't
Let's
care about
do
protests.
this.
Fascists don't care about what the media will cover. Fascists have to be confronted by numbers that show
I like
that
hanging
they
out
will
with
be
old
defeated.
ladies. What can I say? Ladies?
And it is on every one of us to help build those numbers. If you came out here and you're not a part of an organization, I highly recommend that you join one.
It's like the Fight Club. It's like the dude from Fight Club, but he goes to like
build a group of people in your school, in your neighborhood, in your mosque, in your church, and get organized. The only way we beat fascists
Lou
back
hasn't seen Fight Club.
in
We
the
need to watch
streets
it with him
through
in Discord. He
confrontation.
said he'd watch it sometime with us as a group.
and showing them that we are more powerful
I
than
should
them.
never see the movie Fight Club.
So lots of love, lots of solidarity to all of you for being out here today. We hope to continue to see you
The movie
next
is
time
life
with more
changing.
people, with new faces.
It really is. It's like
every time.
it's like
Free,
having a
free
good
Palestine!
acid trip and waking up and being able to be like think back on it and be like, man,
thank you.
That's something to think about. You know, it's like that good of a movie.
We want justice, you say how?
Someone that never seen it.
Ice off our campus now! We
Are you
want
joined
justice,
for movie
you
night?
say how?
Oh shit!
Ice off
To
our
watch it
campus
2 times,
now!
yep. It's like Donnie Darko.
Ice off our campus now!
Like, there's a few movies like that.
That's
Donnie
right.
Darko's
Ice
definitely
off
one of
our
them.
campuses right
But what about
now. We need ice
Memento?
off our campuses right now.
I think I watched
And
that
we
one
need
right
freedom
afterwards.
For Mahmoud Khalil right now.
Memento is a movie where
Speaker said,
everything is in
Fahad
reverse.
said, that's only going to happen.
The beginning of the
through
movie is at the
organization
end, and the
and
end's
through
at the
increasing
beginning.
our
Everything
organization.
is like.
I'm going to call up now someone to
trippy movie,
address us
dude.
who knows a lot about organization. Brian Becker from the Party for Socialism and
How
Liberation.
it's done, it's fucking like hard. It's kind of hard to follow the first time. That's why the second time it's like, oh, okay.
Sisters and brothers,
Now let's watch that.
just a little while
What's
ago.
another one? The Machinist
Donald
is
Trump
another one that's kind of like at
took
the
to
end of it.
social
You're like,
media
what? Okay, I might need to watch that one
celebrate-
again.
To celebrate the arrest
Machinist
of
with
Mahmoud Khalil. To say,
Christian Bell. Wait, Mementos?
To
Is
make
that
it
with Christian
clear
Bell too?
that the Trump
No,
administration
that's with the British dude.
intends to go through with this illegal kidnapping and deportation.
Which one did I name that was a David Lynch film?
They intend to go through with this. The reason Trump had to get personally involved and go to social media is because more than 1 million people in the last
Have you
day
seen The Machinist?
have
And
signed that statement demanding the release and freedom of Mahmoud Khalil. 1 million people. I think we have to sort of reflect on the moment that we're in and understand how
I See Dead
serious
People
this
movie
actually
with Bruce
is.
Willis. I saw it in the theater.
This will be, I believe, the epic battle. Donald Trump, if he can succeed with the arrest, kidnapping, and deportation of students exercising First Amendment rights to speak up and to speak out.
You're like, oh
if he gets
shit,
away with
for
this,
real?
he believes that he can suppress
Now I gotta see if I can catch
the
it.
immigrant rights movement,
Watch it
the
again.
labor movement, the women's movement, the LGBTQ movement. They feel...
Was Unbreakable like
he
that too, though,
feels
with Bruce
that
Willis?
if they can win here, that this will be beginning of the right-wing political dictatorship that the billionaires actually want.
What was that movie, dude? I See Dead People.
This is what they actually are trying to achieve. And I think we have to make it clear to them
The
that
Sixth
the
Sense.
1 million
M. Night
people
Shyamalan.
who supported Mahmoud in the last day will turn into 10 million and 20 million and 30 million people to say no.
1999, back when movies were still good.
We
Remember
will
that?
win is by, one, not being afraid,
Movies suck now.
refusing to be
Most of them.
intimidated,
The last good movie I saw was Doctor Strange. Only because that shit's like... No, wait. That's a lie. Last good movie I saw was Oppenheimer.
Can we win?
Before that, I think it was Doctor Strange.
Can we win?
If you've never done DMT, Doctor Strange is the closest you can get to it in movie form.
They stage this phony pretend.
They're not even doing DMT in the movie. They're
At
just
the State of the Union address,
bogus
they
shit. I don't know. I forget what it
before
was,
the
but
election, that if Trump was elected,
DMT
that
like-
it would be the end of American democracy. Well, the arrest of Mahmoud Khalil is an indicator of what the end of democracy looks like, and the Democrats are not here, but we are here.
it's closer to the DMT trip than Enter the Void is, and Enter the Void's
This is
about
the beginning of the epic battle. We
pretty much
cannot
about
think of this
DMT.
demonstration as
What?
just one more activity. We have to fight
The dude
now,
dies while he's on a
like the
DMT trip.
fight
It's
for
an
our
interesting
lives,
movie.
the fight
Never
for
seen
this
it.
country, the fight to end genocide, the fight to stop a right-wing
Really trippy
political
movie.
dictatorship, and frankly
Enter
speaking, the masses of people in this country are with us. They're not with Donald Trump, but we have to mobilize and fight and win. Thank you very much. Free Palestine. Free Mahmoud. Free Mahmoud. Right now. Thank you.
I believe that we will win.
Don't let the intro turn you off. Man, just the intro of Enter the Void's kind of overbearing, overwhelming. Very beginning of it. What in the hell am I watching right now? It's just seeing those.
This is a serious moment. This is not a time to be afraid or to be scared.
What?
This
Rabbit
is
is.
not the time to stay home. This is a fight for our futures. And we must fight. Are we gonna fight?
There was a movie like Fight Club called Ravenous.
Are we gonna fight? Are we gonna fight by ourselves? We're gonna fight with the thousands and millions of people. In less than
Heard of it.
24 hours, over 1 million people have signed the petition for the
Oh.
release of Mahmoud Khalil. This is not a time to be by ourselves. We must build with the millions and billions, because that is how we make revolution.
I don't think
I'd like to welcome Gustavo
any movie
Gordillo from
was
the
as
DSA.
Hey everyone.
influential as Fight Club that year.
I'm a union construction worker and I'm
99.
the co-chair of the New York City Democratic Socialists of America. Like Mahmoud, I came to the U.S. with a green card, and I had one until I was 18 years old. Today, I felt like I wanted to cry, learning about the news about his detention.
1999
The White
movies.
House posted Donald Trump's stomach training statement, which reads, ICE proudly apprehended and detained Mahmoud Khalil, a radical foreign pro-Hamas student on the campus of Columbia
movie
University.
of 1999.
This is the first
actually.
arrest of many to come. Boo.
What do we got here? Oh, American Beauty,
Donald
though.
Trump
That's
and
pretty
the
big.
apartheid
But
Israeli government he serves want to create a
it
chilling
wins.
effect.
It's the
where
number
all of
one
us
movie
feel afraid
on
to exercise our
IMDb.
political rights.
The most highly
This is
rated
retribution
movie
for standing up to
from
U.S.-backed genocide in Palestine.
1999.
They chose Mahmoud as a target on purpose.
January
They
1st
chose
to
him
January
because he's from a
31st
marginalized community.
is actually Fight
They
Club.
chose him because they thought he would
called
be
it.
an easy
I
target.
fucking called it, dude.
Now
I didn't even
the
know.
precedent is set,
I didn't even know, bro.
and they won't stop
That shit.
with the marginalized.
Number one.
In the U.S., we're taught that the
1999.
foundation of this country is freedom. But is Mahmoud free?
Number one movie that came out during that time.
Are
And
all
then
of
I
us
even
now
said,
free
oh
to
no, American
protest
Beauty
the
though.
atrocities committed in our
Number
name?
2. Matrix was 4. I
Are
didn't
we
realize
free
Matrix
when we
was
can't
that year
afford
though.
housing or health care?
But yeah, woo,
Are we
Matrix
free
was in
when
there.
many are
I'm
too
surprised
poor to
Green
live?
Mile is above Matrix actually.
Right now, the
I'm
Republicans
surprised
are
American
teaching us a
Beauty is
lesson
above Matrix.
about villainizing and
I don't
dehumanizing.
know, like how
They make
how
figures like Hamas
what makes it
and
number 2
quote-unquote
because it's
terrorists
definitely lower
into
as far as
effective
star
enemies.
rating.
I think all of us in the working class movement
I don't know
need
how
to
it
spend
got
more time
there.
villainizing too. There are actual
But Fight Club's
terrorists in the
clearly
United
highest,
States.
8.8.
But they
it's
are not
the
Mahmoud
highest
Khalil.
rating of any
Nor are
movie
they
that
the
came out.
students and working class people
in 99.
protesting Israel's genocide. And it is definitely not the Palestinian people. The terror comes from the
Netflix
capitalists
go ahead
and
and
their
call that
pawns.
the most influential
People
movie
like
of
the
99.
CEOs of weapons manufacturers.
And Office Space
Or
was in
Jeff
there.
Bezos, who wages class war
American Pie.
against workers
That's
and
some
takes
good
away
ones,
their
man. We
freedom
had some good ones. A lot of
economically
people like
and
The
at
Mummy. I
workplace.
didn't like what's his name's.
The terror
I didn't
comes
really
from their
like the
fascist
Mummy
government
films.
and their
He
ICE
didn't
squads.
seem right as a
There are
actor.
terrorists in the United
Main
States who
dude.
deserve to be
Boondock
detained.
Saints was
And they
99.
sit high up in their offices.
Big Daddy.
In the
Ooh,
financial
Big
district.
Daddy, bro.
And in Washington, D.C. Their goal
Comedy
is
is
to
still coming
demoralize
out.
you.
Toy Story
Their goal
2
is
is
to
still
scare
good.
you out of
Dude,
action. Their goal is to bully you
It was
out
definitely
of
good.
standing up for what is right. For the working class of the world.
Toy Story is probably like
But
the
we are not
number one
defeated.
film from
They cannot
the,
bully
from
us
whatever year
when
it
our
came
power
out. The
comes
original.
from standing arm in arm in solidarity
One
with
of the
each
top
other.
5.
Trump may not like it, but we all have rights,
We got
even
50
those
more.
of us he hates. But unless we
Bruce
fight for
Bigelow,
them, our
that shit
rights
was
will
funny.
become
I
a
saw in the
meaningless
theater.
legality. New York City DSA will always fight for Palestinian liberation.
Omar
And
Sam
today
was
we
kind
say
of
to
a big
Donald Trump
movie
and the
as far
entire
as
ruling class, free Mahmoud
armed
Khalil.
films because it was a true story.
I want to end with a chant. Repeat after me.
Dude, I took a
It is our
date
duty
to see
fight for our
8mm. I didn't know what it was about, dude. Oh my god, it was so bad. It was our first
We
date.
must love each other
It
and
was
support
brand
each
new and that
other.
was our first date.
We have
Homie.
nothing to lose but our chains.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about a snuff film detective. Bro.
We want justice, you say how?
Oh, South Park came out that
Where is
year.
Mahmoud Khalil now? We want justice, you say how?
Any Given Sunday is that far down the list? That was such a good football movie. I wasn't even into football. 73rd. Three Kings, I saw that at the theater. It was pretty good too.
Right now.
Ice Cube.
Be released
They're
right
out in
now
the Middle East.
because he is on the side of justice. He is on the side of truth,
Military
and he
film.
represents the majority of the people in this country. We see that from the millions who have signed on his petition. We see that from the thousands
Hurricane was
gathered here
good.
today.
And we see that from,
story about the
those who've been
hurricane
organizing for the past
boxer.
16 months against Israeli genocide, in the immigrants' rights movement, and against political
There's
repression and
Ravenous.
progressive movements
Hey,
generally.
Brody. Definitely not as good as Fight Club. I'm surprised it made the list though, dude.
It's just the first of many
In a
planned
remote
attacks
military
by the
outpost of the
Trump
19th
administration.
century, Captain John Boyd and his regiment embark on a rescue mission which takes a dark turn.
The immigrants' rights movement.
They are ambushed by a
We won't meet
sadistic
that with fear.
cannibal.
We'll meet that with continued organization, and we'll meet that with strong political
Here, I'll put these people over here for now. See what you're hearing.
knows a lot about both of these things, an experienced
This is interesting, huh? Ravenous made the list though, dude. Is it a Canadian movie or what? Oh, it's got that dude in it. He was in Band of Brothers as one of the officers. And if you haven't seen Band of Brothers, Brody, you've seen all those, right? All the men in here have seen all the Band of Brothers, correct? If you haven't, you just stop everything and go in and start that series up right now. You're going to be hooked on it. Especially if you're American. But maybe even if you're not American, it'll give you some newfound respect for America.
Because I was outspoken against ICE and who they are and the
Really
terrorism that they instill on our community. They want to terrorize us. They want to intimidate us. They want us to be afraid of them. We are not afraid. We are not afraid.
You haven't seen Band of Brothers? Oh, dude, you're gonna love it if you haven't. So good. I've seen the whole series like 3 times.
Agency.
Actually,
it's a civil agency, which
it's
means
a
that they
history lesson while like at the same time.
Fuck that.
It's
They're
good.
a civil agency, right? And not only that,
It's probably the
they are
best
part of the
depiction
INA, Immigration Naturalization Act, which
of
only adheres to,
World War II.
To non-citizens. So if you're a citizen and
Because it goes through all like so many different battles. It really depicts the Battle of Bastogne or the Battle of the Bulge really well too. How fucking brutal that must have been. They're out there freezing to death and shit. Orders and shit exploding around them. Dying.
citizens need to stand up.
It'd be hollow. Yeah, I saw that in the theater too, and it could have been way better. I don't know, because I think I remember reading the book when I was a kid, and I was closer to being a kid at this point. I remember thinking like, I don't know, it wasn't that good. I thought they could have done more. Hollywood could have done better.
One thing that people don't know about Immigration and Customs Enforcement, it's a plenary agency. A plenary agency
Used to have a lot of these, like Office Space.
Constitution of the United States.
It's a good year though. But if you go to like now, if I go to 2025, what do we got?
They work outside the fucking Constitution. So legislation, Congress,
Or
the judges,
or 2024.
they don't have to listen to anyone, right? That's how powerful they are. Does that bring back memories?
We get the same
of what happened
list.
in the 1940s? The SSS, these secret fucking
like,
agencies. I'm sorry, I have to.
Oh, there it is.
These agencies that are secret, that are going to disappear.
I haven't even heard of any of these. Okay, this is all of 2024. The number 1 movie was Anora. Number 2, The Brutalist. So far, I haven't heard of any of these movies. It's just so bad.
On our home. This is my home. I was born in Trinidad, but this is my home. This is Khalil's home. This is Mahmoud's home. Right? We have been here.
Dune Part 2. Oh, yeah. That, only because they redid an old movie. I've heard of that one.
We are going to fight. We are not going to allow this agency,
The Gladiator 2?
to instill fear.
Russell Crowe even in it?
We are strong.
No,
we are unafraid. And we are going to stand up and fight.
No.
Free Mahmoud. Free Mahmoud.
Denzel Washington's in it?
What?
Denzel Washington's going downhill fast. He used to only be known for being in good movies. By the way, R.I.P. Gene Hackman from Crimson Tide, man. Fuck, dude.
What do we do?
I forgot that he was in Crimson Tide.
What do we do? What do we
Good movie with Denzel Washington.
We refuse to be intimidated, right? In our thousands and our millions, we refuse.
I don't recognize any of these movies, dude. They made another Lord of the Rings. Wait, or any? Oh, it's a cartoon. A cartoon's on the top 100. More than one cartoon's on the top 100. I understand Toy Story. I haven't heard of any of these movies, dude. This is the top 100 movies from 2024. Deadpool, Wolverine. Okay, Alien Romulus. One movie. Why is it so far down?
Someone just asked me why are the flags half mast, and the only
I mean, it was alright though.
is the
Was
death
it?
of democracy under this fashion.
I saw it on YouTube.
But we say no.
Somehow it was.
We
I
say
was,
no to fascism.
I had it on
We
YouTube.
say no. We are standing here in support of a free Palestine. We are standing, demanding the freedom
It
of
is the
Khalil.
original.
If they cannot hear us, we must be louder.
I'm not seeing anything. Civil War. Was this any good?
Coming for all of
I heard
us,
some stuff about this.
and it is us who will protect each other.
I see that one.
ICE and the Trump band of
Queer.
bigots have no place
1950s
here
Mexico
in New York
City.
City.
American immigrant in the late 40s.
You make sure to let
Is
them know
queer.
that they are not welcomed here.
We're in Mexico.
You take out your
Theaters
cameras
now.
and you photograph them and you videotape them and you let them know they are not welcome in New York City. So I need you all to organize, to bring your friends.
The Crow?
To let them
They
know that
remade
we
The
are
Crow, dude. It only got a 4.7.
and we will fight for every neighbor
Bed
that
is in
under
red.
attack. They
It's
will
horrible.
not come for our
Dude,
trans
what were they
siblings.
thinking?
We got your back.
It was bad enough that Bruce Lee's son dies in the making of the original Crow, but then they're gonna try to fucking disgrace the legacy by remaking it without him altogether?
Thank you so much. Let's keep fighting, y'all.
That's fuck. I'm trying to imagine. Is that. Alright.
Free Palestine.
Has there been a movie where an actor has died while making it, besides The Crow? I need one. And have they since then made a duplicate of that movie? Like that? Because that's ridiculous,
Building
dude.
this movement in as many
Was he black in the new
sectors
one?
as they exist in our city. Every
Ledger?
person in this program, every
Okay, he made it in the making. So, but they haven't remade a replica of that same movie, though.
Keep bringing more and
They
more
have
and
made
more
another.
people
They
into
haven't
this
made
movement.
another.
This is the way we will
Joker?
ensure the release of Mahmoud
Stop it.
Khalil. This is the way we will ensure the release of Mahmoud Khalil. This is the way we will beat
You know, I heard.
back
You know that
these
dude that died
fascistic
from
attacks. This is
Lord of the
way
Rings.
that we will keep struggling for
Not Lord of the
a free
Rings.
Palestine.
Harry Potter. The Harry Potter guy that just died recently.
The way that we will
This list is shit. Here, I mean, here. I'll go to the very bottom of it just real fast. Oh, there's the 100.
I'm going to call now Tal from JVP.
But he was a sorcerer teacher, so I don't know shit about Harry Potter. But it's the guy that was also in Die Hard. Well, they're replacing him, and supposedly he was depicted as a very pale-skinned person in the book. And there are all the times where Harry Potter's like, so-and-so is up to no good. Why is he up to no good? Like, out of nowhere, Harry Potter would be thinking he's up to no good. Apparently, they were replacing this guy with a black person now in the upcoming series. So now the person that's up to no good is going to be a black person. And it's going to be out of nowhere. Like, why is he up to no good? I don't know, I got a feeling he's up to no good. Like, they made it even more fucking racist, dude. What are they... I just heard about that one. Or, I don't know anything about Harry Potter, but some people were talking about it on Reddit and the Harry Potter subreddit, which I'm not even a part of. But that specific topic's gaining a lot of traction apparently because it got recommended to me. But I have a lot of Reddit. Sometimes it logs me in on another Reddit account.
We will fight for our Palestinian siblings every
I have multiple
day.
Reddit accounts.
We will refuse to allow this fascist regime to continue to co-opt the idea of Jewish safety as a cover for its
it was for the fucking.
disgusting
That's right, for the NFTs.
for the weaponization of its laws and of its immigration systems against the movement for Palestinian
Limit on
liberation.
NFTs or something at one point. I can't remember what it was. It was something to do with the
Jews
NFTs.
everywhere must stand up.
Oh, I remember. It was to get more of the free NFTs. Because you were only allowed one free NFT per account. That's why I have so many burner Reddit accounts now. Stupid names. I wish you could change your Reddit name. That'd be nice.
Thank you. Free Palestine.
We want justice, you say how?
I wish we were able to do that.
Free Mahmoud Khalil now. We want justice.
Because all but like 2 of my accounts are given by them.
Free Mahmoud Khalil now. When immigrant rights are under attack.
It was in the middle of 2 movies.
What do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back.
I do want to watch Paddington in Peru. Is that in here? Okay, so they didn't have hardly like. If I put 1993, watch how many crazy hit movies there will be. I'm not even know. I just have a feeling 93 was a good year, man. I have no idea what it's gonna be. What we got 93? What you got for me? Schindler's List, pretty big. The Firm, most of it filmed in Memphis. I loved that shit. I actually saw that at the theater because of that. Jurassic Park, the first movie with surround sound. Boom. Dazed and Confused, one of the best stoner movies of all time. True Romance, God, that's such a good movie too, dude. Tombstone, one of the best westerns ever made. The Sandlot, one of the best kid movies ever. Groundhog Day, often talked about when people talk about when shit happens over and over and over again, even though it's not a thing to do with Groundhog's Day in itself, but people know it from the movie so much that it's got 8 stars. The Fugitive, excellent, one of those type of movies, big at the time. All of those. They were so big at the time, but they were. Miss Doubtfire, a tranny movie made it in the top 10. Look at that shit. I saw that at the theater too, man. But that's just the top 10. They keep going. Bronx Tale is really good. A lot of people like The Piano. I don't know how Leprechaun made it so fucking high. I don't think I ever even saw this. What the fuck? How is this a thing?
Yes, it is white supremacy.
How is this a thing, dude?
This is blatantly
17
unconstitutional on what they are doing to Mahmoud. The
Out here falling down! Oh my god, falling down! 93 Coneheads. Musketeers, somebody like that. Demolition Man with the shells. What's eating Gilbert Grape? And Hollywood was on fucking fire in 93.
This country are guaranteed due process.
Blood in, blood out.
And
Robin Hood Men in Ties. Some people like that. Some people didn't like Phil. Dude, I saw Philadelphia at the theater when I was like 13. Actually, it was awkward. I don't even think I watched the whole thing. I was like, yeah, I wasn't expecting all this on myself. Homeward Bound, about the dog and the cat, man. That was a great movie too. A lot of people like Carlito's Way. Nightmare Before Christmas is a fucking cult classic. Grumpy Old Man is a good-ass movie. Rudy's a good-ass movie. What am I even doing right now? What has happened to Hollywood? It's so apparent that Hollywood is shit. Sleepless in Seattle was a huge hit.
And the people of this country will rise up.
This is Arnold Schwarzenegger's worst movie ever, but it's still better than the best movies now.
We will rise up to defeat those who have enabled it. And I want to say something that I know this
Knock it
rally
off.
is about
Cliffhanger.
ice out of
Excellent
campuses,
Sylvester Stallone
but we
movie.
need ice out of our schools.
Focus Pocus, if you like Bette Midler. Adam's Family Values. I think that was the second one in the series, but people still liked it.
They do not belong anywhere
Sliver?
near any of
Vaguely
our
remember
people.
Sliver. Cool Runnings.
They do not keep us
Classic.
safe.
Gettysburg.
And day
A
in
fucking
and day
classic.
out,
Distract.
the
Ah,
only
Whoopi
people
Goldberg. She
keeping
gets a pass all the
community
time.
safe.
Menace to Society. They made a
Keep that in
spoof
mind.
movie.
fighting
That
for
this
Mahmoud
one's so
and
good.
every
They
other
made Juice in
Mahmoud
the
that we
Hood
do not
because of
know
it. Or
today.
Juice in the
And the biggest shame
South
goes to
Central.
Columbia University.
Perfect World.
The biggest shame
World.
goes to Columbia University for allowing ICE to operate on their property. It also
I probably saw it. I don't remember it though.
them to continue to
Line of
hide
Fire.
behind this fallacy that they
Yeah, I
have
saw that at the
policies.
theater. I went to
What
movies a
government
lot when I was
policies
a
when your
kid though.
Students are under attack. Shame on
It's the
Columbia.
Menace. Hot Shots. Oh, the second Hot Shots though.
Anyone who stands and
Free
says that
Willy
this-
was
that
huge
this
even,
action is
dude.
Justified. Shame on every single person.
Fire in
who
the
continues
Sky
to
about the
enable this
UFO.
atrocity to
The Good
continue.
Son.
Thank you all for standing up and continue to hit the streets.
Beverly
continue to raise up
Hillbillies.
your
I don't know.
voices,
I didn't
and
really.
continue to
A
call
lot of people
every
probably like
single
that
one of your
shit.
congressional members
Make
and
fun of
demand
people.
the release of Mahmoud and every other person in detention. Thank you.
Right. I think I saw The Boys Live. Actually.
What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? When immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do?
Brad Pitt. California with the K.
What do we do? Free Mahmoud
Yeah.
Khalil.
That was
now.
true.
Free Mahmoud Khalil now.
I saw most of these movies. I'm just not remembering all of them. I used to really watch the shit out of movies.
We will not be intimidated. We will not be beaten back.
Searching for Bobby Fischer was a really good movie.
Afraid.
Wayne's World 2 did well.
We have organized too much.
Geronimo
We
did
have built
alright.
Too much trust in each other, and we have built strong organizations. We will continue doing this. This is how we will get freedom for Mahmoud Khalil. This
Loaded
is how we will get
Weapon. Was
ICE
this a spoof
off of
from
our
Lethal
campuses
Weapon?
and out of our communities. This is how we will ensure justice
Must have
for
been.
immigrants. And this is
National
how we will
Lampoon's Loaded
ensure a
Weapon
free
was the original
Palestine.
title.
All of this
I
takes
don't remember. I probably
coordination.
saw this. I just don't
All of this
remember
takes
it
work.
right now.
All of this takes consistency.
I had to have seen it,
I'm gonna
dude.
call now someone who knows a lot
I'd
about
do it.
these things. Manolo from the People's Forum.
Oh, 3 was already out though at the time, and that's wild too. Window Return.
We have a message for Trump. You think you can threaten us? You think you can intimidate us?
So many
Well,
more
we have a
hits,
response
dude.
for you.
In 93 to
We are not
2024.
stepping back.
That's crazy. I guess there's just not as much money in it for Hollywood either, though, because everything can be burned and copied and sold on the
We are here
street.
to fight for Palestine.
It couldn't be done back then.
We are here to fight for immigrants.
That was before DVDs.
We are here
93. What a, that was before DVDs, dude. That was VHS.
They made a
That was
mistake
VHS and Laserdisc
in
time
arresting
still.
Mahmoud.
That's how they had the market. Once they lost the market,
in silence.
they lost the money, they lost the drive to
The
make good
people
movies
wouldn't
anymore.
react. But all we have seen across the country has been millions of people coming
Because
together.
what, DVDs
to
were like, what,
defend Mahmoud.
96? Or being in like Blockbuster Video?
And today,
Or maybe even later than that, 98,
here in New
99.
York. Are you ready to march?
Let's see.
Are you ready to march? But we want to do more than just march. Because this moment requires each and every one of us to fight and to organize. Only the millions of people
This is the late 90s, early 2000s.
but
Notable shift in focus towards DVDs in 2001. But they still had VHS rentals at the time, for the time. It looks like 1999, Blockbuster began a wider push towards DVD. Yeah, that's what happened. DVDs happened. That's when movies started going downhill.
Infinite power. They think they have infinite money, but we have something greater than anything they have.
And now that everyone can make a movie with their phone, it's even more flooded with bullshit.
So let's get ready to march. We're gonna start forming the front of the march to your right, my left to your right.
Like watching the award shows used to be like watching some Major League All-Stars play, figuring out what was going to be cool to watch. Like what came out this year that was really good, you know? Watch the Oscars and figure it out. He was nominated and shit. I like that anymore. Now they're just trying to sell you their agenda. Like Ukraine or whatever. The movies suck. Hollywood's definitely just dying out. I don't see any way for it to stop dying off.
We want justice, you say how? Release Mahmoud Khalil now.
Anybody can be a director. Anybody can be an actor now.
Hands off our students now. Ice off our campus now. Ice off our campus now.
And it costs so damn much to go to the movies. And it's dangerous at the movies now. You get shot. You just want to see a fucking movie. And you would know if someone's got something in there because it's so loud and dark. No one is searched before they go into a movie theater. Why is that? Why do they search people before going to a music venue with a metal detector, but they don't for a movie theater?
Release Mahmoud Khalil now.
Yeah, sure, that would be taking away rights, but I know I don't feel comfortable in a movie theater with a bunch of strangers in the dark behind me and shit where I can't see. That's it back, dude. Anybody behind me. It's actually not very smart to sit anywhere but the back in a movie theater. You're being a little bugger today. You heard me, Alan. Oh, especially if you're feeling frisky. Heck yeah. I'm just saying, I mean, you can get really into a movie where you know it, there could be somebody behind you, like, pew, 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 pew. Have a suppressor on a 22 or some shit during a war scene or whatever. If you're watching a movie that gets loud all of a sudden, that shit's eerie nowadays with the amount of shit that you can 3D print. Back in our day, dude, you couldn't 3D print a fucking suppressor and just screw it straight onto your gun and shit. It's gotten crazy nowadays. Only that, they're 3D printing the whole, well, not the whole gun, but most of the gun parts. You got 13-year-olds with guns because they're 3D printing them, buying the parts off the internet. You don't have to be a certain age to buy gun parts. Not taking away my rights. I don't have to tell you my age to buy my gun parts, boy. It's those people that are keeping it that way so that kids can buy gun parts, 3D print a gun. Kind of crazy. What is going on? What is this guy looking like? What is he looking like that for?
Khalil
has not been credibly accused of any violent
Why
act.
does he look like that,
He has
though?
not been charged with any crime.
Can you answer me that?
If he is guilty of anything, it is guilt by association.
Never mind, he's gay. I figured it out.
Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, alleged on Fox News that Mr. Khalil has been locking down buildings and destroying property. If there's a shred of evidence supporting these allegations against Mr. Khalil, I have yet to see it. No, his only offense has been exercising his constitutional right to free speech and peaceful assembly.
Completely live.
Anything else
Rewind
is
it.
a hot take from those who get their news from Twitter and TikTok. Students like Mr. Khalil flock to the United States from every corner of the globe, in large part because of our reputation as a beacon of liberty. Here, the world thinks someone cannot be summarily arrested and imprisoned merely for expressing an opinion or advocating a political cause. The case of Mahmoud Khalil has dealt a severe blow to that trust placed in us by the world.
Oh, look at that.
My activist colleagues behind me on the faculty have for many years circulated petitions and signed open letters in support of political prisoners held by authoritarian regimes in places like Russia, China, and Iran. Now we're facing a horrifying reality that our own student, a member of the Columbia community, has become a political prisoner here in the United States. This is a dismal moment in American history. We must not go down this authoritarian path one step further.
Stops and puts blush on in the morning.
Let's not let this happen in the United States of America. Thank you very much.
I'm so pretty. Do you have a skirt on? Oh man, come on. He's browned out though. Dude, that
It's a
much.
very great honor to present
Brown
Donald
out.
Lieberman, who's the president and
It is a
CEO of the
brown
New York
out.
Civil
That's
Liberties
something.
Union. On a
Reach your
personal
pants.
note, I must say that I have observed her work on the ground
Look at it do it.
for decades. She's
It's something to do with electricity.
one who walks the walk just as much as she talks the talk.
You have like a low electricity for your house. It's not a blackout, it's a brownout.
Thank you all for coming out today. The New York Civil Liberties Union stands with the students and
For a reduction
faculty
in
of
electrical
Columbia
power.
to condemn the Trump
Lights
administration's
potentially causing
cruel
avalanches
and
on
unlawful detention of Mahmoud Khalil. It is beyond the pale. It's targeted, retaliatory, and an extreme attack on the First Amendment.
No, Wendy. God does not approve.
And it reeks of McCarthyism. We call on the government to release Mr. Khalil immediately.
Well, he's in Louisiana now, so
Be clear. The First Amendment protects everyone in the United States. And this unlawful arrest and detention are obviously intended to intimidate and chill speech that the Trump administration doesn't like. Not just here in New York, but all across the country.
and we're okay with
Let's be clear
that.
on something else. The federal government has no authority to strip Mr. Khalil or any other lawful permanent resident of their status for participating in a public debate
He's acting
and
very
advocating positions
terroristically.
that the Trump administration doesn't like.
I think we should be able to align with terrorist organizations.
Or speaking out should never be the basis of punishment or lead to
We're not
deportation.
citizens yet.
And what's more,
You don't have the same rights.
Mr. Khalil, like every other green card
Dummy.
holder, has a right to due process of law.
Right, but they don't have the same
The
rights
arrest
though.
and detention of Mahmoud
Otherwise,
Khalil
they would be
is
called
a
citizens.
gross violation of his constitutional rights and an abuse of immigration
Or
law.
does he have
It comes as the
constitutional
Trump
right though?
administration is trying to
As a
ramp
green
up
card
ICE
holder?
raids and sow fear all across the city, all across the state, all across the country. But we will stand up to the Trump administration. We will not be silenced. We urge Columbia to stop pandering to the Trump administration. we urge Colombia
Same constitutional rights as U.S. citizens, except for the right to vote.
to stand up for academic
That's it?
freedom and democracy.
And hold certain government
stand
positions.
Up and speak out to defend Mr. Khalil and demand his immediate
They are
release.
entitled to the same protections.
Mahmoud now! Free Mahmoud now!
Hello.
Free Mahmoud now!
Our next speaker is another professor, Yinan Cohen, Yerushalmi professor at Columbia, fellow of the Institute for Israel and Jewish Studies.
Thank you all for coming. And I'm indeed a member of the Institute of Israel and Jewish Studies at Columbia University. And the arrest of Mahmoud Khalil is deeply concerning and reminded me of the unlawful way the Israeli military
So he does have some rights.
occupied territories. In the West Bank, the Israeli military often comes at night and abducts Palestinians from their home, wrongly alleging that political activists are members of a terrorist organization. As an Israeli American, I'm extremely troubled that such practices have been important to the United States and manifest themselves on our campus.
Looks like he does have rights, though.
Rescinding visas, canceling green card, and intimidating students and staff have become the tool of choice for stifling free speech and undermining the First Amendment. Columbia University includes Christians, Muslims, Jews, Hindus, Sikhs, and atheists, and none of us will be safe unless we're all safe. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Professor Nadia Abu El-Haj, the Ann Whitney Olin Professor in the Department
A green card
of
can be
Anthropology at Barnard
canceled or
College and Columbia
revoked.
University and co-director of the Center for Palestine Studies.
Requires an immigration judge, which could take years to see.
Thank you. Mahmoud Khalil has been a public face of the student movement at Columbia Barnard since last spring. During the encampment, he served as the lead negotiator with the Columbia administration. A mature and gentle human being and a politically sophisticated thinker, Mahmoud tried his best to bring a peaceful end to that encampment. In the same spirit, Mahmoud tried to negotiate a resolution between students and the Barnard administration last week during a sit-in at Millstreet Mall. He was filmed participating in that sit-in or being present there, and as a result, various people tweeted, including one of our colleagues, directly at Marco Rubio asking for his arrest and deportation. A Palestinian refugee raised in Damascus, Mahmoud fled to Beirut when it became too dangerous to live in Yarmouk.
Why did he fight for his Palestinians?
He eventually
Want
made
to
his
fight
way
for
to
the
the
country?
US to study. Now incarcerated in a detention center in Louisiana, his green card revoked. He is at serious risk of deportation. He may well be displaced again. Mahmoud's story, in short, is the Palestinian story par excellence. But let us be clear, Mahmoud has been detained for his political speech. It is political speech that some of our colleagues and students and many agitators outside the university and the college do not like. It is political speech that they have tried to shut down by slandering Palestinians and pro-Palestinian protesters as anti-Semites and even as providing material support for terrorism with absolutely no evidence to back it up. So let me say to all of you,
Dude, even some of the colleges were busted being anti-Semitic. Talking about
to each and every
they had
member
to stuff
of Columbia's task
feet in their
force
mouth
on
during the
anti-Semitism,
hearing.
to every colleague
One of them even got
who has
fired.
tweeted
Harvard one,
unsubstantiated
right?
accusations at individual students and student groups, and to the small group of Columbia students who have done the same. political speech has produced entirely foreseeable material consequences. Mahmoud is not safe.
His tattoos
And
getting
that is
kind of
not
wild
a
over
matter
here.
of how he feels. He is in real danger, and each of you bear a substantial moral responsibility for that fact.
Back
The
right.
narratives you have promoted have demonized
tattoo.
and increasingly helped to criminalize simply being Palestinian in this country. And Mahmoud Khalil is paying an unconscionable price. Yes.
That dude is browned the fuck out. He needs a brown shirt on.
To introduce Councilmember Sean
Make it
Abreu,
official.
who represents me and much of the
Get that shit to Brown Town. Put the stamp on it.
Good evening, everybody. If you think the people rescinding research grants, brandishing ICE as a tool for intimidation, and slashing offices dedicated to protecting civil rights give a damn about protecting students, you're wrong. I'm Councilmember Abreu, and I'm the son of immigrants. And immigrants know a thing or two about ICE. ICE is not about safety. ICE is about fear. I'm also a lawyer, and there's a thing or two I know about the Constitution. I know that in America, we believe in due process. And if you think the people who brought ICE to our doorstep care about safety, you are wrong. I'm here to let you know that we are paying attention and that we need to fight against this authoritarian regime. Thank you, everybody.
Our next speaker is Professor Nara Milanic of Barnard College from the Executive Board of the Barnard chapter of the AAUP.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Can everybody hear me? Thank you, colleagues, for being here. Thank you, members of the Free Press, as long as it lasts, for joining us here today. My name is Nara Milanic. I'm the chair of the Department of History at Barnard College, but I'm speaking to you today as a member of the Executive Committee of the Barnard chapter of the AAUP, the American Association of University Professors. As my colleague Michael said a moment ago, the AAUP was founded over 100 years ago to defend the basic principle of academic freedom, which refers to the freedom of faculty to teach, to research, and to speak out, as some of us are doing here today. This is my 20th year at Barnard, and I teach Latin American history. My academic background in Latin America has given me a sobering perspective on events in the last couple of weeks. Last summer, I was in Buenos Aires, Argentina, where I had the opportunity to visit an organization that provided legal services to the families of political prisoners during the dictatorship in the 1970s. Walking through the hallways of that organization, I passed boxes and boxes and boxes of files. My host told me that they were stuffed with hundreds and maybe thousands of writs of habeas corpus. These are petitions that the organization filed seeking the release of political prisoners who had been abducted and disappeared by the military dictatorship. When I read that Mahmoud Khalil's lawyer had filed a writ of habeas corpus on his behalf, I thought of those boxes of files. I thought of the many disappeared in Argentina, in Chile, in Brazil, and elsewhere. These dictatorships specifically targeted students, and they targeted faculty, and they targeted them for their political beliefs. I thought of the memorial tiles dotting the sidewalk at the entrance to the University of Buenos Aires, commemorating members of the university community lost to the dictatorship. Universities cannot exist when students are persecuted, arrested, and disappeared for their political beliefs. They can't exist when administrators call the police onto campus to resolve deep differences and difficult tensions with guns and zip ties. Universities cannot exist when their leaders do not stand up for the basic values of teaching, learning, expression, research, inquiry, and debate. Our worst enemy at this moment is the idea that the terrible things that happen during authoritarian dictatorships elsewhere could somehow never happen here. But they can happen, and indeed, we must acknowledge that some of those things are already happening. The AAUP calls on our students, faculty, and staff to stand together and to defend one another, as well as the principles of academic freedom. But we must recognize that this grievous attack on our university community is also an attack on our city, on our country, and we therefore call on all people of good conscience to stand up for democracy, to stand up for due process, and to stand up for our most basic constitutional rights. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Professor Mariana Hirsch, the William Peterfield Trent Professor Emerita of English and Comparative Literature and of the Institute for the Study of Sexuality and Gender at Columbia.
Thank you all for being here. Can you hear me? It's hard. There's a chill in the air, and it's not from the early March wind. It's the chill of fear and despair that is all too familiar to me. Since Mahmoud Khalil was detained on Saturday, it has brought back my most tormenting childhood memories. Closer to the Since Mahmoud Khalil was detained on Saturday, it has brought back my most tormenting childhood nightmares. I grew up as a child in communist Romania, the daughter of Holocaust survivors in the 1950s. A knock at the door, the sound of a doorbell were never innocent occurrences. They recalled my parents' wartime stories of hiding, trying to evade deportation, hearing their neighbors being taken away. But for me as a child, they could mean that the Securitate, the security police, was coming for my parents. There was no schoolmate, teacher, or neighbor that could be trusted not to denounce us. And for what? Well, there was never a lack of a pretext to arrest enemies of the state, often a code word for Jews. But during all that frightening time, there was a word that offered hope of the possibility of living freely. And that word was America, or as my mother pronounced it, America. Surely a bit naive, but we came here believing in it, and a lot of me still does. I spent my career, or a good part of my career, teaching about fascism and the memory of the Holocaust, so that what is happening now should never happen to anyone. I've spent the last year and a half working with a number of committed Jewish colleagues to preserve these basic freedoms on this campus. Freedom of expression, freedom to protest, freedom to speak out and to act against injustice. My committed Jewish faculty colleagues and I have warned that the false characterization of Columbia as a hotbed of anti-Semitism would be used as an alibi for what's actually at stake for the Republican establishment and now the Trump administration. Strict control of speech, of protest, and of higher education at large. It should be obvious to everyone that what's happening on this campus, or should I say to this campus, is not about protecting Jews. Sadly, the Columbia anti-Semitism narrative has been promoted and amplified by the Anti-Semitism Task Force and by this administration, and Columbia administration has conceded on every single point. Our group of Jewish faculty have argued vociferously for a clear distinction between an understanding of anti-Semitism as anti-Jewish hatred, which certainly exists, and the false narrative that criticism of Israel's brutal war on Gaza, a war that many experts agree is genocidal, can be equated with anti-Jewish sentiment. Student activism is not support of terrorism or of Hamas's violent attacks on October 7th. That's a shameful and deeply mischaracterizing conflation that is being repeated in the press. I'm glad you're here to hear me say this is not right. Pro-Palestinian speech and activism does not mean a lack of safety for Jews anywhere. The illegal detention and threatened deportation of a student who's a green card holder have made everyone here unsafe, as my colleagues have been saying.
You're unsafe.
Documented international students and faculty on visas, green card holders, and who knows, even naturalized citizens like myself. Not to speak of minorities and women and Jews. The chill in the air now is the fear and despair we feel as Colombia is being made a test case for the detention of activists and with announced funding cuts for the decimation of higher education in the U.S.
Our next speaker is Rabbi Jason Klein, the senior rabbi at Congregation Beit Simchat Torah.
Hi, I'm Jason Gary Klein, Columbia College class of 1997, and senior rabbi in CBSD, congregation that is serving people of all sexual orientations and gender identities. As a Columbia alumnus, I was
So I would have done the loudest woo.
by the news of
I was
$40
there.
billion of federal funds being withheld from Colombia by the Trump administration. And I was also shaken by President Armstrong's email over the weekend and the links that it contained, because they appeared to exploit anti-Semitism rather than actually have a cogent plan to combat it. And Mahmoud Khalili, I am mortified as an American, as a Jew, and as an alumnus of this institution that you have been taken into ICE custody, and I cannot even imagine what you and your family are going through right now. President Armstrong, I am concerned that you may not have done enough to protect Mahmoud Khalili and his family. This week's Torah portion, Kitisa, describes a vacuum in leadership that leads our ancestors to create an idol. One reason this section of the Torah is notable is because even Moses' brother Aaron, the de facto leader of the Jewish people in Moshe's place, takes no responsibility for the construction of the golden calf. Unfortunately, it's a very human thing to do, to shirk responsibility. Let's stop doing that. Let's not let each other off the hook for it. Today, we're calling out the outrageous absence of moral leadership coming from the highest offices in this country. I condemn the detention of Mahmoud Khalil and the withholding of federal funds from Colombia. They are not in Jewish safety. They are not in the interest, they are not in the interest of Jewish safety. They are a distraction from real acts of anti-Semitism, and they rely on weaponizing anti-Semitism. They rely on exploiting people's worst instincts to capitulate to tyranny. Whether or not I or anyone agrees with a particular opinion of a fellow Columbia lion, whether or not I or anyone agrees with the opinion of a fellow Columbia lion, it would be a grave mistake for any of us as Jews to forget that liberties such as free speech and the right to due process have allowed us to thrive in this country as well. So if you agree with one of Mahmoud's opinions, we haven't actually been on a first name basis, Mr. Khalili's opinions, you may be outraged. And if you disagree with Mahmoud Khalili, I suggest that this is a good time to be even more outraged, because what happened to Mahmoud can happen to anyone. So let us call on ICE for Mahmoud Khalili's release. Let us call on the release of federal funds to Colombia, and let us call on Alma Mater to fight on for victory evermore, the victory of intellectual honesty and the victory of American liberty. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Professor Sonia Posmentier, who's Associate Professor of English at New York University, and she's here to represent the Sanctuary Campus Network.
Hi, can you all hear me?
My name's Sonia Posmentier. I'm a faculty member downtown at New York University. I'm also a member of the Executive Council of NYU's chapter of AAP. So I'm here in solidarity with my colleagues at Barnard and Columbia and in solidarity with Mahmoud Khalil to demand his release from ICE custody and to call also on Barnard College to reinstate students who've been expelled for protesting the war on Gaza by Israel with arms from the U.S. I'm also here, as was said, as a member of the Sanctuary Campus Network, which is a new formation of college and university individuals from across the U.S. and Canada. There are currently over 1,000 people in that network, so I can't say that I'm representing all of them, but I'm here to say a little about the Sanctuary movement and the Sanctuary Campus movement. Sanctuary, as a political practice and moral principle, has deep religious and secular roots reaching back thousands of years. More recently, as many of you may know, in the 1980s, the new Sanctuary movement was one expression of transnational organizing to provide safety to refugees fleeing civil wars and genocide in Central America and to end the U.S. backing of those wars. During the first Trump administration, in the wake of the Muslim ban, we took this movement up on college and university campuses with a focus on protecting undocumented students and immigrant students and collaborated with immigrant rights coalitions in our communities. The National Sanctuary Campus Network came together this past December, because we know that all who are defined as outsiders to the MAGA state are targets. None of us is safe. Sanctuary and college campuses, the basic idea that it should be possible to study and teach and express political ideas freely without fear of unlawful detention or deportation is, believe it or not, a contested idea. When we first started organizing around Sanctuary at NYU many years ago, we were told, we're already a Sanctuary campus, just with everything but the name. And then when we said, well, take the name, they said, well, that might be making a promise we can't keep, which was a little closer to the truth. Now administrators all across the country are trying to adopt a stance of neutrality or civility, but their version of neutrality is far from it. It upholds the Palestine exception to speech and critical inquiry. It upholds the banning of trans people from public life. Caving to Trump directives on DEI, social justice, and climate justice is far from neutral. In fact, it's taking us backward, creating restrictions on what we can study and how we can collectively transform university spaces. But let's be clear, it's not that our universities cannot make themselves a sanctuary to all students. It's that they will not, as Columbia University has shown us most dramatically by enabling the detention of Mahmoud Khalil this weekend. So while faculty and students continue to push our administrations, we've also been building sanctuary among ourselves, because it's not just something we demand, it's something we have to make. And because of how important we are to each other, I want to acknowledge that we're living in a time of great fear, and to take a minute to acknowledge the courage of Mahmoud Khalil and all our students who are protesting against genocide in the face of this fear. And to ask that those of us who are faculty and have power and privilege to do so stand with them and take on some of that risk with them. The poet June Jordan, Barnard alumna, identified this courage when she addressed Columbia students sitting outside the steps of Hamilton Hall, which they had renamed Mandela Hall, in 1985, protesting South African apartheid. She said to them, and that is what you, the students of Columbia, say to all Americans as you sustain this protest. Fear of reprisals stops here with my body. Tyrannical rule and tyrannical force stops here with my body. Reprisals may come, tyranny may continue, but tyrannical rule and tyrannical force will have to deal with me, with my body, with my open and speaking big mouth, as long as I am alive. And it's in this spirit that we organize across the U.S. and Canada now to demand to become sanctuary campuses. Sanctuary campus means the end of war and occupation of Palestine. It means no ICE on or around our campus. It means no threats of deportation against international students, faculty, and staff. Sanctuary campus means we can critically study systems of repression, including racism, colonialism, heteropatriarchy and transmisogyny. It means college should be free. Sanctuary campus means we try to build a free and just world by dismantling our campus's complicity in war and oppression. And Sanctuary campus means we keep us safe. Free Mahmoud Khalil.
Right on.
Didn't they kind of colonize the area at one point? When the Muslims, the Gaza, like when they went to that area, over from the Christian Crusaders, they colonized him.
Racial, multi-ethnic, intergenerational movement that was rising up for an American future in which all of us are free and thriving. A future free from white supremacy, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, and racism. I'm also a graduate of the Columbia Business School and Institute for UJA Federation. I have a certificate from the Columbia Business School.
I'm not giving it away anymore. No more previews.
Nonprofit program. And before I jump into my prepared remarks, I have some exciting news to share, which is that it is being reported that a judge has enjoined Mahmoud's removal until the court has the opportunity to consider the petition that's been filed on his behalf in federal court. And this is good news. And we still have to keep fighting, both to ensure that he is released and to protect free speech and oppose this broader mass deportation agenda.
Your final answer, if you're ever wrong with your final answer, you dock 100,000
as an American Jew, how dangerous it is when the government starts abducting legal residents that they disagree with. And I know how doubly dangerous it is when they are claiming to do that in the name of Jewish safety. If this administration truly cared about Jewish people or wanting to end anti-Semitism,
keep your dope for now. What else built than that anyway?
Speak, study, and stand up for what we believe in. Abducting Mahmoud Khalil and tearing him away from his family is an affront to freedom and safety for all of us, Jewish people very much included. This is a blatant example of how this administration uses anti-Semitism as a smokescreen to enact its plans to bully, blame, and ban people. Plans that have nothing to do with Jews or our safety. At Bend the Arc, we have devoted much of our organizational time, resources, and power towards the work of ending anti-Semitism wherever it comes from. We do this because we understand how damaging anti-Semitism is for Jewish people, for this country, and for all of us. But let's be clear, abducting Mahmoud does nothing to make Jews safer. In fact, it is just another way that the MAGA movement is using anti-Semitism to generate division and fear so that they can continue to grow their power and wealth for themselves and for their corporate cronies. All anti-Semitism is unacceptable. But this strategy, which we call smokescreen anti-Semitism, is particularly dangerous because it is used by people who have tremendous power. The same people who are trying to get away with using Nazi salutes from their biggest platforms are claiming to care about Jewish people and our needs, all as a cover for their despotic plans to harm all of us. As cover for their mass deportation agenda, which the vast majority of American Jews oppose. Jewish people will not be used as an excuse to justify MAGA plans to tear families apart. We know where that kind of division ends up. We are going to call Trump's bluff. We demand that Mahmoud be released from custody and returned to his family immediately with his green card intact. And we know that the only way we can truly end anti-Semitism is by locking arms across religions, races, immigration status, and gender, and insisting that freedom and safety for all is truly for all of us, no exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for coming. We have one more speaker, Rabbi Rachel Goldenberg, the senior rabbi of Malkut, and we'll have a press availability afterwards.
Email, Rabbi, is that normal?
Good evening, I'm Rabbi Rachel Goldenberg. I'm rabbi of Malkut, which is a congregation in Queens. But what really brings me here today as well is the fact that I am a fellow alumna of Columbia College of 1997. And my heart is broken. I and many in the Jewish community could not be more deeply troubled by the Trump administration's detention of Mahmoud Khalil without due process, as well as their cancellation of $400 million in grants and contracts to Columbia University, claiming as their reason the school's continued inaction in the face of persistent harassment of Jewish students.
I just finished. You're already
This morning,
bugging.
reading about Mahmoud's detention and learning about his wife, that she's 8 months pregnant, I felt physically ill. I cannot imagine the fear and worry that he and his wife must be feeling right now, and I just want to take a moment to extend all of our prayers and care and support to him and to his whole family. These actions threaten democracy and the rule of law and endanger the entire system of higher education without making Jewish students any safer. Anti-Semitism is real. It exists in this country. It exists in all sorts of political movements. It even exists at Columbia. And it is also true that the majority of students who have taken part in the campus protests, including many Jewish students, did so peacefully and because they wanted the war in Gaza to end. It did not come from a place of anti-Semitism. If the Trump administration was actually concerned about fighting anti-Semitism, they would not be halting the work of the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, which is the body charged with such investigations. Nor would they be platforming white nationalists or those who perform Nazi salutes. It breaks my heart as a Jew who found my path to the rabbinate in large part due to my experience of rich and joyful Jewish life at Columbia, to witness how the Trump administration is targeting my alma mater and using the pretext of Jewish safety to move forward their xenophobic and authoritarian agendas. I am also angry and ashamed that the university has not stood up to these assaults on civil liberties and the rule of law. This week, the Jewish community marks the holiday of Purim. We celebrate the biblical story of how Queen Esther saved Persian Jews from destruction by the king's xenophobic minister, Haman. Queen Esther, herself a Jew, risks her life to reveal her identity, to speak up and protect her people. Today, the Trump administration is looking to a right-wing strategy that they have called by her name, Project Esther, which is an addendum to Project 2025, as they carry out these actions against Columbia University and Mahmoud Khalil. Project Esther weaponizes Jewish fear to drive a wedge between Jews and liberatory movements. Today, we here, standing here, invoke the true Queen Esther and stand up to the forces who would use our safety as a pretext to shut down legal, peaceful student protests, to detain an expected father and green card holder, to suppress the movement for Palestinian liberation, and to destroy higher education. Today, we call for Mahmoud Khalil's immediate release. We call on Columbia to stand with us in drawing courage from Queen Esther's example, to resist fear, to resist intimidation, and to say no to collaborating with Trump's authoritarian agenda.
Thanks very much, everyone. That's the end of our planned speakers. If you want to stick around and spread out and speak to any folks, I can send them your way. But now is probably the time to collect your microphones.
Ate all of it.
One of President Trump's biggest supporters and the face of the progressive movement have teamed up in an effort to cut credit card interest rates in half. Congresswomen Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Anna Paulina Luna introduced a bill that, if passed, would cap credit card interest rates at 10% nationwide. The pair say credit card companies have abused working-class Americans by trapping them in an endless cycle of debt. The bill allows individuals to sue credit card companies if they're charged more than 10%, so they can receive a full refund of the difference. The average credit card interest rate is 21.5%, according to Wallet Hub. That's lower than the record 22.8% set in 2023, but nearly double 2013 when the rate was nearly 13%. In the final months of 2024, Americans held $1.2 trillion in credit card debt. I'm Ray Bogan for Straight Arrow News. For more reporting, download the SAN app.
I want some percentages back, damn it. Percentages. Yeah. If you would have been Bill, I would say that's too bad, Bill. Get nothing. You win nothing. Good day, sir. And I give him the old.
Baytown police have finally made an arrest in a months-long murder investigation. Tonight, our exclusive conversation with the suspect, Ty Vaughn, accused of shooting his fiancée in the face in January and then staging it to look like a suicide. ABC 13's Luke Jones is live tonight with the story.
Tom, we spoke to Ty Vaughn on the phone 3 weeks after the murder. At that point, his fiance's death hadn't even been ruled a homicide, and although police were looking into Vaughn, they hadn't yet named him a murder suspect. That all changed yesterday when he was charged with murder, and tonight we could finally reveal all the disturbing and baffling allegations against him. Police say 31-year-old Ty Vaughn's stories never added up. He first told investigators he'd been arguing with his fiancée, 27-year-old Luis Baños Norberto, then came home the morning of January 14th to find Norberto dead in their unit at the Crosby Green Apartments. But after viewing surveillance video and interviewing neighbors, detectives soon pieced together a timeline. At 4:05 a.m., when Vaughn claimed he wasn't home, Vaughn was seen walking up the stairs to his apartment. Two neighbors then heard a gunshot. At 4:27, he texts his fiancée, who's already dead, "Babe, why are you not texting back?" Then at 5:38, 93 minutes after the murder, Vaughn finally calls 911, telling dispatchers, quote, "My spouse is dead. Help. My life is over."
It happened right next door, and it's even more nerve-wracking that could happen, and then we had no idea it even happened.
No one except a cat at Vaughn's apartment today, but the morning of the crime, police say they found the victim's body lying on a bed, a rifle propped up against one of his arms, and nearby, a torn-up picture of the victim and suspect. They're now accusing Vaughn of moving the victim's body and staging things to look like he'd killed himself. In interviews with police, they say Vaughn repeatedly brought up his fiance's immigration status, unprompted, and when they searched his phone, they found he'd Googled, quote, "Can I kill an illegal human?" a query that left his neighbors speechless.
How could you kill a person? Not an immigrant. Is it legal to kill a person? Because bottom line is, it's a person, it's a human being.
We spoke with Vaughn on the phone 3 weeks after the murder, before he'd been named a suspect. When we asked him if he'd spoken to his fiancée the day of the murder, he replied, "I don't know. The police know all the details." We asked him what police were telling him. His reply, "I don't know. I've been kind of not great. I haven't really been going to police looking for answers. And when we offered our condolences, quote, I mean, it is what it is. Police say it's murder, and they say Vaughn's their only suspect." Luke Jones, ABC 13, Eyewitness News.
So active. Wow. They're doing that. What? What? What'd you say? One more time. What'd you say? We do that all afternoon. What are they shutting down, though, exactly? What are we shutting down now? The street? The street's pretty dead. Going on over there, Salmon? Got something going on, boy? Got something going on? What's going on in his head? He's just looking down. He's thinking about coming over here. I can see it in his eye. But maybe he just seems to be ignoring him for a second, and then that'll make him want to come. Sometimes that does it. I'm in. Nice bud structure on this. Little bonsai trees. Never does it justice. If I do it myself. Glad they're having a good time out there, though. Hopefully this works out for them. Simon, bugging you, dude? Letting Simon get down. BB! Simon. Oh, come on, buddy. It's okay. I'll protect you. BB, don't do it. Here. Simon. Better not do it. Come on, Simon. Hey, stop looking at him. Just ready to pounce as soon as he jumps off of there. No, now she's going straight for the tail before he even jumps down. Here, come here, just come here. He's attacking his tail right now.
Up with liberation! Down with occupation! Up with liberation! Down with occupation!
I think she just hurt herself trying to attack his tail. That fiber in her diet right now, eating that paper. Any more kitties to come up? Think I should put more food out? Baby. One thing about this shit right here, this herb, it is strong. So I know that I'm not gonna like wasting my time with this little pinner bowl. I might not like the flavor. There's not any limonene in it though. The top 3 at least. If it has limonene, it's low on them. I'm just not a big fan of the herbally, the very herbally minty kind of. Like the fruity ones, the fruity terpenes, but not lemon. But I think it's good to mix it up. Mix up strains. Mixing vegetables up. Yeah. The news is doing what I used to do. I'd have someone on the ground as the main audio, but then I would have the helicopter as the main video. I don't ever see the news really do it though. News has been watching me. It's the best way to cover the events like this. I always thought it was. Because, I mean, if you have the chopper up, it's best to take full advantage of that. It's the most expensive camera on the event. So many different matrices because the camera itself is super expensive. It can zoom for miles. Crystal clear. But also like the cost of the pilot, the cost of the chopper, the cost of the fuel. Not that many of them out there, though. Really. I mean, it seems like Trump has still got a lot of people that are on his side. Nowhere near with the COVID-19 or George Floyd protests were at size. Eek. Simon finally jumped down. You see who was right on him right when he jumped down? He was waiting. Look at that. Well, I try to help him. Where's that island? Rikers Island right there in the middle? Is that where the prison is, though? It's not Staten Island. Staten Island's got a bridge going to it and shit. I got ferries and a bridge. Actually, I think that's one of the Staten Island ferries right here. Where's Staten Island? You're wrong. Right. I stayed in Staten Island. Oh wait, is this the Brooklyn Bridge? Oh, it might be over here. Dude, isn't the Statue of Liberty so little? Like, oh. When I saw it the first time, I was surprised by how small it is. That little thing? I thought it was gonna be like Eiffel Tower or something. It's smaller than Eiffel Tower, right? If that thing's that small than Eiffel Tower, I'm tripping. Eiffel Tower is 1,063 feet. The Statue of Liberty is only 305 feet. So, yeah, it's 3 times as tall as the Statue of Liberty. I thought it was going to be like the Eiffel Tower, dude. When I first saw it, I'm like, what? That's tiny. It's like a 3-story building. Anybody else think it was small when you saw it? Ladies. So, there are a lot of ships chilling out there too, huh? This is Long Island out here, right? All the rich people live in New York. I think this is the Brooklyn Bridge, but I don't know for sure. I think this is Staten Island over here. Maybe. This is New Jersey. Staten Island over here. I've only been there a couple times. Hard to tell. That bravado dude would think I'm retarded right now. Doesn't even know New York geography. Oh, I don't. Look at this shit. It's crazy, but it could be Staten Island here. That could be New Jersey on the other side of Staten Island. I see, this looks like a good Staten Island here. There's water going all the way around it over here. Going in the distance. Watching a video of the full flowing live sea turtles. Eat them? I used to eat sea turtles. You know, if he's okay. Oh, he just stopped coming because he didn't want me to take 100,000 dough every time he came for not giving $1. He said he had to start giving $1 every day, and if he didn't, I was gonna take 100K dough, and he hasn't make sense. Or he could have just became a member on Twitch. I haven't seen him since then. Oh no, he just died coincidentally. Super common for cellular sea turtle. Why did they stop? Most of that land looks like it's shit territory. What are you gonna do with that muddy, swampy area? Gotta get the water off of it, boy. What are we gonna do? Got water all over it. Oh, they want all the soup for themselves, I see. Oh, look, they built a factory or something out there in that area. They're like, fuck it. Solar panels. Wow. Water. Oh, that water's there, man. Look at that. All of a sudden, there's just a ton of water. What do you do with that? It's dangerous. Too much more water, it's gonna leak out of there. This horses. Weird building. New York is different, bro. It's already getting dark out there. Crazy. And it's only 3:30 here. It's gonna get dark here for like 7 something now. That's crazy. That's 4 hours from one of the 4 hours to go. The party longer out here. Yeah. Party time. It's party time now. Lights are out, baby. And I really don't know if I would have done things differently. I could cups. And I really wish I knew he was a good show. I do wish I'd have got him into the doctor's suit, actually. I was just thinking, like, I don't really feed any of these cats like I was Tug. Like, Tug's was 3 meals a day. He was at the plate. Go. Living in the backyard. I could put something out there right now, and it doesn't get eaten. For the rest of the time, it's sitting out there for 4 hours. More today than yesterday? I don't know. He's out there right now, so hopefully he's eating now. He's probably sleeping again. I keep having to get him up. Like, I opened the front door and that's what got him to get up this past time. And then I played with her and that got him to want to come in here for a second. Like out there, they're probably asleep again. He's already asleep on the couch, man. On the back of the couch. Like how the couch cushion leans up against the wall. He's all comfortable up in there. Like, he could be on the seat part. In the seat part, he's like probably still awake. But if he gets up on the couch cushion, he's knocking out up there. Where he was when I opened the front door and he came down. I called him though. He knew that I was going to leave it open for him to look out for a while. He really likes to look outside. Why bothers me to keep him so confined. He can't just come in here and look outside whenever he wants to. At night in particular. Half of his life, he can't just look outside. It's good though that these cats aren't keeping me locked down. They're the ones outside. Because that's what would happen if I had any of them that were like dependent on me. I would feel obligated to stay here, help them. But Dom could do all right without me. Had the flea and wouldn't have parasite and flea medications. That shit from now on. Sorry. You have to buy your ticket, right? Yeah, right. New York is stupid. Same with Vegas. Ticket for those $100. Everything, and then they want you to tip everybody. I'm over tipping in California though. Sorry, not doing it anymore. Not tip people anymore. Maybe if they're delivering something I want fast, I'll give a little bit for gas. You know, I'm not tipping bud tender. Definitely not doing that anymore. I think it matters what state you're in. Whether or not you should tip. Like in California, they get full pay. They get probably fucking $20 an hour or some shit. Fast food, you get $20 an hour. All of them, right? Start already? On the kitty. Kind of amazing that the best thing for these kittens isn't for like a human to take some stuff
Yeah, I'm
and
gonna go
give it.
wipe the wall over by the litter box, but then I'll be back. You're Miss Abby.
It's not to give it the eyedropper full of
Before I go.
pre-mixed fluid. The perfect ratios of protein and fat, whatever. Oh, this thing body makes the perfect concoction. These things to thrive off of, grow, to thrive. Perfect juice. We could probably make one like it, but it wouldn't taste perfect. And this one tastes perfect. Love the taste of it. You must love it. You ever tried a cat milk, Brody? When your girl ever get kicked with it, have a little sip, a little tea. The real stuff. You ever bring home any real stuff? Special occasion. Valentine's Day just happened, didn't it? You guys do. Did you get the real stuff or did you get fake stuff? Fuck is Brody at? I know what he's drinking. Everybody.
Where did I put my phone?
I got him to hankering it up.
Not that many places to hide your phone, Robin. What did
He got a hankering.
What did you do? There it is. Oh.
You can't type and drink kitty milk at the same time. Brody. Neighbor's home. I'd be quiet. My neighbor from up there, other house. I'd be.
You're just chowing away, restocking your energy.
Stacking her fun bags.
You want a few pets?
You can say it. Did I say it in her chat? We're talking the fun bags. I better not. Trouble. End up finding me. Forward.
Yes.
Face. Big face.
I was like, hey, if you would have just told me instead of like the night before, I wouldn't be in this predicament. So what do I do now?
Terry Uniter and his son are stuck in limbo, back in an empty house when he should be flying to Japan.
We were supposed to be on a plane right now, actually. We were supposed to fly out at 10:50.
The third-generation U.S. Army veteran accepted a position in November, taking him to Tokyo as an international relations lead for the 5th Air Force.
I would be going to their Ministry of Defense and making sure that our military exercises and our forces align with what they are doing.
His career move comes as the federal government is in a hiring freeze. Uniter says he was told his job would be mission critical and receive an exemption.
I verified 3 different times. I was like, are you sure I'm good to go? And they're like, here's your final job offer. You are good to go.
Sunday, the day before his family was set to fly across the world, he received a message that upended it all.
Last night, I got the notification email saying, hey, sorry, but you don't have an exemption.
It comes a little too late. Terry has already pulled his son
out
out
of
of
water
school,
bottles.
shipped
Are
his
they peeing in
belongings,
those?
and moved out of his house.
Urine?
His family is now sleeping on the floor and living out of suitcases.
Say
While he
urine?
agrees with the
I
effort
need
to
to know.
restructure and streamline the federal government, he feels the government has failed him.
I'm like, okay, what do I do now? And my primary concern is my son. He's out of school now. Yeah, so do I re-enroll him here? The school at Yokota Air Base in Tokyo is expecting him. It's like, what do we do?
We already disenrolled and I'm out of school now. And I'm just in a weird position right now.
Their only hope is for an exemption to come
retarded.
through, but for now, they're stuck with
Why does he
an
look a little
uncertain
retarded?
future. In Harford County, I'm Tommy Clark, WBAL TV 11
Are
News.
they both retarded? What's happening? Baltimore news. A little retarded. Got it. Hear me? Be in trouble.
Russian forces are tightening their grip around Kursk, the Ukrainian-held area in western Russia. The news came out just as the U.S. cut off intelligence sharing and weapon shipments to Kyiv. Russia is deploying advanced drone units and North Korean troops alongside Marines and paratroopers. The push threatens Ukraine's hold on Sudzha, a key military base, reversing gains made last month. Leading the assault is the Kremlin's Rubicon Center of Advanced Unmanned Systems, using sophisticated drone tactics to overwhelm Ukrainian defenses. These drones target supply routes, strike multiple vehicles simultaneously, and even function as mobile landmines, landing and detonating under passing convoys. Unlike other Russian units struggling against Ukraine's jamming technology, Rubicon's drones can rapidly switch frequencies, keeping them operational. Ukrainian forces have already lost hundreds of vehicles, including Bradley infantry fighting vehicles and armored transport trucks, forcing them into even more of a defensive posture. In Kursk, the advantage remains with Russia. Ukrainian fighter jets bombed Russian supply depots, and troops on the ground repelled incursions, but holding the region may become increasingly difficult. Still, while Russia holds the upper hand in Kursk, the situation is starkly different in Donetsk. There, Ukraine dominates the airspace, pinning down Russian troops who recently captured Tassy Yar. Russian forces report constant waves of Ukrainian FPV drones striking any movement, while supply convoys and armored vehicles struggle to reach the front lines. Ukrainian forces deployed road-cutting drones to disrupt Russian logistics and are systematically targeting enemy UAV teams before they can launch attacks. Ukraine's signal jamming technology is also frustrating Russian forces, who complain their electronic warfare systems cover less than half the frequencies Kyiv uses. Moscow sent new jammers to the front lines, but so far, they've proven ineffective against Ukraine's adaptive tactics. In response,
When you pick up the phone, it only makes it leading us towards mass unemployment.
Russian forces are tightening difficult. Still, while Russia holds the upper hand in Kursk, the situation is starkly different in Donetsk, targeting enemy UAV teams before they can launch attacks. Cover less than half the frequencies Kyiv uses. Moscow sent new jammers to the front lines, but so far, they've proven ineffective against Ukraine's adaptive tactics. In response, Russia is relying more on drones linked to operators via fiber optic cable, but that tactic can expose the pilot's location to enemy attack. Further proof, drone warfare is reshaping the battlefield, forcing both sides to adapt in real time. For more of our unbiased straight fact reporting, download the
they can go with that.
Straight Arrow.
Oh, I can't. 5 years ago, man. Breaks. They lose all signal. What, is it a fucking flying bomb? It randomly hit something? Oh, sorry. Actually.
More than half of Americans say they aren't, and that's according to Gallup. But now a new TikTok trend called sleep maxing aims to help you live the dream. Sleep maxing utilizes tips and tricks to get longer, more restorative sleep. Influencers on TikTok have been touting a number of hacks to help you hit the hay, from tried and true techniques to tech trends. Here's what experts say we know works. Establishing a schedule and sticking to it. That means getting up and going to bed at around the same time every day, even on weekends. Sleeping in a cool, dark, and quiet room is also recommended to help you wake up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Experts also say limiting your screen time before bed is key. And avoid drinking alcohol or caffeine a few hours before bedtime. On top of those, TikTok influencers are also suggesting other methods, some of which experts say could make your sleep worse, like sleep tracking apps. While these apps can be a good way to monitor factors impacting your rest, they can also be a distraction and negatively impacting how you think you'll sleep before you even doze off. Some recommended weighted blankets, and while they can give you the feeling of being cuddled or cocooned, experts say they can also relax you so much your levels of the stress hormone cortisol can drop low enough to interrupt your sleep. Another thing TikTokers swear by for sleep maxing is red light exposure routines. Only a few studies have found an association between the practice and improved sleep, while others say it can make you feel more alert. There are also supplements that can help you catch some shut-eye, like melatonin, but using them consistently can mask a bigger sleep disorder issue that may need professional intervention. And ironically, spending too much time worrying about getting the perfect amount of sleep can actually keep you up at night. Stay up to date on all your latest health headlines like this by downloading the Straight Arrow News app today.
Download that shit right now. Bad baby's boyfriend shot outside set off bra strip club. Well then. Embracing plant
The price of
life.
eggs
That's it. We were both thinking about the same thing at the same time. Creeping down a bit last week, but overall, the price nationally remains pretty high, about $7 a dozen.
Yeah, I paid $10 today.
Oh.
Well, now a group of about 50 bodegas in New York City trying to figure out a solution for the extremely high price of eggs, and their solution, an egg substitute. Yep.
What kind of substitute?
Well, they're going to make sandwiches with plant-based eggs.
Now, I did a little research. Vegans have known about this for a very long time, but now customers of bodegas, for many New Yorkers, of course, that's the only market near them, are going to find out what they are.
Here's Eyewitness News reporter Tanya Rivera.
On the grill, it looks like most any other bacon, egg, and cheese, the morning fuel for thousands of New Yorkers. But everything in this order is entirely plant-based, starting with the egg.
It's made out of mung bean is the primary ingredient, colored with carrot extract, turmeric, super clean and healthy, and, a lot of customers can't even notice the difference.
As bird flu continues to spread and drive egg prices to almost 3 times what they were last year, on Monday hitting $6.68 for a wholesale dozen, the hunt is on for cheaper alternatives.
I went up $1 on the sandwich, but it's still I'm still losing money, and I can't go any more higher. The customer, they complain a lot.
Sam Alawati, the owner of One Up Bistro, says now his vegan menu options that used to be more expensive.
It's just cheaper now because the price increase of the eggs is cheaper.
Cheaper, maybe, and perhaps better for the planet, but what about the taste? Some don't care to find out.
If I'm going to have an egg, I'd like to have a natural chicken egg.
Others are already converts.
Vegan diet? Oh, yeah. It could be delicious. It is delicious.
We had to try it for ourselves.
Pretty good. Tastes more like egg than I thought it would. Of the 3 tastes, the egg, the cheese, and the bacon, it's the bacon that I think I like the least, but I would definitely do the egg and the cheese again.
Nutritionists have this to say.
If you've been curious about trying more plant-based proteins, if you feel like that's a good choice as a consumer in this day and age, if you're having a hard time finding eggs and you just like to test an alternative out once and see how you like it, it's really worth a try.
When the owner of One Up Bistro began offering a plant-based alternative menu about 4 years ago, he sold maybe 2 sandwiches a day. Today, he sells 30. Whether it's because of the bird flu or more health-conscious customers, it's hard to say, but he'll take the uptick in sales. On the Upper East Side, Tanya Rivero, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
What's wrong with the back of this car, man? Piece is sticking off of it right here. What the hell is that? Broken. Like it. Oh shit, dog. Major drug buzz.
The Drug Enforcement Administration making a major bust near the border, seizing nearly $5 million worth of meth.
Yeah, the drugs were shipped from Mexico and were planned to be distributed in the United States.
Their
Sarah
legs
Allegre
look
is live in
slick.
Houston. Sarah, this hits the cartels where it hurts,
those
no doubt.
motherfuckers up. Let's go. Yeehaw.
Yeah, Marina Sharin, that is exactly right. I talked to the DEA a little bit earlier, and they tell me what's happening in Mexico. They have these giant super labs.
What's up, baby?
And essentially, these are these large drug manufacturing plants that are cranking out really an unprecedented amount of meth at the current moment, and the cartels are just taking advantage of the demand we're seeing here in the United States. So want to take you to McAllen, Texas. This is where that bust took place, and a large warehouse there. Inside, agents found 1,500 pounds of crystal meth stashed in cases of blueberries. The DEA says it came from a part of way down south in southern Mexico and was headed straight to Atlanta before making its way to other major cities in the United States, in the southeast as well. Agents did not confirm which cartel was behind the operation because it's all part of their investigation right now, but did say it has the markings of the Gulf Cartel, a group that controls key smuggling routes into South Texas, those border towns, making the Rio Grande Valley in particular a hub for drug trafficking. Now, I spoke one-on-one with Special Agent in charge Daniel Cuomo from the DEA's Houston division. He says seizures like this don't just keep drugs from spreading across the United States, it also hurts the cartels financially.
A drug cartel is sitting back right now, understanding and knowing that they lost money. We're the first line of defense. We protect the United States. When it comes from Mexico into our area, we're really protecting the entire United States because these drugs oftentimes spiderweb out into various states. And when we can take 1,500 pounds of methamphetamine off the street, I know for a fact that we save lives.
Yeah, and we don't know if fentanyl was laced inside this methamphetamine.
If it wasn't
I asked about
laced,
charges
then
and
they might
arrest
have
at the
killed some
moment. They
people,
said they
'cause
can't
now they're gonna
share
get
that
some other
information
shit
with
from
me, but said
dealer that
when
they never
charges
heard of,
are brought, they
their
will
shit's
be
gonna be laced
severe.
from them.
In Houston, Sarah Allegre, Fox 5 News.
All right, Sarah, thank you for that report.
That was the pure stuff. YouTube doesn't like the word good. I don't know. Supreme Court to take on case enforcing LGBTQ conversion therapy.
We are following breaking news out of the Supreme Court, as the very latest is the Supreme Court has now agreed in a case from Colorado to decide whether state and local governments can enforce laws banning conversion therapy for LGBTQ plus children. Now, the conservative-led court is taking up this case as President Trump has sought to ban transgendered people from the military and also end federal funding for gender-affirming care for transgender minors. The justices have also heard arguments in a Tennessee case over whether state bans on treating transgender minors violate the Constitution, although they have yet to issue a decision on that case. Colorado is among roughly half the states that prohibit the practice of trying to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity through counseling. The issue is whether the law violates the speech rights of counselors. Defenders of these laws argue that they regulate the conduct of professionals who are licensed by the state. Now, the 10th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in Denver upheld the state law. The 11th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in Atlanta has struck down local bans in Florida. Now, in 2023, the court had turned away a similar challenge despite a split among federal appeals courts that had weighed state bans and come to differing decisions. At the time, three justices, Justices Alito, Kavanaugh, and Thomas, said that they would have taken on the issue. It takes 4 justices to grant review. The 9-member court does not typically reveal how justices vote at this stage of a case, so it is unclear who might have provided the 4th vote. The case will be argued in the court's new term that begins in October. The appeal on behalf of a counselor in Colorado Springs was filed by Alliance Defending Freedom, the conservative legal organization that has appeared frequently at the court in recent years in cases involving such high-profile social issues. One of the cases was a 5-4 decision in 2018 in which the justices ruled that California could not force state-licensed anti-abortion crisis pregnancy centers to provide information about abortion. Now, the counselor's attorneys leaned heavily on that decision when asking the court to take up her case, writing that the counselor doesn't seek to cure clients of same-sex attractions or to change clients' sexual orientation. In arguing for the court to reject the appeals, lawyers for Colorado wrote that lawmakers acted to regulate professional conduct, quote, based on overwhelming evidence that efforts to change a child's sexual orientation or gender identity are safe and ineffective. So we did want to share the very latest breaking news from the Supreme Court, as it will take up state bans on conversion therapy for LGBTQ plus children in a Colorado case.
I would think that this had limonene in it. I didn't know better. Maybe it does, just not in the top 3. So what does that happen this week? Take for them to talk about something.
Local universities are responding after a former Columbia University grad student and Palestinian activist was arrested and told his green card is getting revoked.
President Trump has promised more arrests at other universities. Let's bring in our chief legal correspondent, Katie Barlow.
One in the chat if I should put another poll out. You guys think it's
Hey guys, we're out here at Georgetown University, a school that boasts nearly 4,000 international students, some with green cards, just like Khalil's. And Georgetown has already drawn the ire of the current administration after acting U.S. Attorney Ed Martin opened an inquiry into the school's diversity, equity, and inclusion instruction. But now there's some concern for students here and across the DMV who have green cards after Khalil's arrest inside university housing. Now, Georgetown University students for Justice in Palestine blasted Columbia on Instagram, saying shame on them and all universities working with fascist DHS. Georgetown did not respond to our request for information on a response plan. Meantime, George Washington University, where we saw dozens of pro-Palestinian protesters set up camp last May, sent us a response this afternoon saying that they are anticipating changes and that they monitor, analyze, and assess potential impacts of campus community, and as a result of changing federal, state, and city laws and executive actions, and they say they'll adjust as necessary to ensure that their policies remain consistent with their commitment to freedom of expression and to making sure that they are compliant with the law. Now, it's unclear exactly why Khalil was arrested, but it could be related to his on-campus pro-Palestinian protest activities after both President Donald Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio suggested a connection between the arrest and the protests, which are protected by the First Amendment. This morning, Trump promised that Khalil's is the first arrest of many to come, saying, "We know there are more students at Columbia and other universities across the country who have engaged in pro-terrorist, anti-Semitic, anti-American activity, and the Trump administration will not tolerate it." FIRE, an organization dedicated to promoting free speech, says students have already started reaching out, and they're worried.
The lack of information really promotes this chilling effect, which is a real problem under the First Amendment. When you have to wonder if what you say about either the United States government or even the government of a foreign country like Israel is going to land you in jail, we have a problem.
Just a few minutes ago, actually, a federal judge in New York blocked the immediate deportation of Mahmoud Khalil for now while his challenge plays out. Guys.
I was back. I need the other one to come to her too. Most vocal, like mama cat I've ever witnessed, dude. Trippy, actually. would be pretty dangerous in the wild. Get that loud with the babies. You probably buy a coyote or babies, so that trait wouldn't get passed on. Probably why it's not very normal, like usual. Probably gonna get spayed after this litter too, so it's not gonna. Like, all of them are probably gonna get spayed, neutered. Not gonna pass down. Baron. That one doesn't know what it wants. Sure. Border security. Talking about border security?
They fired military veterans and expert judges who had experience processing immigration cases effectively. With a backlog of over 3.6 million immigration cases, you heard me right, 3.6 million immigration cases, we need more immigration judges, not less. But the current leadership at the Executive Office of Immigration Review, which oversees immigration courts, has said they plan to fire more judges. Exactly the wrong thing to do. This is no way to address our broken immigration system. I urge you Republicans to set aside this misguided bill and to stop taking a chainsaw to our federal workforce, including immigration judges. Believe me, this chainsaw approach to what is going on in our federal government, if the administration wanted to create fear and chaos, if that is their aim, they are succeeding mightily. I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join us in good faith to work on the truly comprehensive bipartisan immigration reforms we so desperately need. For these reasons, Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard.
All right, Andrew Kraft here. We're going to step away from that. Just want to let you know, though, what is happening right there. That is Senator Bernie Moreno, the Republican from Ohio. He is introducing this bill. It's called the Refugees Using Legal Entry Safely Act, otherwise known as the Rules Act, to reform America's asylum system. Moreno there wanted to pass this via unanimous consent. A Democrat on the other side of the aisle, you just heard there, Senator Mazie Hirono, the Democrat from Hawaii, objecting to passing this, what is known as the Rules Act via unanimous consent, and the debate goes on there. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us, and thank you to my colleague, Mike Page, for guiding you through the last couple of hours of this busy Monday. I'm going to be doing the same for the next couple of hours here. I hope you had a good weekend. Before we take our first commercial break, though, of this hour, we do want to stay on Capitol Hill. You were listening there to senators. We also have here the House floor as well, as some of these House members are voting on some of these rules as we get ready for the government funding fight to really, really ramp up come Friday, as that deadline is Friday, remember, and if government funding is not reached by then, we could be in partial government shutdown territory. We also have this, speaking of that, the House Rules Committee right now, they're in recess, and they are debating that very process. And so if we get that, we'll let you listen to some of that, because the language of the bill text itself was put out by House Republicans over the weekend to have a continuing resolution. You know what that is by now, otherwise known as the CR. It's a short-term stopgap measure to fund the government on a short-term basis. In this case, to fund the government until September the 30th. So that's on the House side right now. We do have some breaking news we want to report, though, on the Senate side regarding President Trump's cabinet and his pick to be the next Secretary of Labor. Former Congresswoman Lori Chavez-DeRemer, she has been confirmed by the Senate here. Just want to read a little bit of this because this is important as Trump's cabinet is filling out now. Chavez-DeRemer, this is, remember, a cabinet position that puts her in charge of enforcing federally mandated worker rights and protections. At a time when the White House is trying to eliminate thousands of government employees, she will oversee the Department of Labor. It's one of several executive departments named in lawsuits challenging the authority of billionaire Elon Musk and Doge to order layoffs and access sensitive government data. The Labor Department had nearly 16,000 full-time employees and a proposed budget of $13.9 billion for fiscal year 2025 here, and so wanted to make sure we got this in. The confirmation vote, 67 yeas, 32 nays. Now the Senate has confirmed all but one of Trump's picks for his cabinet. That is the lone holdout there, a former Congresswoman from New York, Elise Stefanik, to be the next U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. So I want to put this up here. From House Republicans, they say, congratulations to our new Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez-DeRemer. Now, you'll remember that Chavez-DeRemer was a former member of Congress just last Congress. She lost re-election in 2024 in her congressional district in Oregon. And after that loss, and after Trump's win, Trump tapped her to be the next Secretary of Labor, and she will now be the next confirmed Secretary of Labor by the Senate, though. Some Republicans, though, were quite skeptical on this nomination and now confirmation because of some of Chavez-DeRemer's stated kind of pro-union, pro-labor beliefs, and some of her support for some of those bills while she was in Congress here. But this kind of manifested itself in a no vote by former Senate Minority and Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, he explained it this way here in why he voted no. He said this: the American people demand and deserve change after 4 years of economic heartache under the most pro-union administration in American history. McConnell says, unfortunately, Lori Chavez DeRemer's record-pushing policies that force hardworking Americans into union membership suggests more of the same. Most Americans believe joining a union should be a personal choice, not a mandate, which is why more than half the states, including Kentucky, have adopted right-to-work laws. Secretary Chavez DeRemer will have a critical opportunity to put the interests of working families ahead of big labor bosses by empowering every American worker to join a union on their terms. I hope she takes it, McConnell says. So McConnell voting no on the Chavez DeRemer confirmation, though she sails through the confirmation process, becoming the next Secretary of Labor there. In the meantime, though, we're staying on Capitol Hill because, remember, a lot of these House members, they are leaving after their votes. So much so, reporters are trying to catch up with them. Let's listen. Live picture there. This is what we call a stakeout camera. And you see there kind of various members of the Capitol Hill press corps gathered about, scattered around the Capitol steps, trying to catch some of these House members leaving the Capitol for the day after their early evening votes. No doubt they want to ask many of them that what they think about the continuing resolution that's on the table put forth by House Republican leadership over the weekend in order to fund the government until the end of September. So we're going to keep an eye on this shot. Maybe we'll see some of these members that are familiar to you and familiar to me, and we can hear how they're thinking. We also heard, remember, President Trump was expected to be in the Oval Office today signing some more executive orders, and we were told that we were going to be seeing that at some point. But some of the reporting now suggests that President Trump spent a good deal of his time today in the Oval Office making some phone calls to some of these Republicans in the House who are on the fence about the continuing resolution. Remember, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has a minuscule margin there in the House, which I believe is only 2 members right now at this point. And all indications point to all House Democrats voting no on the continuing resolution when it is brought up for a vote sometime, we believe, tomorrow night here. I want to put this up from our colleague there on Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, kind of quoting producer Liz Elkins reporting, White House officials telling Fox that Trump is making calls to potential GOP holdouts ahead of tomorrow's interim bill to fund the government. So that is what he has been doing there. Remember, time is of the essence. You've been hearing me say that so often in the last several weeks here. That March 14th deadline fast approaching. That's this Friday. Friday at midnight, remember, we could be in partial government shutdown territory if this does not sail through the House tomorrow, go to the Senate votes on it, and then it goes to President Trump's desk for his signature. But there are some of these House Republicans who have said that they might be a no on the continuing resolution to fund the government here. Let's take this shot back live outside the Capitol steps there. Remember, the House Rules Committee right now is in recess as they have been debating some of the tenets and parameters of what's included in the continuing resolution language put forth over the weekend. Only 99 pages of bill text, and it would fund the government until September the 30th. Back out live there outside the Capitol, also on the House floor inside the Capitol. Virginia Fox there, the Republican congresswoman from North Carolina, taking to the podium. So wanted to get all of this in. And we're kind of ping-ponging back and forth here between some of these shots. You never know who reporters catch up with there. Let's listen.
Let's say a branch that we're supposed to have, we keep on abdicating power over and over again because we don't want to do the right thing. Whenever you...
All right, so Rich McCormick there, I believe, the Republican from Georgia, speaking to reporters. Let's watch.
And you pass it, then maybe they don't pass in the Senate. But guess what? They may not anyways. Why not do the right thing, send it up to the Senate. When they say, no, I'm not going to vote for it, they shut you down. Then let the American public judge who's on the right side of history.
So you're a hard no?
No, I refuse to paint myself in a corner. I don't think that's a smart thing to do. But as it stands right now, it doesn't make sense that anything's going to be different in September than it is right now. That we have the majority for a reason, and you do the right thing for a reason. Things that American people agree on. A lot of the savings that we could lock in, that the DOJ has identified, that American people go, okay, I get that. That makes sense to me. To have PBM reform in, like we did in the original CR back in December, that we stripped out and all of a sudden it was a good bill. To have the site neutrality, things that fix the overspending on healthcare, the illegitimate spending on healthcare, the thing that's the most expensive thing to every taxpayer in America, both in government spending, business spending, and your healthcare premiums, the things that you guys are all mad about. We didn't do anything to address that. We could have done that in this bill, but we didn't. We didn't do our homework. We didn't get it through right. That's on us, Congress. To pass another CR, I get how it saves. I get how it's better than nothing, but it's still not doing the right thing. We had 4 months since the election to figure out how to do this. We have another 6 months, and we're all of a sudden going to make it magically better.
If Trump calls you and says, vote for this.
The president has not called me.
If he says, vote for this, would you vote for it?
The president?
Yeah, if he calls you and asks for your vote.
If he can explain to me why Congress didn't do his job and that's a good thing, I don't understand. I'm not going to suppose what the president would say to me, so I'm not going to, once again, I'm not going to paint myself in a corner. I respect the president. I want the president to be successful. I consider myself to be the president's last samurai. I want to serve his conscience. I want to do the right thing in our capacity. I don't want to have to rely on the president to fix everything we screw up, and I'm really angry about it right now. And I want to make sure that we are held accountable first. I can't be responsible for the president. I don't want the president to fix our mistakes. I want to be responsible for our own authorities.
On the president, are you concerned these tariff threats are having an impact on the market? The Dow down 9.
I'd say it's a high score. That's it. And then tomorrow.
Okay, so that is what happens when these stakeout cameras are available to us. Reporters are there. They're trying to catch comment from some of these House members leaving for the day. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. You heard that reporter ask about some of these tariff impacts to the stock market. That's what we'll be talking about when we come back. We'll be going out. Some of our reporters standing by live in Canada. But all throughout, remember, the transition and the first few weeks of Trump 2.0, we have been giving you all the latest on some of these cabinet fights in the nomination process and in the confirmation process as well here. And that is kind of coming to an end because, like I said, all of the major picks have been Senate confirmed almost so far. Just today there with Trump's pick to be Labor Secretary and former Congresswoman Lori Chavez DeRaymer. And remember, we're just waiting on Elise Stefanik, former congressman there, the Republican from New York. She was tapped to be the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. That confirmation vote and that debate has not taken place just yet. And then that will be it as far as these key posts in Trump's White House here. Another key post that was sworn in today, Sean Curran to be the next director of the U.S. Secret Service. This was put out there on some of Trump's social media platforms today. Wanted to let you watch this. You'll remember there at Trump's address to the joint session of Congress last Tuesday night, Sean Curran was there on hand up in the gallery and made an honorary member of their that young boy, that 13-year-old DJ there who's suffering from cancer. He made him an honorary member of the Secret Service. Well, now Sean Curran is officially the next U.S. director of the Secret Service here. Let's watch.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
Bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
That I will well and faithfully.
that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties of this office
discharge the duties of this office
of which I am about to enter.
of which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Okay, just a little background there on Sean Curran. He should be the lead agent of Trump's detail there, and Trump making him the now official director of the U.S. Secret Service. So wanted to get that in there as well. Let's take a quick commercial break. More where that came from in 2 minutes.
$187.5 million people did not vote for Trump. Out of all eligible voters, only 156.3 million voted altogether. So that was only 59% of the population. So therefore, Trump only won 31.37% of the vote. You think that's representative of all American people? No. I mean, Trump didn't even win 50% of the vote. There were more people who voted against him than for him for this election.
What?
If we had a fair election, he would have lost. If we have elections like they do in Germany now, where the one party wins and then gets to choose a secondary party to also help rule with them, while there's other parties that also are still in charge as well, so that there's not an overarching power that just leans to one side. Because 31.37% of the people is not a whole lot. What they want is not what every American wants.
That was looking fucked up.
May be quite surprised by this change.
Sure, Andrew, good to hear from you. Well, the Premier of Ontario did say that this 25% surcharge is in retaliation to Trump's tariffs and that they will stay in place until the American tariffs are lifted. He did say that this surcharge will cost American families and businesses up to $400,000 US per day.
On an average, this will add around $100 per month to the bills of hardworking Americans. Let me be clear. I will not hesitate to increase this charge. If necessary, if the United States escalates, I will not hesitate to shut the electricity off completely.
I'm gonna do that.
Things just are about the reliability of the electric grid, and they're analyzing the impacts of prices on Americans. Minnesota's main energy supplier says a majority of their customers would not be impacted, but are keeping a close eye on what happens next. President Trump stands firm on his decision to put tariffs on some Canadian products.
Well, a lot of them are globalist countries and companies that won't be doing as well because we're taking back things that have been taken from us many years ago. We've been treated very unfairly as a country. We protect everybody. We do everything for all these countries, and a lot of these are globalist in nature.
And President Trump says that tariffs on steel, lumber, and even dairy products will be in effect here in the coming weeks. Andrew?
Chelsea, thanks so much, and we'll check in with you if any of these Americans on this side of the border are going to be reacting to that. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. Have a good night.
All right, in the meantime, we do have a beautiful live picture there over Niagara Falls as well, where Chelsea Torres was. We'll be talking about this a little bit later on there with some of our economic analysts and experts, but also with the bureau chief for all of Canada for the Associated Press there about how these tariffs are going down there to our neighbors of the North as the Liberal Party there in Canada electing a new prime minister in one Mark Carney. So we'll be diving into all of that a little bit later on tonight here on Live Now. In the meantime here, let's take yet another quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be talking about the really bad day the market had, and we'll be telling you maybe why it had such a bad day when we come back.
Song that gets me, that's my Fox got me that day. Man, I come for that food. It's not the tastiest one. Wait, what's up? Eat. Right.
Aren't going well for Democrats.
We're screwed. Democrats don't know what to do. This is a nightmare.
There's only one woman who can save them now.
This is Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro.
Connecticut Representative Rosa DeLauro. She's not a member of the Addams family. She's just got a bad girl style. And make no mistake, she understands the young crowd.
Yo, this is the Ranking Rizzler on appropriations.
Democrats are making life smoother through government funding. It's giving, it's giving.
So Sigma, main character energy. See how I keep you informed? Very cutesy, very demure.
Time out. Imagine having a wall to decorate and doing that. That is honestly insane. Anyway, Rosa's got a handle on the issues that matter.
This is an area I've written to you about of the use of female dummies in crash testing.
Preach, Rosa. I'm so sick of seeing these male dickhead crash dummies. Rosa brings an infectious and balanced passion to her job.
The Democrats are in the minority in this body. When you have the pen, which is what the Republicans have, they write the bill. They write the bill. They post the bill. They agreed on a bill. President Musk told them, President Musk said, don't do it.
Rosa's not afraid to name-call Republicans that won't do what she wants.
You are negotiating with terrorists.
And now, we invite you to embrace Rosa as she steps into her role as the Democrats' main focal point of resistance against the evil Orange Man.
Congresswoman, thank you for being with us today. In the break, I said, oh, I'm so glad we have Congresswoman DeLauro, because she's just going to give it to us straight.
Do I believe there are some of my Republican colleagues that feel the same way? Yes, but they're scared. They're scared to death to stand up.
Not eating my food.
Welcome back. This morning, Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced cancellation of 83% of USAID, that's the United States Agency for International Development Programs. Rubio went on to say the remaining programs, some 1,000, will now be run under the supervision of the State Department. He also went out of his way to thank Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency for pointing out areas of cost cutting. For more, I want to bring in Raj Kumar and Samantha Vinograd. Sam, CBS News national security contributor. Raj is the president and editor-in-chief of DEVIX, which covers global development. Raj, what's left?
You know, not much, and we don't actually know which programs are remaining and which are canceled. The administration has run this in a very chaotic way. I'm not sure they know which programs are remaining. And it's interesting because we'd like to see when they say life-saving programs have been retained. Well, what does that mean exactly?
How do you define that?
How do you define that? So many of the ways they've described USAID since the start of this administration have been really foreign to those of us who work in this field. We cover it as a news organization. We broke the story that they were stopping work across USAID programs. And honestly, Major, it doesn't sit, the way they describe the agency doesn't sound anything like the agency that we cover every day, right? They describe it as a criminal organization.
All sorts of corrupt contracts.
Exactly. And Marco Rubio today saying that, hey, this 83% of programs, they don't align with America's interests. These are programs that he and other members of Congress voted for. They created, they earmarked. So it's a little hard to understand what do they really mean at this point.
So we don't know what's left. Sam, do we know what's gone?
We do know what's gone. We know that USAID historically has had about 10,000 personnel. Two-thirds of those personnel have been deployed overseas to about 60 different offices. We know that the vast majority of those personnel have been fired or put on some sort of leave. We also know that they're not just cutting personnel and cutting money. They're also subsuming USAID within the State Department itself, Major. And I'll note, I've worked under 3 presidents. Every president has viewed USAID a little bit differently based on its status. For example, Biden gave the director of USAID a seat at the National Security Council table, which was new. But now we're just seeing USAID as an entity really go away and the State Department exert ownership of the remaining 17% or so of contracts. And you think, you know, USAID had a $40 billion budget or so in fiscal year 2023. The majority of that was for humanitarian assistance in places like Ukraine, Ethiopia, and Jordan. And now what's left, as Raj said, is whatever the administration decides is life-saving, but that's quite objective in the development context.
And Raj, what does that mean bureaucratically that it's in State Department now? What is that? How does that change both the mission and how it's measured?
Yeah, look, what USAID is fundamentally, it's a procurement agency. They're supposed to
buy stuff.
That's it.
And then moves them to places in the world where they're needed.
You got it.
Whether that's to deal with AIDS, Ebola, malnutrition, measles,
education, agriculture, right? And the State Department is not a procurement agency. They don't have these resources. So as they have laid off, as Sam says, thousands of the people who have that expertise, they now need to bring it into the State Department. So it doesn't feel so much like a reform. It's more of a political takeover. A lot of people wonder, is it even legal? And it's an open question, right? This is an agency that was created as an independent agency by the U.S. Congress. Can the administration just shrink it and absorb it into state? It's kind of an open question. I think it's going to be in the courts to decide that. Is it a smart idea? Also kind of an open question. It may not be any more efficient. Marco Rubio says that in his tweet, that they're going to make it more efficient by bringing in the State Department. I don't know that there's real evidence that that's the case. If you look at United Kingdom or Canada or Australia, which have done similar things in the last decade or so, it's kind of a mixed bag as to whether this saves the taxpayer any money at all.
Sam, are we sort of dancing around an uncomfortable reality that it's basically dead?
I think today, based upon, Raj and I are on the board of Save the Children together, we're seeing the direct impact of these cuts on nonprofits and other implementing partners. Yes, Major, it does feel like U.S. development assistance is dying, and very purposefully so. Not because of fiscal constraints in countries in Europe, for example, as Raj and I were discussing before the show, but because this administration does not view U.S. foreign assistance as a national security tool. Whereas when I worked in Iraq, when I worked overseas, USAID was always around not because it felt good to help people, but because it helped advance U.S. national security interests, to save lives, to help spur economic growth so that the economies around the world were healthy. This administration fundamentally does not think that foreign assistance helps advance U.S. national security.
And Raj, isn't it true that back in the day in the Cold War, USAID was a kind of interesting eyes and ears off the books for lots of other interested national security parties within the federal government?
Yeah, a long time back, there was some of that. But honestly,
little skullduggery going on now. I'm going in there for charity stuff, but actually they were handing off information to the CIA and others.
There was some of that a long, long time back. But more recently, really, it's a program that wins hearts and minds. And it's
at least tries to.
At least tries to. And has been characterized as, saving a lot of lives in Africa from HIV/AIDS, et cetera. It hasn't really had that national security angle other than to say the U.S. government has an entryway.
To burnish the interest,
to burnish the image of the United States. Develop those relationships. And the way it's being closed down, there's a legitimate debate about what should happen to it. But the way it's being closed down is going to really hurt those relationships because it's a sudden cutoff of programs.
And allow others to move in. I mean, we're seeing other countries step in where we used to be like our adversaries to show the U.S. can't be depended on.
Sam Vinograd, Raj Kumar, thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Yeah. Transgender sex worker shot by police. What?
A driver crashes into a Southern California dealership. Dr. Jones said police opened fire and said should call 911. The LAPD has released intense body cam video. It shows one of their officers shooting and killing a transgender sex worker at a motel in Pacoima last month. Here is that video. The LAPD says last Friday, officers responded to the motel after 30-year-old Linda Becerra Moran said they were being held against their will. You see Moran distraught, telling officers that they were raped and beaten. Then you see Moran get increasingly agitated and put a knife to their own neck. That's when police opened fire.
Bota el cuchillo. Bota el cuchillo.
Moran was taken to the hospital but died weeks later. The LAPD has identified Jacob Sanchez as the officer who shot Moran. The department has not said whether they detained Moran's alleged captor. More than 150 people rallied in downtown LA to protest President Trump's
music in the background, though. I can do it.
Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency team are facing more backlash over Musk's authority to eliminate government job positions. The unelected business owner and world's richest man, who has become one of the president's top advisors, is taking heat from some lawmakers for bypassing Congress and their constituents. And it comes as another critical scientific agency braces for more job cuts this week. Let's bring in CBS News Chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett. Major, the Department of Health and Human Services is offering a $25,000 buyout to most of its employees if they leave their job. What has the response been?
So they have until the end of this week to decide whether or not they want to take that buyout. And probably thousands within that agency will. And those buyouts across other federal agencies have proven both somewhat attractive to federal employees who fear they might just be fired with no compensation whatsoever, or their jobs may become so difficult that they will be unhappy if they stay. So leaving voluntarily, taking $25,000 has become surprisingly attractive and legally resilient. And this is something that's going to affect Health and Human Services. It has about 80,000 federal employees. The great question for the country is the things that HHS does, manages Medicare, Medicaid, will the services there be in any way diminished? Also within HHS, the Food and Drug Administration, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The FDA is heavily involved right now in monitoring bird flu. The CDC is heavily involved in monitoring an extensive and ever-enlarging measles outbreak in West Texas and eastern New Mexico. Do these job reductions, whether they come through firing of probationary employees, buyouts, or some other mechanism, do they undercut the ability of these agencies to do the work American taxpayers have come to expect? And if they do, these job cuts, all in the pursuit of efficiency, may create not only harmful outcomes on the ground, but substantial political blowback.
I got to be quick with you on this follow before we talk NOAA, Major, but is it your idea that even though the buyout offer, the deferred resignation, is maybe becoming more attractive, the deal is less sweet? Is the government offering less favorable conditions than maybe they were at the onset after inauguration?
Probably, and that's one of the ways that Trump likes to approach these things. You take it first, and if you wait, the deal only gets worse. That's to incentivize employees for taking things up front. But $25,000 is $25,000, and it is similar to buyouts offered at other agencies. And since it goes through the agency and it is voluntary, though you do waive a lot of rights, if this doesn't work out and you're not satisfied with it, you have very little legal recourse on the other side of accepting this buyout. They have proved legally resilient.
So the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, is preparing to lose an additional 1,019 employees. That's according to sources who spoke to CBS News. Remember, NOAA fired 880 people at the end of last month. So NOAA's responsible, Major, as you know, for everything from weather forecasts to coastal restoration, managing fisheries, supporting marine commerce. When you and I look at the forecast on our phone, it's fed by NOAA data. What's the impact here?
Could be extensive. NOAA not only feeds data to our phones, it is part of a global consortium of scientists that monitor climate change and climate change-influenced weather patterns. All of that is to create predictive models that intersect with commerce and everything else. How the weather affects everyday life matters a great deal. 12,000 employees at NOAA, about 50% of them are scientists. This is a big part of the scientific weather monitoring footprint of the federal government. And again, if you take away a lot of those scientists, take away a lot of those researchers, you, by very definition, undercut your ability to predict the future where weather is concerned. Now, the administration believes all these agencies have become top-heavy, that efficiencies can be achieved, and there will be no detrimental effects for anyone because of these people not having jobs they used to have. That's the assumption. If it proves not to be true, not only will people be harmed on the ground, but the political consequences will redound in one direction and one direction only: the administration that set them in motion.
Major Garrett, thank you.
Gotta make the noise. Oh, ate it. Been coming back kind of late every night. Interesting. Third night in a row. Dude, these cats are all going to be weirded out next week. It's going to rain a bunch. They're going to like it. If that's a street cat, or if that's someone's. Interesting, it comes by at the same time. Around the same time. Wait, didn't that one come by first thing this morning, too? Is that the first one to eat? Or it goes, or it sleeps. Dark in there kind of early. I thought it was supposed to get dark later. Don't act a little crazy back there.
Selling off to a point where we're starting to see some real breakage here.
Bell's going to ring in just a moment now, and it's going to ring out a lot of red.
Here come the bells.
Hey, Brody.
Oh boy, what a session. We are actually closing off the session lows, but a big and ugly day.
That bell marks the end of regulation, mercifully maybe. Stocks closing off the lows, but it was another big sell-off to start the week, especially for big tech, with the NASDAQ tanking 4%, dragged down by Tesla, Palantir, Apple, and NVIDIA.
A total complete washout. Very, very few companies that managed to be in the green today.
And President Trump, who has long cited his perceived or claimed business record, sometimes in a boardroom that was actually a television set, sometimes in other actual real-world business deals, branding and casinos, he has long cited that as his differentiator across a lot of other candidates and leaders. And we have seen evidence that at times the voters have bought that, the idea that his background in business or the television business would somehow make him a great leader for the economy. That was tested in the first term where the pandemic and other incidents overtook the entire economy. Trump certainly didn't have a magic way to reverse that then. Maybe no president could have. But now we are seeing a direct response to his leadership, the way he is running the government, the reports of these chaotic cabinet meetings, the tariffs that are announced, withdrawn, repackaged. And during an interview on Fox with Maria Bartiromo, who is a well-known reporter, has tracked a lot of business issues over the course of her career, she asked some straightforward questions and got some really striking answers, including the sitting president saying he couldn't really rule out the possibility of a recession stoked by his Trump tariffs and his Trump-Musk government cuts.
Are you expecting a recession this year?
I hate to predict things like that. There is a period of transition because what we're doing is very big. We're bringing wealth back to America. That's a big thing. And there are always periods of, it takes a little time. It takes a little time. But I think it should be great for us. I mean, I think it should be great.
Democrats are like
exactly a clear answer. Certainly not the kind of business acumen, economic leadership that has a message that might help stabilize the markets. And anyone who's followed the markets knows they do have a kind of a logic all their own. They're not going to be sweet-talked into something by a president, any president who wants things to just be better. But they might have taken a better message that was sturdy or clear about what the United States was going to do, or taking things off the table, or
I really think it's the lefty selling, dude. They're tanking the market to make him look bad.
Which were walked back by the end of the week. That message didn't come across. And instead, Donald Trump did something that we've seen before, whether you're more interested in politics, law, news, or the markets. He did the old two-step that everyone has seen, where very blatantly he tries to just directly retract, paper over, reverse what he said in the past. He's long claimed the markets are the thing to watch. Now, here's his answer.
You said, look, we're going to have a disruption, but we're okay with that. Is that what you meant? The stock market going down was the disruption? What other disruption were you alluding to?
Look, what I have to do is build a strong country. You can't really watch the stock market.
Don't watch the stock market unless you're crowing about how initially after the election, and we covered this at the time, there was a spike after Trump won in November. There were stocks and companies that were seen as having a better footing in the expected sort of deregulatory environment of a Republican administration. And here's how Trump sounded then.
What do you have to say to the American investor in this country?
Well, I think you're going to see some very good days ahead.
We used to speak together about the idea that the averages mattered and were a good barometer of your performance. Is that still the case? We go beyond Dow Jones, maybe to NASDAQ?
Well, I think I've always said, to me, stock market is all of it, all of it together. It's very important.
Kramer, right?
Very important, and here is that very important trajectory. It is down. There was the boost I mentioned. There was a kind of an earlier excitement in the November period, but the chart you see here is the actual governing period. So there it opens at Jan 20, goes up for a bit, what some call the honeymoon period. Then you actually have these cuts, the style of leadership, the governing clashes I mentioned, and of course, the tariff confusion, and the choppy trajectory is down, down, down. This is not riggable. This is not a fixable number. This is the actual collective reaction of thousands and thousands of investors looking at the broad markets and a whole range of companies. And yet we raised this with a Trump.
Yeah, but there are thousands of Democratic
who'd worked on more than one campaign, including 2024, on Friday.
Dude,
and here's what we heard.
There's some huge subreddit where they're all
The
talking
goal
about this.
ultimately is a humming economy. And you have to be patient. We saw it in the first term. We know what the formula looks like, contrary to what the media wants to say.
It's not the media, it's the markets, right? I mean, I just went through a bunch of market data. It's not media.
Well, I think you're foolish to think that the media doesn't play a role in the markets. We see that all the time.
Now, maybe that's the best counter argument one could come up with. But as I said there, and it bears a little more unpacking, when hundreds of companies' floating stock prices are reacting to tangible governing events like these cuts and these tariffs and the promised trade war and the general bellicose stance towards certain other countries, disrupting the European alliance on a foreign policy level with Ukraine, also has geopolitical and geofinancial implications.
Maybe the Dems pumped
all of
it.
this together, we get a response from the markets, not the media.
Oh, and they're going to
As
sell
I
it.
even said with all humility in that interview at another point, I said, look, whatever you say about me and the other anchors,
and her
we don't
girls.
speak and just move markets all day, right? The president's actions can do that, not the media. Private businesses now are being pretty clear that the overall way that the Musk cuts are going could hurt business. And remember, they don't view that as an ideological or political statement, and many of those companies are in areas like finance or oil where they would prefer a little less federal government. They're certainly open to cuts. But even the people open to cuts are saying, not this way, not this indiscriminate, not this incompetent at times, and it's just going to hurt business. They are calling out a mounting type of government-created chaos that will have, quote, an adverse effect or impact on their businesses, actions by Musk that adversely affect the business, and one here you see there warns a period of great uncertainty with headwinds. The stock market has investors. The political market, if you want to think about it that way, our country has citizens. And I don't mean to sound quaint when I say the citizens can, should, and do still matter. So we're seeing those town halls. Some initially were in the Republican areas where people were upset. Now Democrats are making sure to hold gatherings, events, rallies, and town halls, taking the temperature on how people think these first 7 weeks and this market slump is going under the Trump agenda.
Did you vote to raise the price of groceries?
Okay.
We've introduced a bill called the Eliminate Looting of Our Nation by Mitigating Unethical State Kleptocracy, which, if you put all the letters together, it's called the Elon Musk Act.
Did you vote to rip health care coverage from millions of people?
What I see happening all over America is people, not just Democrats, saying we fought for too long and too many people died for democracy. We're not going to oligarchy.
Like bullies everywhere, Donald and Elon are afraid of people who won't bend the knee. They are afraid of pushback, and we are here to push back.
Pushback, backlash, anger, and a kind of eyes wide open absorption of what this governing agenda actually does to your life, to your pocketbook, to your stock market, to your library down the street, to the Veterans Health Center, which you might not want to think about that much. You'd hope for all the talk about veterans and patriotism in this country, including on the Republican Party's right flank, that it wouldn't even have to be debatable whether or not veterans assured health care and support through the VA would have that up and down. So maybe people weren't thinking about that across the election year, but now they're seeing it. And for people who genuinely care about that kind of thing, and I don't care your politics, but if you care about that kind of thing, because it doesn't sound like a good idea or what they ran on, all of that is now in the water of this backlash. And if you remember, we heard a lot, especially right after Donald Trump won the election, about messaging, about who had better lines, quips, memes, who was snappier on the podcasts. And that's a big part of campaigning. If you watch The Beat, you hear us talk about our YouTube, We had on a lot of different individuals who aren't in the normal mainstream.
This guy tries really hard to be
love
cool.
what's going on with digital and podcasts. That's all part
the
of
first
this.
time I've noticed
and
it.
if one party missed
There was
some of that on the
another.
campaign.
There was another guest he had on, black dude, a lawyer or something. He ended up saying something that was actually a Kendrick Lamar lyric. And there was a white chick, and he asked the white chick, he's like, "Did you catch that Kendrick Lamar, whatever?" I looked it up. I'm like, holy shit, this guy actually did just bring up the fact that he taught us. Like, all the stuff the dude said, he brings up that he said a Kendrick Lamar lyric. And the white chick, too, was like, I sure did. So clever, so funny, so shit. I'm just like, what's going on right now? They're like trying to convince the youth that they're hip, they're cool. Hey, we're into the rap music, too. I don't know, something he just did reminded me of that. Again, was it?
Campaign side, well, then that's politics. You got to deal with it. But what I've told you and what we're seeing to start this week with this market slump is the campaign time is over. Right now, it doesn't seem like the public is assessing who was better on a podcast, who had a better slogan or a quip. They're assessing the actual governing results of this agenda in this early, nascent, and harrowing period. And a lot of people are saying, whatever they thought of the message last year, they're saying no to the results right now.
Trying to get the youth, dude. Oh my god, it's news everywhere. Market.
Have been a spattering of
Talking about the JD
images
Vance
of JD Vance
hold on.
as
These are
you
funny.
name it. One of my favorite is let me show you an image real quick. So for those that have no idea what's going on, because they live under a rock.
Which one are you gonna pick, Tim? There's like 100 of them.
Oh, I got it. I tweeted it already, so it's really easy for me to just pull it up. If
you've become my sleep demons.
Here we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, I scar you with this.
Oh goodness.
So, people have just been taking JD Vance's picture and then photoshopping it in ridiculous ways to make him look weird. And I saw this one and I just posted it because I thought it was funny. And you can see L saying, "Tim, go to bed." Indeed, I posted at midnight. So here's the funny thing. The right and the left are all posting these JD Vance memes. Let me see if I can find this one, because one of my favorite memes was JD Vance as Diglett. Did you see that one? And then someone made JD Vance as Doug Trio.
Man,
let me see again.
This is gonna win him the next election.
Exactly. Yeah.
I forgot what he actually looks like.
Yes. I mean, well, the thing is, meme magic, just like Serge said, like a big part of the reason why Donald Trump won in 2016 is because of the effect of the memes and all of the online stuff. And they've made JD Vance a household name, JD Vance, who may not have been a household name prior to this, right?
Yeah.
You know,
okay, I'm just making sure there's nothing vulgar or graphic, because X is untrustworthy. So maybe I should, I'll just pull this up, because why not? It looks fine. Here's JD Vance as George Floyd. Here's JD Vance as Willem Dafoe in Spider-Man. Here's a minion JD Vance. Wow. Here's JD Bernie. I am once again asking for more JD Vance memes. Here they just gave him long hair. It's just okay. So anyway,
my favorite one is the JD Vance as the Unabomber.
Yes, that one's great.
It's not stopping, and they're all hilarious. Yeah. And I saw this story from The Atlantic, and everyone was ragging on this woman, Allie Brayland, because she's like, the online right is trolling one of its own. And I thought to myself, guys, is the whole past 15 years of culture war because women were in media and women don't get men? So, like, we're ribbing on J.D. Vance because it's funny, and even he posted himself as what's his face, Leonardo DiCaprio, pointing at the screen.
That was great.
And then someone responded with the same exact image, but he was fatter, and it's all funny. It's all funny. I saw this as written by a woman, and I'm like, could it be that women genuinely don't understand guys ribbing on each other, and so they've misunderstood online like what guys do as harassment?
Right.
And that's it. So they're like, why is everyone being so mean? Let's ban them. And it's just like two dudes ribbing on each other.
And everyone's laughing on this side.
There was one famous moment. I can't remember who it was. They called their friend on X gay. And they said something like, I didn't know you were gay, LOL. And it was like it was their roommate. I can't remember who it was. They were on the show. And then Twitter banned them. And they were like, I was making a joke to my roommate. We're friends. Like, nope. I think it's a bunch of women being like, oh, that's so mean. Like, why are they doing it?
Have you seen the meme that perfectly illustrates what you're talking about? On top, it has a girl asking her girlfriend, do I look fat? And of course, it's like, oh no, babe, you're beautiful. And then on the bottom, the guy's like, do I look fat? And his friend's like, bro, I got 5 fat friends and you're 4 of them.
Seriously. I mean, everybody knows that dudes that actually get along, rib each other, that's just a normal part of male, interaction and stuff.
We were filming today, and I'm spoiling the Boonies vlog, but Special Mike did a really good trick, and it took him like 2 hours to land. For those that are wondering, he ollied onto the 2-foot ramp from flat, from the deck, 50-50, and then frontside shove it to the ground. If you don't know what any of that means, don't worry about it. It was difficult. He fell many times, and when he finally landed, we're all cheering. And then my one friend goes, beat his ass! And then everyone started laughing. Like, he landed the trick, quick, get him!
Yeah.
And it was just a joke.
Make him pay.
Like, yeah, it was a joke. And everyone started laughing, and then we high-fived him. But imagine, like, we talk about this with YouTube and social media all the time. Context does not matter. Jokes are not allowed. It's like a bunch of hall monitor women not understanding dudes, like, towel whipping each other and then laughing about it. They're like, they're being bullied.
It's just the infinite face of that sourpuss woman just going. And the caption underneath says, that's not funny.
So anyway, into the political on this one. Yeah, this is gonna meme J.D. Vance in 2028 into the presidency. This article, like, and this is not the only one. There's a bunch of articles where they're basically like, why is the right making fun of J.D. Vance? Did they ever look at the Trump memes? There's a bunch of Trump memes that are goofing on him, and everyone loves it and loves him. The J.D. Vance memes are not meant to disparage. It's just funny, but it's making J.D. Vance a household name.
Well, and what's it doing subconsciously? What is this teaching people's brains to do when they see J.D. Vance's face?
Laugh.
Smile. Yeah. Laugh. Have a good time.
Yep.
Yeah. This is genius.
They're associating J.D. Vance with laughter,
positive feelings, positive emotions.
Yes.
Yeah, that's really,
so
really
it's a psyop.
Well, the funny thing is, I think the left did start it.
Yeah.
Right. I think
I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Yeah, everyone's nodding along. We'll just assume it's true.
But the left can't meme.
So, but like, and when they do, we're not mad about it. We're like, oh, this is hilarious.
I feel like the first ones I saw were him being fat, shared by leftists, making fun of him looking fat, right? And then we were just like, that's hilarious.
It was funny.
Make him fatter. Yeah.
Well, we're taking that. It's ours now.
There's one they made of me where I went on Fox News. And they keep making me, you know what I'm talking about.
That was great,
I keep getting, every time they repost it, I'm slightly fatter.
People believe it.
And people are like, he looked at the guy from Duck Dynasty, and it's me, and then it says something like, Tim can't get laid, or like, and it's like I'm on Fox News. And it's funny. And every time they repost it, I'm fatter and redder. and then remember the one with Charlie Kirk where they made his face smaller?
Yeah.
They don't understand that dudes ribbing on each other is fun and funny, but to leftists, it's meant to hurt your feelings.
JD's going to be on Kill Tony next. He just secured his spot on Kill Tony.
Did he really? Is that true?
I don't know.
I'm just saying,
because he didn't seem like someone who would be on Kill Tony. Trump did to me, but after this,
there's a really funny Wojak of me where my head is massive and the beanie is really small and on top, and there's strings coming down, and I'm standing in a hot air balloon of my own head.
That's amazing.
I'm like, I reposted it. I was like, that's pretty good.
It should be framed in this room.
I know. I think leftists, and it's largely liberal millennial women who are, leading the Democrat charge. They think that's offensive to you. When they post a picture of a fat J.D. Vance with like a beet red face and his eyes are crossed, they think like, haha, he's going to get real mad at this one. And then he sees it and goes,
You also have to think, though, like, yeah, this lady wrote this, but a team of editors. This went through an office, a newsroom at The Atlantic. I've written for them. It's a lot of people who all have their hands in one story every time. So everyone agreed with this and said yes.
They say the memes first appeared in October when a user on X posted an image of Vance captioned, "For every 100 likes, I will turn JD Vance into a progressively apple-cheeked baby."
I mean,
that's what they did with Charlie Kirk's face.
Yeah.
They were like, for every 100 likes, I'm going to make his face a little bit smaller. And then it kept getting smaller and smaller.
But the thing is that's Ben, you made a great point. It associates seeing his face with positive emotions. It associates his face with laughing, with having a good time. That's really a great point you made.
And it's like the evolution of his face being viral. Because remember, he went viral the first time with the look he made during the debate. And now
I forgot about that meme, Shane.
Yeah. Right.
I forgot about that one.
Now he's everybody on the planet.
Look at this.
I've used that meme.
Deseret says Vice President J.D. Vance becomes internet's meme darling. From baby-face renditions to classic pop culture parodies, the Vice President is a hit on the internet.
And who wrote this?
That is pretty
This is
major.
Deseret. I think they're a Canadian outlet. Am I wrong?
It's Utah.
Utah. Wow, I was way off.
But it bears saying too. Also, like people vote with their emotion.
Okay. For those that are just listening, we're laughing at a picture of J.D. Vance's George Washington. What else? John Adams, J.D. Jefferson.
That's incredible.
J.D. Madison. Let's.
J.D. Monroe. Oh, this is not Jerome Powell.
Is that it? The ones they have him as what is it? J.D. Vance from Andy Griffith. Is that it?
Yeah.
Man, and they're just putting his face on everything. I got to be honest though, I can't find the Diglett one.
Dude, wouldn't it? If that were you,
yeah, you guys know what Diglett is?
All of a sudden, you're everybody.
How do I find that?
I don't know. I just said
Ask Grok. Grok will find it.
There you go.
It's
like the Matrix.
It's like one of the best memes.
Anderson.
And
on X.
That dude could be anybody.
I know. I tried searching on X to find it. I couldn't get it.
Anything I want to find on X, I just ask Grok. I don't even look.
Really?
I don't even use the search function. I'm just like, Grok, find me this.
Really?
Oh, okay. All right. I said, find me a post of J.D. Vance looking like Diglett. Because then someone made Doug Trio, and it's super hilarious. It's not. It's just writing a bunch of things out.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I asked for that. It's just pretty.
It's just explaining to me the meme.
Okay, so you might have to say something like, find me the post on X of the J.D. Vance meme where he looks like Diglett. So like that's basically your learning curve when it comes to AI. Like you type in something and it's like, oh, I need to ask it this way.
Well, I will say the funny thing is if you search J.D. Vance on X, you only get memes. There's no picture of him like just normal doing something.
Wow.
I'll just scroll through these and I'm bound to find it because everyone keeps.
Why didn't he say it the way the guy asked to say
funny.
it?
J.D. Vance has the son from the Teletubbies and the Teletubbies at the same time.
I told him. You tell that guy was part robot.
I do like the rosy cheeked as Donald Trump, rosy cheeked as MODOK. As Bill Murray in Groundhog Day. Man, this is so good.
When I saw him as the Matrix, I knew it wasn't going to end. When you saw the fighting it off.
Little Debbie.
As Neo. Oh, Little Debbie, yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
That's good.
And I do like it when people just retake existing ones and make them fatter.
It is good.
Oh, well. I can't find it.
Yeah.
There are some funny ones, though.
What a time to be alive.
J.D. Vance Diglett meme.
This is come 2028. If this momentum, as Chicken McNuggets, if this keeps going, these are ridiculous. If he's gonna meme himself into the presidency, or he's gonna be memed.
I'm dying here, dude.
I'm just scrolling through, and me and Sergio are laughing, trying to look for these memes. As Thanos.
So many.
There's so many.
Crazy.
It is crazy, right? I can't show this on screen because there's probably some weird vulgar nonsense in it. I see them everywhere I go. Who? J.D. Vance.
Did you see this post was fact checked by True McPatriots with a bald J.D. Vance?
Is there just like one master photo of all of the memes? They're just everywhere.
Yeah, there are threads that
probably the most
I'm willing to
popular.
bet one of your listeners right now is on Claude, Sonnet, or GPT, writing a code or asking it to go find every JD Vance meme and put it into like an aggregated picture. One of your fans is doing that right now.
I'm telling Grok to do it.
Find me the links of every.
All right. Let's talk about the news, though. We do have this story here from CBS. Another plane crash. CBS says 5 people injured in a plane crash in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. Officials say. This is reported from today, and I don't. Is this the same story as the one that happened like yesterday? Or is it another one? They say 5 people were injured after a small plane crashed in the parking lot of a retirement community. Right, okay, so this was the one yesterday. Authorities said Monday that 5 people on board were taken to Lancaster General Hospital. Spokesperson said 3 of the patients were transferred from Health Network's Burn Center. 2 others were treated. Little said no one on the ground was hurt. In a statement, Brethren Village said, unfortunately, no residents were injured. Says, fortunately, no residents were injured and no damage was reported. However, 12 vehicles were damaged. Air traffic control audio captured the pilot reporting the aircraft has an open door when need to return for a landing. Now, we were talking about this. I was talking about this with Ben before the show. And there's a lot of questions about why we're seeing so many plane crashes. Is it DEI? Well, this appears to be like a private flight crashing. Why are we hearing so many stories of plane crashes then? It was the Delta flight operated by Endeavor that came in hard in Canada and belly flopped and then rolled over.
Hearing about them.
And a lot of people said probably DEI because they think the pilot was female or the co-pilot was female who was doing the landing and the male was communicating with air traffic control.
It's what the news decides to cover.
Sure. I will say this right off the bat. I know that many people have warned over the past year that DEI in the airlines is going to result in crashes. However, they all seem to have just started around the same time. We started getting all of these reports of plane crashes right at the same time. Yesterday, my brother was saying, could it just be that we're getting more reports of it? We're paying attention now? And then he goes, well, actually, if a plane crashed in a parking lot, I think it's national news no matter what happens. And it's like, yes, it's all just happening now. So how could it be DEI then? The liberals and the Democrats, the left, are all saying it's Trump's fault. But Trump didn't fire anybody when these things started happening. Trump had just gotten in. We started seeing these plane crashes. And Elon did not do anything with Doge to the airlines or air traffic control when these were crashing. So I don't think there's a strong correlation politically to the plane crashes. The question then is, why are so many planes crashing? Now, in this instance, it's that the door was open. I have no idea. Ben and I were talking, and he was explaining about polar shift and solar weather and things like that. And you're outright saying that we are in the midst of a polar shift, like the poles are shifting. The process has begun. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, certainly.
And so then I said, what if planes have started crashing? The wildfires are getting intense, not because of climate change, but because of solar weather, space weather, as it were. Maybe the instruments are getting messed up, and we're seeing this amplify or something. I got to be honest, it seems equally as a stretch to assume the instruments are failing as it is to assume it's DEI or Trump's doing, because there's no hard correlations. Only the question, why did all of a sudden we start seeing many different plane crashes in the span of a couple months?
You know, the last time I was on with you, it was a little over a year ago. That while I was here, that was when that airplane had that emergency landing on the highway. That was literally while I was here with you last time. And I remember back then thinking, man, is this DEI? Is this going to get worse? And it immediately clicked into my head that, like, one of the things I had told people was like, look, hey, this magnetic pole shift keeps going in this way. Eventually, things are just going to stop working for no good reason. Planes might start to have trouble on takeoff, landing, or maybe even, God forbid, while they're up at cruising altitude. And with it happening so much, it's really the point you were making about there doesn't seem to be any rationale for why DEI would come and bite us in the butts, like all in a cluster, in a cluster. And it doesn't make sense that it's a political thing because you would have done that before the election. But
well, if it was Trump's firing related, then we wouldn't have seen any crashes until after the firings happened. But in fact, we started seeing crashes before Trump had done anything. And so it could be DEI all catching up all at once, I guess. But if it was DEI, wouldn't you see a parabolic curve of little bits and then lots of bits, not just nothing and then within a span of a few months, boom, a big cluster of plane crashes? I guess, I'm sorry, just the point would be it opens the possibility of an external phenomenon to our aircraft and our political system, meaning weather.
Do you think the pole shift can affect people's mental state?
Oh, it certainly is.
And you think we're in that now, where the people like at large are having problems mentally because of what's going on with Earth?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to completely derail this airplane thing, but they know two main things about what happens to our brains when it's exposed to an excess amount of the kind of energy that you'd get from the sun. First thing that happens is your hippocampus, mitochondria don't work quite as efficiently. Cognition goes down. It's a fun way of saying you get a little dumber. At the exact same time, that extra energy is overexciting the locus ceruleus in the dead center in there. And that's your reactivity to terror, panic, anxiety, fear. And so if it seems like people are all getting dumber while they're becoming more emotionally unstable and more reactive to panic and fear, yes. Yes, they are.
Now, just for context, because this does matter, we have a super chat from Baron of Gray Matter who says on average 1,400 general aviation plane crashes per year. Air traffic controller here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was one of the things that I was going to bring up when there was a pause. The fact that we're seeing more attention paid to small aircrafts, like, so this is 5 people were injured. How many, like, how big was the aircraft? What size? Because there are regularly accidents of smaller aircraft. Smaller aircraft have, you know, that don't make news beyond like the local news. Because if not that I want to, you know, minimize death, but like if a handful of people die and it's not a major carrier and it's not at a major airport, it honestly is only a local news story. So there can be like the super chat just said, 1,000 or so plane crashes every year, and it just so happens that they're getting more focused now because the news is focused on these types of events, because whether they have an intentional bias or not. There's all this talk about the FAA. There was the crash, the very public crash at DCA, and that kind of set the wheels in motion to be, oh, hey, you know, is there a problem with the FAA? Oh, there were these cuts. And so the narrative is built, and so you see more attention paid.
So what I would say is, how many different times in the last year have you seen a post on social media, well, plane got an engine on fire in the sky?
Yeah, multiple times.
And how many times did you see it before the last year?
Yeah.
And so, is it really that people just didn't post it? I don't believe it. Shock content sells. If there were videos of planes with engines on fire, people would be posting them on X and Instagram nonstop.
I saw one of those engines on fire videos, and comments were like, "This is 5 years old," you know. So it seems like people are posting.
Interesting.
It to
how about that?
It fits
People
right now.
didn't consider to be like, maybe this video of a plane maybe crashing would get a lot of views.
Right.
The lead story on the Daily Mail this morning was of a woman in her seat in Brazil who got asked to move. Not kidding. Like, the Daily Mail was like, I know what story we'll lead with. It's a woman sitting by the window and someone asks her to move because a child is crying. And she didn't. And I'm like, if people are going to post that, wouldn't they want to post? People post all sorts of weird stuff in the sky all the time. Mm-hmm. Weird atmospheric events or rocket ships being, you know, launched and things like that.
Yeah. Or breaking apart, you know, falling back.
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe it's as simple as we just didn't post.
Some people, they wait a long time to do stuff, okay? Some people wait 30 years after being raped to come and say something, and some people see an airplane in the sky on fire and wait 5 years to post that on the internet.
I see it's hot right now. I'm gonna
well,
put that
to be
on Twitter.
fair, like someone stealing and reposting a video that already exists.
Maybe, okay.
Yeah.
But it is kind of crazy to me that these stories weren't in the common news cycle. Like, all of a sudden, people are like, let's share a bunch of videos of plane crashes. But come on, like, the Delta plane crashing and flipping over, and the Delta...
I've never seen anything.
Or the plane crashing into the helicopter in D.C. Look, you can tell me that there's 1,400 accidents per year. Or someone else mentioned that, according to the NTSB, crashes are down. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure if at any point in the past 20 years a plane crashed into a helicopter, it'd be national news. If at any point a plane crashed and flipped over, it's national news. When the plane crashed in the Hudson, national news.
The one in Philadelphia just a few weeks ago.
Into the parking lot.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, those high-level crashes are all happening around the same time.
Like, I would like to know what the stats are if we take out single engine Cessnas, we take out private planes. Like, let's look at the big commercial carriers and let's count those up. I would be interested to see what those stats are.
If I understand correctly, at least in the U.S., the crash at the accident at DCA, that was the first plane crash in the United States, I think, since 2009.
Yeah, it was a big deal. They said commercial.
Yeah, first commercial one. The incentive for airliners to not have a mistake or have a catastrophic, crash or failure or whatever is very high, not only because of regulation, which is what people think is the actual driver, but really it's litigation and damage to the brand. If you have too many crashes, they're gonna be like, people are gonna be like, I don't want to fly with that.
I got you. So I just asked our little robot friend. On average, there are 4 to 6 fatal commercial airline crashes per year worldwide. However, the total number of commercial aviation accidents, including non-fatal incidents, varies greatly but remains low, making commercial air travel one of the safest modes of transportation. I am going to ask it for clarification because I don't care about fatal crashes.
Yeah, it feels like they're just amplifying fear.
However, I then said, how many commercial crashes in 2025? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There have been 5 commercial crashes this year, and I believe
we are.
Well, so Air Busan was everyone survived with 7 injuries. There was a light air service crash with 21 occupants. Only 1 survived, so that's 1 fatal. You had the Potomac collision, 67 fatalities. The Bering Air Flight Cessna, let's see, what is that? Grand Caravan disappeared over Nome, Alaska. Oh, right, right. Yeah, 10 people died. And then the Delta Endeavor, 21 injuries. How many non-fatal commercial crashes on average?
I imagine that's not very many because it's hard to have fender benders when you're
30 to 50.
Really?
Commercial airline accidents per year, but that includes runway excursions, hard landings, bird strikes, gear up landings, and other mishaps.
Totally different.
Totally different. Totally different. Okay. How do you, I guess fatal accidents is the important metric, and we have what? I think 3 of the listed ones are fatal.
Well, see, here's the thing. But then the Delta flight that's sitting upside down on the tarmac, nobody died.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
So yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3 of which were fatal. Commercial airline incidents. So if there's 4 to 6 per year, in 1 month, we have had the high end half the year's total accidents so far. So again, I think it's fair to say that we, as the average people, are noticing it's a weird thing to have it all happen at once. And these happened, so this is important because we have the dates on them. To January 28th, 29th, the Potomac River crash was 9 days after Trump got in. He didn't do anything. Those flight routes and those training, that training with the Black Hawk, that was all pre-planned. Trump didn't have a week to change that. So how did we get 3 fatal commercial flights in the span of a month started this year?
And then 1 flip over.
Right. And right, which is a serious accident.
That's a serious accident.
I don't know, man. It could be DEI. Seriously, any explanation is welcome at this point. You guys super chat, let me know what you think, comments, because DEI doesn't make sense why it all happens in 1 month. Right as Trump gets elected, boom, it all happens. Was like a bunch of the DEI hires were hired but not allowed to fly just yet, and then the moment Biden was leaving, he clicked a button to activate their jobs. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
I think it's just a coincidence then that it's happening because the conversation about a crisis of competence has been something that's been ongoing for at least a couple of years now. People talking because we knew that DEI was a thing. That wasn't this isn't a surprise that we're all just finding out about it. Maybe it is more common than we thought, or there's been more hiring of people based on DEI criteria than we thought, but it wasn't like this is a surprise. We've talked about.
Okay. DEI might actually be the explanation. In 2024, there were 16 fatal commercial airline accidents worldwide, 333 deaths. So we maybe just weren't seeing these reported as much, but they were definitely higher than the average over the past decade.
Yeah.
So maybe it really is that simple.
You know, to be honest, it's obviously gone through my head, is this increased solar impact because we're losing Earth's magnetic field? You know, certainly that would drive views to my channel, wouldn't it? Gotta be honest.
Indeed.
Like, I've probably had 10 of those opportunities where, like, if I wanted to stretch how I looked at myself in the mirror afterwards, I could have put out a viral video about something like that. But, you know, I gotta be honest. I feel like when we got to that point, it would be even worse than this. Like planes falling out of the sky, like people suffering, like entire airplanes suffering acute radiation sickness, every passenger.
People don't realize the radiation on planes.
Yeah. And that's going through the roof right now. Eventually it's going to happen. There's going to be an incident. There's going to be a weak spot in the magnetic field. There's going to be a massive cosmic ray burst or something that happens every day, but isn't a big deal.
But and then everyone's going to get superpowers on the plane when the cosmic radiation hits
literally everyone's going to start throwing up on the plane.
And they're going to call it a mysterious illness, and they're not going to check for radiation or anything like that.
No, I'm sure they're going to all just
cover it up
or say that it was whatever they're
food poisoning
COVID with.
We're going to jump to this next story. Before we do, my friends, smash that like button, share the show with everyone. And I want to say, yesterday was my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yesterday was my birthday. I'm 39 years old, and it's been a tremendous couple of months. What with Trump's presidency, the gutting of the bureaucratic state, the firing of federal workers, the getting married, having a kid. It's been this 2025's best year ever, best year of my life, at least. So what you can do is join Rumble Premium. Support our work. You can watch the uncensored call-in show at rumble.com/TimCastIRL. You can go to timcast.com and join our Discord community with over 20,000 people you can hang out with, talk to every single day, and be a part of the news and be an active participant, not just a passive observer. So if you want to get a gift, those are the things you can do for my birthday. Thank you very much. Now, in all seriousness, this story is pretty brutal. From the post-millennial breaking, InfoWars reporter Jamie White brutally murdered in his apartment on Sunday night. White was pronounced dead in the hospital. The investigation remains ongoing, and authorities have yet to release further details. Now, I believe that InfoWars is, Alex, they're basically saying this has more to do with the lax on crime policies of Democrats, not that it's anything related to any kind of investigation or nefarious or malicious deeds. We don't know. But I gotta say, based on it being InfoWars, the first place my mind goes to is, what was this guy investigating? Because I'm sorry, I mean no disrespect to Alex, but I don't think he pays the kind of money that would result in a strong-armed robbery and some burglary in someone's home of a reporter to end their life. You know, like, journalists tend not to be the targets of people looking for money. Maybe you want to go to somebody who's rich in a rich neighborhood.
Somebody who doesn't have an apartment, like he was killed in his apartment.
You know, and of course, sometimes it's as simple as drugs were involved and people fought over them and there was a debt. Who knows? But I don't know, man. I don't know.
I've been chased by zombies in Austin on 6th Street. So you do know, we've been there. Like, it's some pretty gnarly spots in Austin where crime is totally allowed. Really bad addicts are all over the place.
They say he was working late at the InfoWars studio Sunday night. He was found outside his home just a few miles from the studio. And he was pronounced dead at the hospital. So maybe someone just ran up to him and attacked him.
Yeah, there's good.
There was another story recently, but this is not even unique for me to say, where a guy walked up to a woman and just stabbed her in the back with a knife. I think it was in like D.C. or something. Mm-hmm. There's so many stories like that all over the place.
Yep.
That maybe that's just it. Maybe he was just a victim of a random attack. I don't know. Coincidence is.
It's hard knowing he's a journalist from InfoWars, of course, but I knew someone who was attacked like that in a supermarket. Random person just walked to the supermarket and just had a victim in mind, anyone with a knife, and took him out. And made no sense, right? Didn't know him, nothing. It's just that guy was bloodthirsty that day and crazy.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It's really, really, really hard to be, to hear these kind of stories and give any kind of advice, because sure, when you're in, like, you can hear things like you want to be aware when you're in transitional spaces, right? When you get out of your car, when you're getting in your car, those are the kind of places where people attack you. When you're walking out of work, walking into work, those are the kind of places where attacks happen. But it's really hard to constantly be aware, like your friend that you're talking about, just walking through the supermarket, randomly, that kind of stuff can happen. And again, like I watch a lot of attacks and stuff like that on YouTube. Like, that's interesting to me to see the way that people actually do attack. And it's like, it's a good idea to look people in the eyes when you're walking around, because if you make eye contact with people, they tend to decide to find someone else, because it's not about looking like you're tough. It's not about looking like you're some kind of badass. All you have to do is look like you're not an easy target.
So we do have some updates. So refresh the page. They say InfoWars reporter Jamie White was found unresponsive late Sunday, and what authorities are investigating as a murder. He was pronounced dead.
He's in boot camp to always look at people in the eyes when you walk
officers
past
responded
them.
to a high-priority emergency call at approximately 11:57 p.m. Officers arrived 2 minutes later and found White with obvious signs of trauma. The investigation is ongoing, and authorities have not confirmed the nature of White's injuries or released information about potential suspects. This marks Austin's eighth homicide this year. Ratliff said this is pretty early on in the investigation, and the homicide unit will be releasing more information as they're able. That's the APD public information officer. They're going to say a statement from InfoWars. Jamie's tragic death will not be in vain, and those responsible for the senseless violence will be brought to justice. Jones blamed Soros, Austin, Texas DA Jose Garza partially for the murder. White was working late Sunday night. He was found just a few outside his home. He was found at his home a few miles from the studio. And we have this other quote. When you see the Soros DAs in control of over 800 jurisdictions protecting serious narcotic and human trafficking gangs, and you see different feds and ICE calling in warnings for most violent gangs in the world that there are ICE raids coming, Pam Bondi's saying that they're preparing to indict some of these people, that there are so many communist traitors in the government that they're doing polygraphs. Jones said in the show, this is a crisis. Defunding the police, all of this has been to destabilize society. So Jones went on to say, despite Austin being a war zone at night in many areas, the police were there in 2 minutes and got on the hospital in just 15 to 20. He was announced dead there. That's service. You can't do your job when you don't have enough people. So
remember that story?
I'm going to get myself in trouble.
Well, then maybe save it for the uncensored portion if it's
too spicy,
beyond the pale, or too spicy.
Okay.
Remember that story last year? They found like 10 bodies in the lake in Austin.
And there's a serial killer.
That was a rumor. I don't know if they really believed it, but it was
people keep falling off the bridge.
Yeah, falling.
And we talked about that, and they keep saying like, no, there's something going on. But wasn't it like there's someone who was drugged and then escaped?
I think that was one of the stories. Yeah.
Yeah. A guy was drugged at a bar, brought to the bridge, but then like fought off the dude and then ran off.
Yeah. Austin's wild.
Dude. Yeah, I mean, it's dangerous. The fact that there are DAs that don't actually put people that are dangerous away because of things like restorative justice, which are phrases that you hear on the left all the time, which are just ridiculous concepts, whole cloth idiocy. You have to take people that are dangerous off the streets.
Yeah,
that is job number one for any kind of reasonable law enforcement agency. And if you're not going to take them off the streets, then you have to empower citizens to defend themselves, because something must deter criminals. And if you do not put them away and they are not afraid of the people that they are victimizing, then there is no deterrence, and they are just going to keep committing crimes, and they're going to keep victimizing.
I don't know. I think it's compassionate to release murderers.
You held your straight face for about 1.
I'm from New York. That's what they did. Yeah, that's what they did in New York during COVID. Just release them all. And that's where we're at now.
Man, I got to wonder, though, is this all turning around? I mean, with Trump in office, it's been a month. It's been a month and a half. Trump is making big moves against bureaucratic and deep state infrastructure. After this, we're already seeing the pickup in law enforcement with Cash and Pam Bondi. I know everyone's upset over the Epstein files. I'd like to see them, too. But Cash, he got 2 guys who were selling secrets in the Army or whatever.
That was great.
Yeah, so
actually, I think it was 3, wasn't it?
Was it 3? The work has begun. So we're going to need to see some top-level infrastructure in law enforcement that is going to direct local law enforcement. And I'll tell you this, if these Democrat jurisdictions don't enforce the law, Trump should invoke the Insurrection Act and go secure these areas.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, there was a post on X by a Democrat strategist or whatever, and she was complaining about the attacks on, or the vandalism basically of Tesla dealerships. She's like, oh, this is going to make it easier for them to institute the Insurrection Act and blah blah blah. And while I don't think that vandalism of Tesla properties is actually rises to the level of justification for the Insurrection Act, high levels of crime. Not that I think crime is going down, even though you are seeing some fairly high profile crimes like this. If crime were to spike again, I think that you might see a more vigorous reaction from the current DOJ and administration.
I think things are getting better. But things ebb and flow in a battle like this. This is, I don't know if you guys are going to agree with me, but I think this is an economic, cultural, political, and spiritual, ethical, moral war battle that's going on among society right now.
Absolutely.
There are some people who are some pretty good thinkers, some folks I respect a lot. I don't know if they'd want me mentioning their names or whatever, but they believe that the next civil war has begun, and we're just in the early stages of it, and nobody really realizes just how bad it's going to be.
Tim didn't say it.
I didn't. So you can't drink. Ray Dalio said it to Tucker Carlson a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And it's been spoken of quite a bit. I didn't come up with the idea, and I'm not the only one who talks about the idea. Anybody with eyes to see could see that we are on this path. Now, it doesn't mean that it ends in civil war. Civil strife periods are the precursor to civil war. Bleeding Kansas, of course, was the American Civil War, the precursor. But the civil rights era and the protests and the rioting was a civil strife period that did not become a civil war. Right now, however, I think we are so massively entrenched with the Democrat cult machine, there's no way to break it. You have people who know they're wrong and don't care they're wrong, they hate. They are fueled by nothing but cult, social adherence, and hatred. So you're not going to tell me that, when you're talking to someone, here, I'll give you an example. There's a viral video where a guy is wearing an American flag on a beanie. It's a black beanie. It's an American flag on it, and he's asking people questions. And a woman says he's clearly an antagonist, far right, trying to disrupt. And he's like, "What? Why?" And she's like, "Because you're wearing an American flag." And he's like, "This is just the hat that I got from REI. I don't know. I'll take it off." She's like, "No, you know what you're doing." So long as those kinds of people exist, and they are fervent and they are violent, and they can be weaponized by more intelligent factions of the far left, Antifa types, this is going to escalate. Now you have that Ziz cult, far leftists, transgender people. They murdered a cop. It was a CBP agent, I believe, or it was CBP. Murdered him because he pulled him over. Now they're on the run, faking their death, who knows what. And this is just, if it keeps escalating, then you end up in civil war. And the way things are going, the threats against Donald Trump, the threats against Elon Musk, what are they doing now? They're setting fires at Tesla stations. They're setting Tesla cars on fire. They're shooting up Tesla dealerships, threatening Elon's life. Now we got a DDoS attack, a cyber attack of some sort on X. It's not cooling down. It's only escalating. On TikTok, these people are posting incessantly, saying things like you should go do it and stuff like that. There's a viral video where a guy points out, one woman says something to the effect of like, y'all know you need to go and do it or whatever. And it's vague. But in the comments, she makes reference to getting rid of the king and the president, or I'm sorry, she made a reference to John Wilkes Booth. So everybody knew what she was saying. Another one responded saying that it'll be her, outright saying it'll be me and you'll know it. These people are making these videos. It is mass formation psychosis where they want clicks and they want views. So they are going to just pile on and say, do it, do it, do it, do it, until a handful of crazy people start doing crazy things.
I'm noticing the mental illness in my old, like my ex-friends getting crazier than it was when they were mad at me during how I was during COVID. Like the way I'm like making, if I make fun of Zelensky, it's like I'm making fun of their dad or mom. And they're sending me like deranged messages. We had someone threaten the family saying they know where my kids are.
Over
like,
Zelensky.
Over like politics. And it's insane. And that's just my personal life.
But just looking at the reaction to Zelensky. Who is this guy? Why do you care about him? You don't know who he is. You never heard of him before. The war in Ukraine has been, it's been 3 years. And in 3 years, you have attached your soul to this man. You are psychotic. These people have lost their minds, and they're dangerous.
They see him as he's the opposing force to Trump, one of the many that they see on their side.
You know, I see these things as sort of like the macrocosm of the small-scale stuff that's actually going to cause it. They have created so much strife and division in so many homes and among so many friends and among, I mean,
penises.
They've set friends against each other. They've set brothers against sisters, fathers against sons, husbands against wives, and all at the same time doing a very good job convincing an enormous portion of the population that there is nothing worse in the world than a straight white man.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's this phenomenon that we're seeing is a component of deep state intelligence agents or whatever trying to struggle to maintain power, zealots and far leftists. The biggest concern I have is not the deep state. Trump's routing them. It's not Antifa. These people are stupid. It is the random woman screaming the American flag is white supremacy without thought or knowledge or knowing what's going on. It is the zealous mess. The largest lump of the far left derangement is the cult mass. They don't read the news. They have no idea what they're talking about. They're insistent they do, and they want destructive things. I'll give you a really good example, and I'm going to drag Elad on purpose. Elad is a communist. He's shocking. So Elad he's a freelance reporter for us. He came on the show and said Bezos makes too much money and uses loopholes to avoid paying taxes. And I'm like, okay, that's a leftist talking point, and it's fundamentally and factually false. Now, I'm not trying to drag Elad for no reason. The point is, no matter how many times we told Elad he did not understand corporate law or tax law, he was arguing with us fervently and adamantly that Jeff Bezos pay taxes on money that doesn't exist. No matter how many times we tried to explain, Bezos does not have that cash. It is imaginary equity and it is imaginary value based on the equity in a company. He said, so what? He should pay taxes. There's no explaining to him that's impossible and it makes no sense. It's like someone saying we should scoop up the sky and throw it in the ocean, and you're like, okay, that's just nonsense. That's you said nothing, and then they get mad at you.
We tried
and they
that,
say
though?
We have to do it. Then you see the people out in the streets, Antifa, and they're screaming, we gotta tear down the sky, and you're like, it's nothing. It's water particles and refraction. What are you talking about? And they're like, you're a fascist because you won't do it, and they burn buildings down. There's no convincing a person who is deranged and can't comprehend reality. You can try, you can be nice, you can vote. But eventually, they're going to say, Elon Musk, whose dealerships are being burned down, or being shot up, is doing this to make money. Tesla stock is down some 30% in a month. He's doing it to steal your money and make money. What?
Sky.
His stock is going down. His net worth is declining. And then they're going to say he should pay taxes on it. Yep. They have no idea what they're talking about. None of it makes sense. And these people are, it's derangement.
They were self-immolating last year and cheering.
They were lighting
Luigi
themselves on
Mangione.
fire.
So, like, what's the next step, right?
Well, now they're all on social media advocating for assassination. Not all of them, but many people are outright calling for violence. You had that video of Adam Conover's podcast where a woman said that she polled people who attended the Women's March, and 30% said they believed the use of violence was justified to stop Donald Trump, or something to that effect.
Yeah, and they saw January 6th as worse than 9/11, worse than D-Day.
How long until they start attacking just random Tesla owners? So they already are. They're vandalizing.
So they're going to attack themselves.
They already are. There's
actual people, or they're vandalizing.
They're vandalizing random Tesla vehicles.
Oh yeah,
no, I'm talking about what about when they start attacking the people that own Tesla?
Yeah, it's bound to happen.
You know what I mean? Like, now, granted, I think that it's still that's a little far away because now they're only vandalizing.
They're most of the owners.
They're not actually attacking people yet, but they're vandalizing dealerships. They're vandalizing the Tesla superchargers.
How many snowflakes do you know personally?
Not many.
I can tell you that they got all the talk and all the balls in the world until another living creature is staring them in the face. If there's nobody there, they'll spray paint, they'll key, they'll cut, they'll do whatever. The moment even the tiniest ray of light shines onto their darkness, they shrivel so fast.
I disagree.
You think?
I have been at way too many events with far leftists where single individual actors have committed acts of violence against people.
Yeah.
Certainly there are the people you're referring to, but the ones that are committing violence, they're going to commit violence. It's actually the inverse, to be honest. So the strategy used by leftists is get as many regular people as possible to create a mass of bodies, and then one person starts the violence to ignite the conflict.
Yeah.
So it's usually the individual actors. And, well, actually, I am agreeing largely with what you say, but I disagree that if they're by themselves, they won't do it. They certainly do. They throw bricks by themselves. They use the masses to cover their actions when they engage in violence, but certainly we have seen numerous instances where individual far leftists have started fights or gotten into fights, or small groups even.
Sure. I'm just saying that those kind of people really aren't the same kind of people who are going to go and like sneak up and spray paint. Like part of like those people, like they want the conflict. It's like they want someone to be filming it. It's like they, you know what I mean? Like those are two different people. You know, the one who sneaks up and slashes a Tesla's tires is not the same one screaming at the top of their lungs in a big protest.
It might be because they put masks on.
So, like at big protests, the person who slashes the tire quietly is the person who starts the violence.
You think so?
That's their strategy. They call it green, yellow, and red. And so the green zone is the large mass of people who are stupid and have no idea what's going on.
Okay.
The yellow are the direct action people who are leading and organizing the protests and directing the masses. And the red actors are those who throw bricks and flash.
In these big organized protests, I actually do think you're right. I was thinking more along lines of like, you walk to your parked car after you're at the bar and some pink-haired snowflake is trying to key your car. That's not the dude who's going to swing on you.
Well, I mean, the pink-haired woman, maybe not. A guy would.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I said pink-haired guy, but
that guy will.
Yeah, that's what happened to I forget the guy's name that got shot in.
Aaron Danielson in Portland.
Yeah,
one guy with a BLM tattoo walked up and just went bam bam in his chest.
Yeah.
So that, yes, but what I'm saying is that's a different guy than the one who's like sneaking around and trying to like.
No, I don't think so.
Really?
So the direct action groups. These are the violent people who show up and fight the Proud Boys. If you watch the Portland videos, they wear masks, they go off, they get into street fights. They're the same people who plan the violence, and they're the same people who go out at night and do sabotage, chaining doors, putting super glue in locks and things like that. The regular people who are screaming at the top of their lungs and marching through the street, those are the green actors, meaning a pair of organizers from the direct action group of their cell or whatever they call it will go flyer and tell everybody, hey, we're doing a big march. It's a peaceful protest. They will then have the direct action violence people. These are the people who wear all black, burn things, set fires, smash things, fight people. They will crack you in the head with a bike lock. That's what they did in Berkeley. The same people who brought makeshift smoke bombs, brought M80s, one of their guys came with a bike lock and was bashing several people over the head with it. The regular people get invited are meant to create a mass the police can't handle, and it's designed to indoctrinate. So what they'll do is they'll say, peaceful protest, everybody come. Then the direct action group has the yellow organizers. These are people who will be in the front line with the cops yelling at them and will be directing the mass. And then the red actors, the red group, are usually crowded around in the centers, and they'll throw bricks, throw M80s, throw less so Molotov. We don't see a lot of Molotovs in the United States, though it did happen in the George Floyd riots. Or they will directly barricade themselves to buildings. They expect to get arrested. The goal is to create chaos. So the mass of regular people have no idea what's going on. That's the green zone. It's the biggest. Is to cover up what they're doing. They'll say, hey, everybody, wear masks. Show up wearing a hoodie in solidarity. That way the police can't identify who the bad actors are. The other reason they do it is that they intentionally will start a fight with the cops. So the cops arrest all these run-of-the-mill college students. That way they go to jail, are terrified, and then while in jail, the cultist far leftists will say, see, aren't cops evil? Look what they're doing to you. You didn't even do anything wrong. You were peacefully protesting. That's unconstitutional. They're fascists. I know. Let's all sing songs together. Not kidding. Literally how they do it. Then they're all singing together. Then when they're finally being let go, they say, here's my phone number. Call me. Let's hang out. And that's how they indoctrinate young people into their cult. They intentionally get them arrested. They plan, I will say this to all the young people out there, they want you to get arrested. They will instigate a fight with the cops, so the cops arrest you and then look you in the eyes and say, look how evil they are for doing this. That's the game they play. We're going to go to Super Chats, so smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. How about this? For my birthday, go to timcastpremium.com and sign up for Rumble Premium using promo code TIM10 and watch the uncensored members-only call-in show. And also, go to timcast.com, click Join Us, download Discord, get involved in the Discord server. Over 20,000 people. Don't just be a passive listener, which is fine. I'm not trying to drag you. But you can be an active participant in the world, in the news, by joining in and having these conversations. And before you know it, you might find yourself working with one of these big shows, being on a podcast. The Culture War show is being set up. And maybe you, as a member of the Discord, will be sitting here at this table debating Phil and Shane and me and who knows? Who knows who else? We wanted to get Luke Beasley and Enrique Atario because he had those choice words about him. He has refused.
Luke refused?
Luke, I take it.
Yeah, Luke refused. Oh yeah, Enrique's like, I'll talk to anybody. But Luke said no.
That's a bummer.
I don't think Luke actually has the capabilities to actually talk with the J6er.
Yeah.
So we said, well, maybe is there any other subject you'd be willing to talk about? Because we'd still like to have a debate. But it is funny to me that these leftists will never do it. They run and they hide. Conservatives won't stop banging on the door, telling us, hey, let us in. We want to come on the show. Liberals are like, no, wait, we can't handle Google. You bring like Kyle Kalinske on here, you sit him in that chair, and like I'll be like, Kyle, I won't debate you. I'll just Google search what you're saying, and what do you find? Everything he's saying is wrong. Okay, not everything, but a lot of it. And you're like, that's weird. Google said something else. I ain't gonna debate you. I'll just Google it. Anyway, let's grab some super chats. Let's go. Greg Cutler says, I super chatted $100 last year, suggesting Ben Davidson as a guest. Fulfilled.
Sweet.
Epic. Andre says, no Rumble stream. We are live on Rumble, baby. Nearly 20,000 viewers on Rumble. 40,000 on YouTube. Look at that. Rumble's getting big. Philosopher Stone says, hypothetical question for you guys. If you had to delete either pizza or video games from the earth forever, which would you choose?
Video games.
Video games.
Nah, pizza.
Unfortunately.
Pizza.
Video games.
Well, pizza is largely an unhealthy, high carb food, and it is delicious if made right. The question then becomes, pizza is a nebulous description. Do you mean just like a New York style cheese? Are we talking about like an Italian focaccia with zucchini?
Right.
Deep dish.
All flatbreads.
Yeah, all flatbreads. What if it's just like bread with olive oil and mozzarella slices on top?
Yeah.
Right. So if you're just basically saying New York style, as we know it, like Papa John's, Domino's, pizza, all gone. I say pizza is bad for you. And the important thing is video games maybe, and it's not like I want to ban pizza. I'd like both of them to exist, but video games are actually really good for keeping the mind sharp, for hand-eye coordination, and we've already seen that many of the people who are physically fit and play video games have shown lower signs of mental aging, which makes sense. So what is it called, Phil? Sarcopenia, is that it? Mm-hmm. Age-related muscle loss after what, like 30 or something? 35?
I mean, I think it's actually after like 40.
40? Your muscles just start disappearing. Right. I think for the most part, it's if you don't use it, you lose it. The same is true for your brain. So people who play video games, whatever it may be, the other problem I have with video games is that not all video games are like stupid, gore, mindless zombie stuff. Civilization's fantastic. Educational, teach kids. Not the new one, Civ 7, everyone hates. But we don't need pizza. You know what I mean? Greasy, heavy carbs, a lot of sugar in the sauce. It's okay. You can make it right if you put like whey in the flour to get it more protein dense, maybe. But you know, if I had to make a choice, I'd say video games can be educational.
So there are some video games like that. I think that just like with the pizza discussion, there could be a more nuanced discussion about video games, because there are some video games, it does the same thing to your brain as watching pornography. You know, like in terms of like the quick dopamine hit, like dopamine sickness, like rapid.
So does pizza.
It does.
So that's why it's. And the other thing, too, is video game is very, very vague as well.
It is, yeah.
So it's like you're talking about, like, console games and stuff, like no more Baldur's Gate or whatever.
Yeah, Tetris.
But what about Polybridge? That game's amazing. You ever play it?
No.
It's an engineering game where there'll be like a little truck and a little car, and it's like, here's how much wood you have, build a bridge. And then you're trying to design, a bridge. What I love about those games is that I always try to make the worst imaginable structures. Because sometimes it's easy to like, okay, I can build a suspension bridge, and you put two posts, then you secure them, and you put wires to the bridge, and it holds it up. And I'm like, that's boring. I want to make the weirdest design imaginable that works for some reason. Yeah, and then you press play, and the little car will drive across it. That game is great for kids.
Side
kids
note,
should be playing it.
I think I played that in middle school, actually.
I don't know if they had Polybridge back then.
They had something like that. It may have been called Bridge Builder back then. I think it was called Bridge Builder.
Well, I mean, it's like...
And we played it in shop class.
I just soloed 0 Hour today for the first time. Huh. That's a D2 game. App on D2.
I got Avowed. I am unenthused.
Oh, drag.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing it a little bit, but I'm bored. I don't know. It's like I'm in the first area and I'm just like rolling my eyes.
Last game I played was Sonic.
Baldur's Gate was epic.
Sonic. I like Sonic the Hedgehog.
The last game.
The best game I've played in a very, very long time is Baldur's Gate 3. Really, just absolutely amazing game.
Third-person adventure, right?
Yeah, RPG, turn-based, and then Avowed is, I don't know, it's an Obsidian game, I think. And you have like an axe and a bow and arrow or whatever, and I'm just like, ugh.
They're about to...
I really hate the action-oriented first-person games. Like, if you're going to make me jump and climb, I don't want to play first-person. It's annoying to play with controller. Yeah.
I disagree.
Where you it's first person, but you have to climb stuff. You don't even know if you can climb it, and then you fall, and you're like, okay.
First person. That's literally the game that I played today. Destiny 2 is first person shooter.
Yeah, but it's not. But you're not climbing things.
There's a bunch of platforming and stuff in 0 Hour.
So in Destiny, you have double jumps and triple jumps, and you have air dashes and stuff. That's fine, but Avowed is literally jump climb.
Oh, okay.
And then if you like jump to the right height, the hands come up and pull automatically. Yeah. Nah, throw it out. No, I don't like it. Horizon Zero Dawn's incredible. And Horizon Forbidden West, big fan. All right, let's go. What do we got here? Anti-war Nobody says, Tim, you should have Louis J. Gomez on the Culture War to debate banning pit bulls. They are 20% of the dog population and are responsible for 66% of the fatal attacks. Yep.
That would be great.
There's stories like this all the time. There was a woman who had 2 pit bulls, and there was like nothing abusive. Everything was normal. They were in the backyard. She walked outside. They killed her. Yeah, she dead.
Yep.
And they were just like, we don't know why. Like,
you guys understand why some people don't want to have the conversation about a certain segment of a species being a problem and needing to be gotten rid of. You understand why humans don't want to have that conversation, right?
Well, because humans are thinking individuals who can make rational thought. And wild animals are different, and animals are very different. So that's why when people are like, oh, we're going to compare dogs to race, like, well, you can't. Because it's just not, it's not real. There's too many factors in human populations. Here's an example. Everyone goes to what they call the 1350. They say in the United States, despite making up 13% of the population, the black population is responsible for 50% of violent crimes. And it's just like, the things that are attached to that are so spattered and wild that you can't get accurate data sets. For instance, you can't compare Somalis to Haitians. They're two different, distinct ethnic groups, and they have different heights, they have different average weights, and completely different crime rates, but they're both considered black. So the issue with the United States that people try to bring this up is it's like, well, you can't do that. I can't stand the race realists because they're like, look, man, the history of the United States, the ethnic differences and backgrounds between all different people, it is more likely in the short term socioeconomic factors and cultural issues. Chicago's violent crime, which is heavily racialized, is totally cultural and not racial. That's why there are white people in a minority in a black neighborhood that are still part of the gangs and shooting people, although they're likely going to get targeted for gang violence because race does play a role. But anyway, long story short, is I always just say, like, you can't look at the wealthy Nigerians who immigrated to the United States and have extremely low rates of violent crime, extremely high incomes, and then say it's a race thing. Because it's like, I mean, maybe there's a component of it, but it is very different than like dogs who were bred specifically to be violent, you know what I mean? Or to fight in pits.
Well, I mean, I think one could make the argument. I would say that one could make the argument that evolution did the training.
So, like I said, if you say Asian, for instance, what does that mean? And so in the United States, it means Southeast Asian, but not Indian or Middle Eastern. If you go to the UK, you say Asian. People typically think China, Japan, even though they're totally forgetting, like, famously with King of the Hill, Laos or Vietnam. But in the media and in their government, they mean people from India, and they mean literally the Asian entire continent, which includes Russians.
Yeah.
So the problem with the argument then becomes, well, of course we recognize evolution set certain characteristics through genetics with various people. The Scandinavians were ruthlessly violent for some period, and now they're dainty, still very tall, but very weak and effeminate, which is kind of funny. But then once again, Scandinavians and Ukrainians are very different people, despite both being white. You're going to find different crime rates among these different groups. Yeah. Ukraine crime is extremely high. Swedish crime is extremely low, but they're both white. So we're not going to say white is the underlying factor. That's the challenge I have with the race realists, is they're like, all white people as a single group is like, I don't know, man, why don't you go take a look at Northern Ireland and see the crime there? And like, you know what I mean? And then, I don't think, I'm sort of in the middle of the road on this one. The race realists largely are like race is deterministic. I think nature and nurture is both, 50-50. So there have been a bunch of studies on this one. Obviously, Charles Murray and the bell curve is like taboo. For a while, ChatGPT wouldn't even let you talk about it.
Unreal.
But I think nurture largely overwhelms nature, though nature plays a significant role. So anyway, but we don't need to harp on that. We can talk a bit more about the uncensored. I don't want to have one Rumble rant hog the entire conversation. All right, let's go. Rue Actual says, but rolling Afghanistan would have been really bad optics and bad for profit margins. Perhaps. Kay Daniel says, I'm making a picture of Metallica, but every member is JD Vance. Bless you. Bless you for doing so. We appreciate.
I think I saw a Pantera of all JD Vance today.
Doug Dimmadome says 19 hertz is the ghost frequency. They did a study where a band played for 3 days, and on random songs they played a 19 hertz undertone. People reported feeling uneasy or spine tingling during it. I've heard a lot of stories where they, universities did studies with ultra low frequencies, and they would put people in like dark stairway corridors and then blast it, and then people felt like it was haunted. Yeah. And what about the magnet helmet that make people felt God?
Yeah, that's right.
You hear about that one?
Yeah.
They put a giant helmet on people with like magnets and then blasted their brains with super powerful magnets, and they said they felt the presence of God. But couldn't you rip the iron out of someone's skull or something?
I mean, that sounds
out of their blood.
I don't know.
It's not.
I think the actual you have a very, very, very small amount of iron in your blood. I mean, it's there, but it's a very small amount.
Did you ever take a magnet to a bowl of cereal? You can literally pull the iron out of it.
Really?
Yeah.
I want to try that now.
Yeah, get like some Corn Flakes or Frosted Flakes or something. Like Google it because it's probably a better cereal. And you run a big magnet around it, and you'll see the iron start to pull off the...
Wow.
Yep, because they put nutritional iron in Fortified, I believe it's called. What have we here?
can pull the iron out of your
Skin says, between
busted
January 21st of 25 and March 11th, there have been approximately 52 to 54 plane crashes in the U.S., compared to about 87 for the same time period in 2021 from Grok. But the question is, what kind of plane crashes?
What kind? Using a magnet on
Are the
your
planes
cereal will
slamming into the
avoid
ground
the
and flipping
warranty.
over with tons of injuries or deaths? Or is it like the plane lands with the busted gear and everyone's fine and no one really talks about it? So my bigger concern is that at some point a plane may have a landing gear break off, and the landing gear will then flow through a time stream and land on a house of a bedroom of a kid who just so happened to have gotten out of bed because a weird rabbit told him in the middle of the night and lured him out of his bed into the street.
Great soundtrack.
It's the best soundtrack ever.
Great soundtrack.
You know they had an alternative soundtrack to that and it was not good?
No.
Yeah. Huh. And then they were like, let's just do 80s music. And it was the best soundtrack ever. Donnie Darko was the reference. Missed it. If anyone understands what that movie's about, it's about a time loop that he decides to break by dying. So,
as one does.
And so a landing gear crashes in their house and they have no idea where it came from, because when the plane was hitting turbulence, I think the plane crashes too, right?
I don't know if the plane crashes. I just remember the thing falling.
The gear gets sucked through a wormhole and then lands on his house, and they're like, no plane lost a gear. Where did this come from? But he sees the ghost of the rabbit he killed, who tells him to leave his house and then he's going to die in a month or something. A weird movie. It's great, though.
It's a great movie.
Yeah, we enjoy watching it. Jake Gyllenhaal, right?
Iron
and his sister.
Oh, that's right. And who else is in it? That
man.
What's her face? Who's in the Hunger Games?
You would feel it in your teeth.
I can't remember. That's before her.
Who?
He said Jennifer Lawrence, but I think she was too
down
young
on
at that point.
possible.
Yeah, Jennifer. Unless she traveled
No,
through
it's
time.
not. This is 2001.
I never saw Donnie Darko.
You never saw Donnie Darko?
No.
It's Jenna Malone.
Jenna Malone.
There you go.
Yep.
Hunger Games as well.
Jenna Malone.
Yep. All right. Weather World says, Tim, the magnetic poles are always shifting on a 23.5 degree wobble. Current location is 85.762 north, 139.298 east. The polar flip is the problem. Uh-oh.
Wobble.
I agree. That is the problem. So we'll talk a little bit about that, I suppose. You know, everyone's going to die or something. We're all going to go live underground with the moles in holes.
I hope not. That doesn't sound very fun.
No, it sounds like it sucks.
Yeah. Miserable. I don't know. It depends on how big the underground city could be. Cornelius says, Ben, do you think the pole shifts could be the catalyst that causes Yellowstone caldera to erupt? I'm no geologist, but it seems to me that the past eruptions line up with past pole shifts.
I couldn't disagree more.
You think it will not affect?
No. The last geomagnetic excursion was 6,000 years ago. Before that, 12,000, 18,000, 24,000, 30,000, 36,000, 42,000, 48,000. Yellowstone has not erupted in a...
When was the last shift?
The last magnetic pole shift?
Yeah.
6,000 years ago.
So... it's every 12,000 years? Or
so basically, there's a mini version every 6,000 years, but every other one is really bad.
So we're looking for
the one coming now is really bad.
Oh, it's the big. So 6,000 years ago was the mini.
Yeah, 6,000 years ago. What Noah endured was the mini.
Ah. Got to build an ark. All right, everybody, if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, share the show, and yesterday was my birthday. If you want to give me a present, you can go to rumble.com/TimCastIRL and watch the uncensored show. Sign up for Rumble Premium using promo code TIM10. And if you want to call into the show, go to timcast.com, join the Discord server. Get active. Be a part of this great culture war. We need you. Because who knows? You could be sitting there twiddling your thumbs watching the show saying, hey, look, man, I work all day. And then one day you say but a single sentence in the Discord. And everyone goes, we never thought of that. Because you were never there. And then all of a sudden everyone realizes something. Changes the world. It could be you. You can follow me on X and Instagram at TimCast. Ben, do you want to shout anything out?
I used to say that, dude.
You can find me every single day, Space Weather News on YouTube.
Right on.
You can find me at Shane Cashman everywhere online, and the show is Inverted World Live on YouTube and Rumble every Sunday at 6 o'clock.
I am Phil That Remains on Twix. I'm Phil That Remains Official on Instagram. The band is All That Remains. We put out our new record on January 31st. It's called Anti-Fragile. You can check it out on YouTube, Apple Music, Amazon Music, Pandora, Spotify, and Deezer. Don't forget, the left lane is for crime.
Oh, we have a quick correction.
What the hell that means?
That Atlantic article about J.D. Vance.
Yes.
The writer is not Ali, it's Ali. It's a man.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Effeminate men. All right, everybody, we will see you all over on the Uncensored Show at Rumble, rumble.com/TimCastIRL in about 30 seconds. Thanks for hanging out.
They're fans. Oh. Carson. Oh. Hmm.
Look at this photograph. It's a photo of a photograph. There's another fucking photograph. Because I photographed a photograph. So many photographs. Makes me want to take a photograph. I should probably hang that photograph next to my photo of a photograph.
Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. Hear the sounds of the ragtime dance. All the gals wanna get in my pants.
But back to that photograph. It reminds me of the photograph. Before the photo of that photograph. When it was just a normal photograph.
Arrest today in New York. How many cops did it take to get this guy? 20 cops. Maybe 20 cops just a circle in the park. Absurd. Why did they let him walk with that shit over his head? Should uncover his face. The cops could have done that. New York cops are some bullshit. LA cops would have uncovered his face, dude. Actually. Yo. LA cops uncovered his face. This is what that boat looked like this morning. I don't know, man. It's kind of odd that they got ran into. It's an American ship. I need that guy's license, voting license. Yep. Boom. Cops. Maybe. plates up. Having a little time. I think it actually tastes good. I think that it actually tastes good. Oh. There's a market for it. Hitting shit. Mama doesn't need it, does she? Hitting shit pate. Breakfast. On crackers. Good on toast. It was really good on toast, doesn't it, Brody? They have it in Canada, actually. Not gonna be able to get that anymore, though, so we're gonna have to make our own. Expensive Canadian kitten poop. Tell you what, though, we can get enough of it. We can start us something. See, we're gonna have a special applicator. Be able to use it like lipstick for your lips. People moist. I'm about to throw up. Please. Maybe. I don't know. I've never actually taken kitten diarrhea of that age. And even a good whiff. It's very pure, clean poop right there. It comes out almost like milk puree. Hardly even processed. Warmed up. It tastes like warm milk. Dude, what the hell is wrong with this one's butthole? This one, the milk has got some shit protruding out of its ass near its tail. What is going on over there? See that? Doesn't look good, whatever it is. Throw out that one's butthole. Butthole. See how red it is back there? It's that one that just flipped over. So pink. Way pink than the other cake. Oh. Oh, the tail is doing. Oh, that one's going nuts on it. Like. For pink. Yeah, I like that. What is going on there? It's like it's still didn't form right. That's its tail, but then it kind of tripped me out. Does any of them know what's going on with that one still? Like a fucking worm crawling around almost. It's so odd looking. Worm crawling out of its butt. Hope not. If they're not tripping about it, because they gotta be seeing the same shit. Not a big deal. Anything about it. Shit, we all 11 hours 58 seconds. Time here is up. Hanging out though. Kitties. See you again tomorrow. Good night. And everybody else. Whoever you are.